Members of Congress will be able to view the Epstein files unredacted on Monday. I'll give you it. This is a step in the right direction. Congress members must give a 24-hour notice, and then they can view the files in a DOJ office on computers, and they may take notes, but no electronic devices. Well, yeah, because part of the unredacted files is child pornography, so I don't care who it is. You don't want cameras around them. True, but Congress members also only have access to the 3 million pages that were made public. The DOJ initially said they had 6 million. Well, yeah, they said they overcollected initially, and the other 3 million were not responsive to the Epstein Transparency Act. They cited a lot of duplicates. Well, maybe it would be good to open up those to Congress members as well. Look, even people like Democrat Ro Khanna, who led this charge, is calling this a win for transparency. Yeah, it's a step in the right direction. They can see who the heck told Epstein his littlest one was a little naughty, or who Epstein said he loved the torture video to. I don't know why those weren't redacted to the public in the first place. And your favorite Democrat can find out on Monday. The DOJ revealed multiple names of people associated with Epstein, including Trump, Elon, Bill Gates, so I'm sure the redactions they did do have good reasons. Well, it's also not clear once Congress members see the unredacted documents what course of action they can take. They can refer for an investigation, request new hearings, pressure the DOJ to make it public. We'll see, but there's no denying this is a step towards transparency. Let's see how this plays out. We have come a long way from Trump calling it a hoax. That's code word for anything bad for him. No, it's code word for where the heck was your passion about Epstein during Biden's term? It's been here. Sure. Our country needs nationwide voter ID. Oh, more federal control of our elections. Great. It's not control, it's setting a minimum national standard to preserve the security of our elections. Well, 36 states on their own already require some sort of ID to vote. What are the other 14 doing? You need an ID to buy a drink, to drive a car, to book a hotel, open a bank account, but not to vote? Voting is a sacred constitutional right. Those things are not. It's a right to own a firearm, but it's also federal law that you must show an ID when buying from a licensed dealer. Well, we know there's loopholes for that. Dude, showing an ID is not a huge burden. It is for the 29 million Americans who do not have a non-expired driver's license and the 7 million of those who do not have another form of government ID either. You're essentially making them pay to vote. It's a poll tax. IDs cost money. You need a valid ID for just about anything else in our society. So yes, to be a minimal functioning citizen in our society, you need to pay a couple dozen bucks to have an ID. Stop comparing common sense to historical wrongs. I don't know, but look, the 14 states who don't require an ID to vote have placed the onus on state election workers to verify identities. They verify your registration prior to voting, and then in person they look you up by your name and address and have you sign. And also, what are you protecting against? Voter impersonation? Studies show that's vanishingly rare. Why would someone risk years in prison, memorize someone's full name and address to cast one vote? Well, I'm sure there's many cases that go undetected because the current system is unbelievably flawed, making poll workers match signatures to verify. Most other democracies around the world have voter ID, and if we're not meeting that minimum with IDs, I can only wonder where else corners are being cut, which is why the SAVE Act in front of Congress right now requires voter ID, but also citizenship proof to register to vote. Now, that's the big one. That is the big one, which will disadvantage even more voters, so that should be the argument. Yeah, you're trying to make this a voter ID argument, and I still cooked your ass. I don't think so. 86% of Americans agree with voter ID, but it is only one step to secure our elections. One step to disenfranchise voters not favorable to Republicans. You think very lowly of your voters. No, this is about rights. Sure.
Yeah, we'll see about that. But all right, guys, we are live. Well, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, this is going to be a long live tonight. I promise you guys we're going to do at least a 6 to 8 hour live. So let's get right into it because we're going to recap the week. But let's go ahead and start with Trump's recent engagement with the press. And then we're going to get into a complete media analysis and, of course, do some review of the Epstein files. So let's go ahead and double tap that screen and let's get right into it.
Russia, Ukraine, something could be happening. We likewise had very good talks on Iran. Iran looks like it wants to make a deal very badly. We have to see what that deal is. But I think Iran looks like they want to make a deal very badly, as they should. Last time they decided maybe not to do it, but I think they probably feel differently. We'll see what the deal is. It'll be different than last time. And we have a big armada. We have a big fleet heading in that direction. We'll be there pretty soon. So we'll see how that works out.
Now, it's looking like a war with Iran may be unavoidable. Now, there's two things that happen. There's two things that can happen that can avoid a conflict with Iran. One, Iran can agree to give up their ballistic missiles. Or two, the Trump administration can decide to take the ballistic missiles off the table and just be like, all right, look, we just want your uranium gone and that's it. And you guys can keep your ballistic missiles. But the Trump administration or, the negotiating team seems to be standing 10 toes down on them not only getting rid of their proliferate or their enriched uranium, but also their weapons defense system, their missile defense system, aka ballistic missiles.
The stock market, as you know, broke a number that they thought was going to be impossible to break. Certainly during my first year, they said if you could do it in your fourth year, by the fourth year, we broke 50,000 on the Dow. Most people thought that was not possible to do so quickly. We did it in the first year. So we're about 3 years ahead of schedule. It's going good. Prices are way down. You don't hear the Democrats talking about affordability anymore, which they caused the affordability problem very badly. But you don't hear that word. I haven't heard that word spoken in a week and a half because they can't speak because the prices are down. Energy's down. If you look at oil, if you look at gasoline, a gallon of gasoline in Iowa, I was there last week, was 185, 189, and 199 at 3 different stations. And it's that way in a lot of places. So gasoline is way down, energy's down, groceries are down. We've broken the Biden disaster, the mess that I inherited. The border is extremely secure, more so than it's ever been. We've got 9 months with 0 people coming in illegally. And I think the immigration problem is, we're doing very well. And crime is at a record low for 125 years, just announced. The lowest has been since 1900. That's pretty good. That's a long time. So do you have any questions, John?
Mr. President, media post that you took down earlier today, the White House says that a staffer sent it. Who sent it, and are you going to fire them?
No, I looked at it. I saw it, and I just looked at the first part. It was about voter fraud.
Now, to give you my honest opinion on when Trump says prices are down. Now, when it comes to gas and energy, yeah, prices have taken a dip. So we got to give Trump his kudos on that. Now, when he says, oh, well, prices on groceries are down. Well, yeah, in certain places, yeah, prices of groceries have fallen, especially when it came to eggs. But that's not across the board, because trust me, if you ask them, they'll pick and choose which items at the grocery store went up. When you can also do the same thing. You can also go in the grocery store and choose and see items that's also decreased in price. And you can see items that increase in price. So it all depends on what products you're talking about, to be quite honest.
Someplace, Georgia, there was a lot of voter fraud, 2020 voter fraud. And I didn't see the whole thing. I guess during the end of it, there was some kind of a picture that people don't like. I wouldn't like it.
Oh, guys, you also got to remember too. Like, I remember when I showed the graph here on screen, or the comparison here on stream, and I showed you that. Well, I'm in Ohio, and compared to some of you guys, like in California, New Jersey, New York, yeah, you guys are paying like 30% more than me in groceries. So you might want to also talk to your local government as well. You might want to talk to them about them taxes.
Either, but I didn't see it. I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud and the machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people. Generally, they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody didn't, and they posted, and we took it down, and we did it. You know, but that was a voter fraud that nobody talks about. They don't like to talk about that post. We took it down as soon as we found out about it.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things. And I looked at the beginning of it. It was fine. They had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered. If you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff on The Lion King. And certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud. Nobody knew that was at the end. If they would have looked, they would have seen it. And probably they would have had the sense to take it down. But
well, yeah, it was like a 55-second video. But I mean, the first 5 seconds of the video kind of, that's where all the outrage stems from. And rightfully so, because if I was, I'd have fired that guy in Trump's staff. Like if I was Trump, I'd have fired the guy who posted that, because it's just like, bro, are you serious? Really? This is what you decided to post? Like, during this whole thing with ICE and everything, and these Dems thinking that we're just operating out of racism, you decide to post this with Michelle Obama, or the Obamas, being depicted as monkeys. And of course, that's just the first 5 seconds. As you played along, you start to see that everybody across the board was getting it. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries and all, AOC, Chuck Schumer, the rest of them were also in the video as well. But everybody focused on the Obamas being depicted as monkeys. It is what it is. I'm gonna be real with you. It was definitely a mistake to leave that or to put that out or to post it. They should fire the guy who did it.
It's a takeoff on the Lion King, and a lot of people were covered on different in different positions. So, but I spoke to Tim Scott. He was great. Tim is a great guy. He understood that 100%.
Not even gonna lie, that shit was
go ahead.
Mr. President, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner met with Iran's foreign minister today. You also had Brad Cooper there, the head of CENTCOM. A deal doesn't look like it's been reached yet. How long are you willing to wait?
A deal can be reached. Well, you have to get in position. We have plenty of time. If you remember Venezuela, we waited around for a while, and we're in no rush. We have, very good talks going with Iran. We have very good talks going with Russia and Ukraine. We're doing a lot of good talking, and I think we had the results today were with Iran. It was a meeting. We're going to meet again early next week, and they want to make a deal. Iran, as they should, want to make a deal. They know the consequences if they don't. If they don't make a deal, the consequences are very steep. So we'll see what happens. But they had a very good meeting with a very high representative of Iran, and we'll see how it all turns out.
We'll give it a ripe scoops.
See that, by the way.
Well, I'll tell you what turned out. It seems that Iran is not willing to give up their ballistic missiles or their missile defense, and they are willing, once again, like I told you, to give up their enriched uranium. So like I said, they're willing to give away the uranium, but our main concern is right now the ballistic missiles. I don't know why. Like I said, I believe we're basically moving the goalposts. But this is kind of what held up, negotiations last time. Last time, before Midnight Hammer, Iran was also still ready to give up their enriched uranium. But the negotiators moved the goalposts. They said, no, now you want to give up your missiles. Iran said, yeah, we're not doing that. And, of course, negotiations stalled and Midnight Hammer commenced.
I'd love to see that. If we could do that, I'd love to see it.
Mr. President, is there a deal that is acceptable that only covers with Iran? Is there a deal that only covers nuclear that would be acceptable to you? Because they just have nuclear. They don't have anything else.
Like that would be acceptable, but the one thing, and right up front, no nuclear weapons.
Okay.
If we could have made that deal 2 years ago, we would have made that deal, but they weren't willing to do that. Now they are willing to do it. So they're willing to do much more than they would have a year and a half ago, or even a year ago when don't forget, we've only been doing this for exactly 1 year. And we started with them a few months after the beginning of this term. This term has been amazing. But the results could surprise people. If they would have offered this deal originally when we first started, it would have been accepted immediately. We'll see what happens now.
Mr. President,
we'll see. But guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
People in the MAGA base say they aren't satisfied with the administration just focusing on deporting violent criminals.
Who are you with?
I'm Natalie Ellison with the Washington Post.
Washington, you're having a hard time getting readers. Washington Post is doing very poorly. Go ahead. You have a very bad attitude. Go ahead.
Well, a number of people in your base say that they want to see all illegal immigrants deported, even ones who are otherwise not violent.
Let me tell you about my base. My base has never been stronger. My base is me and other very good people that love our country. And if you talk about my base or the MAGA base, you could call it a lot of America First base.
I mean, here's the thing. Like in MAGA, nobody's divided over immigration. Like we actually still want all illegals gone. Like that's it. We don't want people to be hurt we don't want people to get hurt, like protesters get hurt in the process. Of course, we don't want that, but we still are all down with the agenda of getting all of them up out of here. If anything, MAGA's more split about, well, the pro-Israel guys and the anti-Israel guys, or the pro-war guys and the anti-war guys. That's what really MAGA split up on. I mean, because think about it, Trump ran on no new wars. And here we are getting walked into a war, and the pro-war guys are like, oh, yeah, we're all for it. And the anti-war guys are like, well, this isn't really what we signed up for. That's really the main argument inside the MAGA party, or, well, the MAGA group, however you want to phrase it. It's not, trust me, we're not divided over ICE.
They couldn't be more thrilled. We have crime down to the lowest level that has been in 125 years. We have a border that's totally closed. We have all the things that our base wanted, and we have the best economy in history. Prices are down. We inherited very high prices and the highest inflation in the history of our country. Think of it, the highest in 48 years. Some people say 48 years, but I'll take either one. So my base is very happy.
But would you support mass deportations of people who are otherwise law-abiding?
See everybody, but we're focusing on the criminals. We're focusing on killers. But ultimately, they all broke the law. Some can, if they do it in a certain way, they can go out. They can come back if they do it properly. But as you know, a lot of people have been deported, a lot. But the focus is on the murderers, the drug dealers. We have many people mentally insane. They dumped everything in our country. But ultimately, yeah, it's exactly as I said during the campaign. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you set the record straight? There were reports circulating that you told Chuck Schumer that in order to restore funding for the Gateway train tunnel in New York, New Jersey, you would want Penn Station and Dulles Airport to be named after you. Is that
He
true?
suggested that to me. Chuck Schumer suggested that to me about changing the name of Penn Station to Trump Station. Dulles Airport is really separate. Dulles Airport is really not too involved with Congress. That's a separate kind of a deal, as you know. But it was suggested to me by numerous people, unions, Democrats, Republicans. A lot of people suggested. Nothing's been done on that.
President, you frequently criticize Joe Biden for not knowing what is going on in his name. This racist video that was posted on your social media.
I'm doing a hell of a lot better than you do. You don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. No, Joe Biden didn't have a clue, but we know everything. And when you look at what's happening with our economy, and think of it, we're years ahead of schedule. We have thousands and thousands of businesses being built right now. So Joe Biden had no clue. If Joe Biden were elected or if Kamala were elected, we wouldn't have a country.
Let's just be real. Trump is just doing better with the economy. Once again, the stock market is seeing record highs. Now I'll give you the Democratic side of that argument. Oh, it's a prelude to the recession. Everything's going to tank eventually. And that's what they're saying. So they're having their little nihilistic perspective on it. We'll let them have that. But as the data shows, the market is doing great. The stock market is doing great. Businesses are making money. Now, I'm not going to sit there and say that correlates to Americans, tax handling or Americans getting better with affordability. But we do got to admit, when Trump came out with these tariffs and they said that the economy was going to sink, the economy is doing better. He's actually got businesses to come over here and start manufacturing in America. America is now overtaken, Japan in steel production because of the tariffs. Now our steel production is basically doubled. So you can't say that, I'm gonna be real with you, that he's doing terrible with the economy. You just can't say that, especially with GDP being up as well. Now, that doesn't mean that affordability is getting better. Of course, we got to wait to wages to catch up with these crazy prices, and we'll see if that works out. But as far as the economy goes, let's be real. GDP's up, stock market's up, and inflation is down.
Right now,
You won the election because of minority voters. Does this post maybe hurt Republicans with, black voters after the?
I think we did criminal justice reform. I did the historically black colleges and universities. I got them funded. Nobody has been, and that's why I got the highest vote with male black voters that they've seen in many, many decades. I've done great with the black voters. Have been great to me. I've been great to them. Black voters have been great to me. I've been great to them. And I am, by the way, the least racist president you've had in a long time, as far as I'm concerned. We have.
I'm sorry. He said the least racist. I guess we're all a little bit of racist. He's like, don't worry. I'm gonna be real with you. We're all a little bit racist. But I'm the least racist. Hey, this man is too funny, bro. He's too honest on accident. It is what it is.
I've had a great relation. Think of what I've done. Criminal justice reform. Nobody else could do it. Obama couldn't do it.
That one.
Nobody could do it. Clinton couldn't do it. They actually went the other way. They went into a very bad thing for African-American people, black people. They did very bad things. I did very good things. But criminal justice reform, and then I funded the universities, which nobody else was willing to do. They were going every year. They'd come back to Washington and they'd be
Oh,
begging for money.
Oh, man, and shout out to my man Jet. Just seen it, big dog. He says, shout out to the TPS halftime show. The best part was watching the lefties cry in their chat about it instead of watching the woke bunny halftime show. I mean, you know, I actually did watch both. I caught a bit of both of them, and I ain't gonna lie, I thought they both did pretty well. Now, I know everybody was all mad about, oh, he made it all about Cuba and all this. Well, no, he was actually relating how Mexican heritage kind of plays into America. And it was kind of pro-American. Of course, it was all in Spanish, and that was bullshit. But there was an American sentiment in there. And then TPUSA was just, I mean, well, look, man, it's red, white, and blue decked out with the stars, baby. That was nice. I love that. But that also had a little bit of American sentiment to it, too. So I enjoyed both of them. The game was, well, a bit one-sided, but obviously, but hey, it is what it is.
Begging. I got to be friendly with some of the heads of the schools, and they would come back and they would literally tell me they're forcing us to beg. I'm the one that got them long-term financing and more than they were looking for. So there's nobody that's done more. And I think maybe more than anything else was criminal justice reform. They've been trying to get it for years, and I'm the one that got it done. So nobody can tell me about that. That somebody posts a staff.
Hey, shout out to my man Gaming for sending 4 on Venmo. Like I said, guys, anything you guys send on Venmo, you can also hit the QR code up there to send on Venmo, will be double. So since you send 4, that is actually 8 that goes towards to open up the call in and running conspiracy hour. And well, you already know conspiracy hour is going to be, so it's going to be a tough listen. But we are going to go through those Epstein files again.
For posts, and I knew it was all about. If you take a look at that and see the whole thing, it was a small section.
No, I ain't gonna lie. There was some zesty things going on at that Super Bowl thing, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. I mean, there was dudes grinding on each other on trucks and everything. I was like, bro, what is going on? This is the Super Bowl. Like, this ain't like Pride Week. Like, what's up here? But yeah, there was some very sus things going on. But shout out to Castro. He said, said like the dude kissing part. Like, bro, I mean, come on, bro. Gay. Shout out Castro.
At the very end, but that was about fraudulent elections, which we have a lot of them. We're going to get a stop. And I liked the beginning. I saw it and just passed it on. And I guess probably nobody reviewed the end of it because what I saw at the beginning was really, really strong. It was about fraudulent elections. And anytime I see that stuff and when it's credible, you put it up.
You know what, bro? At a risk of losing viewership, I'm just going to show you guys the video, okay? The video that everybody got outraged about, and we're just going to watch it together. And I would ask you, you know, to make sure you chill the F out because this will offend you, especially if you're black and you have well, you're not thick skin. Me, I mean, look, bro, I could take all types of humor. It is what it is with me. I'm a lost cause out here. But all right, though, let's get to it. All right, though. But that was, I ain't gonna lie, though. I mean, it's funny. It's funny. If you just get past black people, I'm talking to y'all. If y'all just get past that first 5 seconds and you get rid of your racial outrage, and I mean, it's funny. You can't be that mad at it. It went at everybody.
Somebody slipped and missed a very small part. Now, by the way, again, the takeoff one, I guess, I didn't do it, by the way. This was done by somebody else. This was a retruth. That was not done by us. But that was a very strong truth. It was a very strong statement made about the fraudulent elections in a certain part of our country, which are really bad.
Mr.
President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very.
So yeah, TV shows mom. Well, I think she's Savannah Guthrie. Yeah, Savannah Guthrie's mom from the Today Show's mom pretty much got kidnapped. And there's a ransom note and all that good stuff. You know, they're on the look for her. But I'm over here thinking, I'm like, hold on, guys, what about that ransom note? The guy is asking for Bitcoin payments here. So did you send him the Bitcoin payment and did he drop the location? Like, what's going on here? Are we not gonna handle that part real quick? But we'll see. Excuse me, but we'll see where that goes.
Strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution.
Yo, at least the video got Michelle's big shoulders right. Like, bruh, I can't, bro. All right, bro.
We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be
Suspect?
Yeah, could be definitive.
So
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened with regard to that horrible situation in the last couple of hours.
Mr. President, at the very least, do you condemn the racist parts of the video?
Of course I do. Yeah.
The Dow and S&P have done really well under you, Mr. President.
Who?
The Dow and S&P have done very well under you. Do you think that there's still more to
Everything's done well.
Do you think there's still more?
Everything. What hasn't done well?
Do you think there's still more to do for Americans who can't afford to invest in the stock market?
Well, I brought prices way down. You don't hear it anymore. You know, when I first came in, the Democrats were screaming.
I mean, but let's be real with you. What you mean you can't afford to invest in this? I'm sorry, but you can't afford to invest in the stock market? I mean, bro, this ain't like the old days where you had to buy an entire stock. Nowadays, you can buy a partial stock. You ever heard of Stash? I don't know, Robinhood, all these places where you could buy partial stocks. I mean, bro, you could literally get in on a stock for $1. So please don't tell me Americans cannot afford to get into the stock market bit by bit, especially when you can afford to get partial stocks. Honestly, you can just use it as a nice little savings account like I do, basically.
Affordability, and I just got there. Remember eggs? Because eggs were up 4 times higher than they ever were. And that was, I think my first press conference was about 3 days in, and they were screaming about eggs. I said, I didn't do it, they did it. We got the eggs down, we got the groceries down, we got it all down. It's really going good. Now we have interest rates. We have a great new Fed person coming in, hopefully soon. Interest rates are trending downward, even without that. And it's been amazing. I mean, we have potentially the greatest economy in history. If you look at what's happened, $18 trillion. We have $18 trillion coming in. No other country's gotten anywhere near that. No other country. China, nobody. And I think we have potentially the greatest. And you're going to see that when these factories that are being up. We have car plants, AI plants, many plants.
Yep, I mean car plants, semiconductor plants, pharmaceutical factories that are being built, aerospace factories, factories that are going to be working in aerospace will be being built. It's going down. I mean, all across America. I mean, especially in places like North Carolina and Texas, they're really seeing a lot of this manufacture come in. And of course, in my home state in Ohio, we got a couple projects that springed up out of nowhere as well.
Thousands of businesses right now are being built. When they start opening up in a year from now, less than a year from now, it's going to be something that I don't think we've ever witnessed before in this country. Nobody's ever seen investment like this. We have never seen anything like it. So it's very exciting. But when you add that to the best crime numbers we've ever had, when you add that to so many other things, the wall, as an example, we had a border that was out of control. 25 million people came in during 4 years of Biden. We have nobody coming in. They come in, but they come in legally. They have to come in legally. Our country's doing really well.
Mr. President, you're suing the federal government about your taxes.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is it fair to ask the American people to pay for that?
Well, anything I win, I'm going to give 100% to charity.
But that still takes it from the American people.
No, because they give money to charity anyway. They give away
Only
$40
great.
billion a year to charity. Our government, our government gives away $40 billion plus a year to charity. So
I ain't mad at
anything
that.
I win from that. But when they go and release your tax returns, which is totally illegal, people go to jail for that. And they've already found a person that did it. And as you know, they got in big trouble. And based upon that and other things we did sue. And anything I win, I'm giving 100% to charity. Really good, very, very good and respected charities.
Do you decide if you win?
The Winter Olympics begin this weekend, Mr. President.
I just spoke to Marco Rubio. I just spoke to J.D. Vance. They're over in Italy and representing us very well. They're doing a great job.
Did you see that the vice president got booed during the opening ceremony, though? What do you make of that sort of frosty? The vice president got booed during the opening ceremony. What do you make of that frosty?
No, I didn't see that. Is that true? Is that right?
Yeah.
It's surprising because people like him. Well, I mean, he is in a foreign country, in all fairness, but
Be like that.
he doesn't get booed in this country.
Is there a particular sport you're interested in seeing?
In the Super Bowl, who are you going for?
What, the game?
The Super Bowl, yeah.
I can't say that. But they
Yeah.
are really two good teams.
That'd be
Very
real.
interesting because you had one quarterback who looks like
I mean, but shout out to the Seahawks because yes, they did win. I mean, yeah, they won all right. I kind of seen it. I seen it from the second half. I was like, yeah, they winning. But I know people were still holding on to the hope and the faith that the Patriots were going to pull through, but they did not. They did not. And I'm sorry that they didn't for you guys. I know, especially those who put money on it. This is why you shouldn't gamble. Talking to you guys who put in a substantial amount of money on the game and are now out some dollars because you wanted to gamble. And you just thought you was that guy, huh? You just thought you was going to be able to predict the future. And guess what? Now you out like $500. That's on you, Playboy. But all right, though, let's go ahead and recap Trump's that extensive video. Well, not extensive, but yeah, the extended interview that he had with NBC News.
Where today we sat down exclusively with President Trump at this extremely pivotal moment in his second term. The president making a number of headlines discussing everything from the midterm elections to the economy to his administration's handling of the immigration crackdown, telling me what he learned from Minneapolis and about where ICE officers could head next. And with the affordability crisis impacting so many Americans right now, you'll hear what he said about when to expect economic relief. I also asked him point blank about this moment with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and if his Justice Department would drop the investigation into Powell. And as the Republican Party faces growing pressure ahead of the midterms, what he said about the possibility of 2028 and the presidential ticket possibly featuring on the Republican side Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Plus, we pressed him on what those FBI agents were looking for when they raided an election office in Georgia. And his warning tonight to Iran's supreme leader after that country's deadly protest crackdown. Also, the surprising response when asked about his relationship with former President Bill Clinton. During our talk, the president pointing out ongoing construction on the White House ballroom, what he said about bulletproof windows and drone-proof ceilings being installed, and if he ever worries about his own safety, plus what he told me about his personal health. But we start with the major breaking news out of Minneapolis tonight. Tom Homan announcing he's pulling hundreds of federal officers out of Minnesota, and that's where our conversation begins. Okay, let's drill down into the news today. That big change on immigration, 700 officers leaving Minneapolis. Did that come from you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We have.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
We are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the murderers that they're holding, and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. We allowed in our country, I say 25 million people with an open border policy for 4 years under Biden and that group, the AutoPen group, I call them. We allowed to come into our country people the likes of which no country would accept. And we're getting them out. Yeah. But we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us. It's down in Chicago by 25%, despite the fact that we are always dealing with these people and they happen to be Democrats
Speaking of
that don't know anything about crime prevention.
Mr. President, speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I mean, instead of doing crime prevention, they started working with the criminals, either working with the criminals through these BS programs that literally give government funding or government funds to, well, these gangs, or they, well, water down felonies. I mean, yeah, what used to be a felony to water it down to a misdemeanor. I mean, that's how they practice crime prevention. I mean, it's bullshit, but this is what they do.
Learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals. But look, I've called the people. I've called the governor. I've called the mayor, spoke to them, had great conversations with them. And then I see them ranting and raving out there, literally as though a call wasn't made. We've done a great job everywhere. The only place there's been a little inflammation has been really, it's not Minnesota, because we've done well with
Los Angeles, too. There's been others. Yeah.
Well, I saved Los Angeles. The top law enforcement officer, right at the beginning of my time when they were having riots, before me and it carried into me. If I didn't go in there with the National Guard, with troops, you wouldn't have the Olympics, which I got. I got the Olympics. You wouldn't have the Olympics in Los Angeles. And he said, without the president sending in the troops, we would have lost Los Angeles. Yeah. And you know what? I saved Los Angeles. And we will do it again if we have to. And by the way, we're going to have a very safe Olympics, and we're going to have a very safe World Cup.
Speaking, because I'm gonna be honest with you, Minneapolis, it's bad, but let's be real, Los Angeles was crazy. I mean, there's literally people dropping like basically big ass rocks dropping them on ice cars. Those people breaking the concrete on the ground to throw them at ICE vehicles. There were, people impeding on ICE officers, arresting people in high numbers, basically just mobbing them. So, yeah, the National Guard had to get brought in on that because, well, one, Gavin Newsom and what was it, Lori Lightfoot or whatever that, man, what is the not governor, but the mayor of LA, what's her name again? Well, she was dragging her feet on providing crowd control as well. So yeah, LA definitely was a special case, and it's getting into that in Minneapolis. Like, let's be honest. I mean, in my honest opinion, I think Trump should have, well, be honest with you, he should have been brought in the National Guard, or at least invoked the Insurrection Act to bring in the National Guard and bring in local law enforcement to help provide crowd control for these ICE officers so they can start doing their investigations without people following them, I don't know, throwing stuff at them, all that weird stuff.
Of Minneapolis, after the shooting of Renee Good, you said ICE made some mistakes. What were the mistakes?
Well, look, I'm not happy with the two incidents. It's not, it's both of them, not one or the other. He was not an angel, and she was not an angel. You look at some tapes from back, but still, I'm not happy with what happened there. Nobody could be happy, and ICE wasn't happy either. But I'm going to always be with our great people of law enforcement, ICE, police. We have to back them. If we don't back them, we don't have a country. If we don't back them, you're going to end up, look, Washington, D.C. was a very unsafe place to be. You couldn't walk to the White House. You couldn't walk to a restaurant. Restaurants were closing. I inherited not only a mess with the country, I inherited a horrible, very dangerous capital. Do you know Washington, D.C. is now an extremely safe place? You see what happened. You're here a lot.
When you mentioned Renee Good,
let me ask you, Tom.
Yeah.
You're here a lot.
Yeah.
Would you have walked down the street a year and a half ago with your family? No. But today you can, and nothing's going to happen.
You mentioned Renee Good and Alex Peretti not being angels. Do you think any of that justified what happened to them, though?
No, I don't.
No.
It should have not happened. It was a very sad, to me, it was a very sad incident, two incidents. And, they mention the one now, they don't mention the other. Well, I think they were both sad. And who feels worse about it than anybody? The people of ICE. They're strong, tough people, and they have to be tough because we're dealing with hardened criminals.
Right. I mean, yeah, let's be real though. Nobody here. Well, I know I don't personally believe that Alex Peretti or Renee Good deserve to die. Honestly, I don't think anybody truly feels that way. The problem is what we're trying to get across to the Dems is that, yeah, but you do got to admit that, your rhetoric kind of caused this. when she overreacted when ICE came at her because you guys tell them that ICE is the fascists and Gestapo and they want to kidnap you to take you away for you to never be seen again. You're telling these people that they're disappearing citizens. So, I mean, if Renee Good's hearing this type of rhetoric and ICE is coming up to her telling her to get out the car, don't you think that's running through her head? Now, is that an excuse to run off on the police? Of course not. I would hope you would not draw to that conclusion. But when people are being fed that type of propaganda, they could be led to overreact. And I mean, let's also go to the part where she was asked to get outside the car. At that point, that's a traffic stop. She's being told to get out. She ignored law enforcement to the point where law enforcement's hands in there and she still ignored them and chose to drive off. Now, which a lot of people don't want to realize is that when she moved her car, that's when she put the officer in front of it, not him just jumping in front of the car or walking in front of it. She moved and put him in front of it, moved forward, trying to skirt away from the officer, in my belief. I don't think that she was trying to run over the officer. But in his perspective, I can see why he shot, because she just moved the car in front of him. So now the car's bumper is facing him and she's driving forward, and he made a split-second decision. Like I said, this all is happening within seconds. Now, it doesn't happen in slow motion how you guys are viewing it. It's happening in seconds.
Dealing with people, jails have been emptied into our country from all over the world, from Venezuela.
Hey, shout out Tove. She says, screw Venmo, been fighting all day to transfer money to it. I'm pretty sure, well, I think it works like cash. I think you can hook your card up to it. You don't really got to transfer money to it. But I appreciate you, Tove. Shout out Tove. Appreciate it, sis. But all right, let's get back to it, because she's like, I'm getting sick of Venmo. I get it.
Where we had great success, you will admit, but from Venezuela, from the Congo in Africa, from all over the world, the jail population was emptied into our country. If we don't have strong people, you're not getting them out. And we're getting them out. Remember this, again, I say it again and again, we have record low crime in the United States. Nobody's been able to say that for 125 years.
So I want to be clear, because it sounds like there is a shift in immigration enforcement here, that there's going to be a shift after Minneapolis. What should Americans expect going forward?
Well, one thing I say to my people, we do a good job, we don't get credit for it. I say they have to ask and they have to say please. When a city is
who has to ask and who has to say please?
Or the governor, I don't want to go and force ourselves into a city, even if their numbers are terrible.
Smart.
Like, for instance, I got a call from Jeff Landry, governor of Louisiana. He said, we have a big problem. Could you go in and help us with well, let's see, certain sections. I mean, to be honest with you, certain sections of the state, beyond their famous, beautiful city, certain sections of the state. We have done, not only in New Orleans, we've done a really great job in Louisiana, but I was called. I want to be called. Chicago, we could solve the Chicago crime.
Well, on that question, which cities are you headed to next?
We have 5 cities that we're looking at very strongly, but we want to be invited. We will sometimes call the governors.
Are they cities like Chicago, Philadelphia? Are these the cities?
We could straighten out the crime in Chicago. We've already brought it down 25% just by being there. We could have Chicago be a safe city, just like DC is a safe city, just like all of these places that we've gone to. And I look forward. I didn't campaign on that. I campaigned on law and order, but I didn't think I'd be going into individual cities and making them safe.
Anything else you can tell us about the 5 cities? The 5 cities, anything else? So Americans are ready?
We'll be announcing them very quickly, but we could do something. As an example, I was called by people. San Francisco said, please, we have a Democrat mayor. He's trying very hard. Would you, friends of mine that live there, it's got crime problems. Would you let him do the job and not come in? Let's see how it works. I said, look, I can do it much quicker, much faster. Don't forget, we remove criminals. We took over 2,000 hardcore criminals out of Washington, D.C. If we didn't do that, 2% of the people create 90% of the crime. Think of that, 2%. So you have a criminal, because it's over and over again, 2% create 90% of the crime. We took out 2,000 people, more than 2,000 people out of Washington, D.C., and we now have a safe city.
You, as I mentioned, you've had success on immigration, illegal.
All right, now we'll get back to this, but I do want to move on to this video here. Tony Gonzalez says administrative warrants work. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. Because remember what the Dems want to shut down DHS over. Because remember, because they can't touch ICE, They're going to play like little children and be like, well, because we can't touch ICE funding, we're going to go ahead and, cut funding for like places like, I don't know, TSA, FEMA. Why? Because, I don't know, we can't F with ICE. Even though TSA and FEMA got nothing to do with ICE whatsoever, because we can't touch the funding for ICE, we'll go ahead and mess with the entire DHS. I mean, outside of ICE, of course. It's absolutely insane, but let's hear what all the commotion is about. Let's hear some arguments on it.
Thanks, Morgan, for having me on.
Let's talk about immigration. We've spoken before. You have this border district. You know a lot of Border Patrol agents personally. They're your constituents. So Friday, Homeland Security funding is going to expire.
Right.
And there's this standoff in the Senate in particular. Democrats are demanding a number of reforms, and I want to lay them out here. And this is sort of the cost of their vote. Democrats want to require a judicial warrant, not just an administrative one, to enter private property.
Yeah, this is the wild part. And shout out to, she says, can you send money to your Venmo from other accounts? Yeah, you just got to hook your card up to there if you feel comfortable doing that, of course. And do you have to send through Venmo? Well, to get the, to double your support, yeah, it got to be sent through Venmo, but you can definitely, hook your card up and all that good stuff. Gaming does it all the time. So gaming, if you could help Toval with that, I'd be much appreciated. And also here, Democrats, DHS demands require judicial warrant to enter private property, aka they want their radical judges who are going to tell these guys no every single trip instead of an administrative warrant. They don't like that. Require agents to show ID, wear body cams in standard uniform. I mean, they're already in standard uniform, but okay. But require agents to show ID. I mean, all right, I guess. Wear body cams. I can agree to that. Prohibit agents from wearing masks. Well, actually, there are a lot of police law enforcement actually do wear masks. So you can't sit there and tell them not to wear masks when they're protecting their identity and their safety because, well, remember, you guys have painted these guys as Gestapo and fascists, and people are doxing them and going after their family members and friends and trying to get them fired. Or think about it like this. Don Lemon and a whole bunch of protesters went to an ICE officer's church. Like, do you understand why they're wearing masks now? They went to the man's church and caused a disruption in there because they found out who he was. We don't need no more of that. You see how crazy these leftists are? And I'm not talking about all you Dems, but you see how unacceptable that is. This is why they got to wear masks, because you found out who one of them were and you went and harassed an entire church over it. I mean, are you serious? Like, you can't tell me there's not a good argument for these masks.
They want federal law enforcement agents to show ID, wear body cameras, standard uniforms, no masks, protect sensitive locations like schools and churches, stop racial profiling, coordinate with local jurisdictions to prosecute crimes. Are you on board with any of these demands? Do you see a deal?
I think we need
Hold on now, to stop racial profiling part. All right, protect sensitive locations like schools and churches. Look, man, look. Undocumented or illegal immigrants go to school and they go to church too. I know it's effed up, but you got to catch them when they're coming out. I mean, it is what it is. Like, oh, you shouldn't be catching them at church. They're illegal. They're illegal, bro. That's like, all right, what? Would you not want us to catch, I don't know, a killer or a pedophile on his way to church? Like, oh, no, we should just leave them alone. They're going to church, guys. Like, how do you sound? And coordinate with local jurisdictions to prosecute potential criminals. I mean, bro, if they was coordinating with local jurisdictions in the first place, we wouldn't be here.
Work through it. There's some things that make sense. There's a lot of things that don't. Just a few days ago,
racial profiling. Well, I mean, come on now. It's kind of a slippery slope with that one, because now anybody who they catch can claim racial profiling. And I'm sorry, but just because most of the illegal immigrants are Hispanic and you're getting caught up because you're Hispanic, it is what it is, bro. I'm sorry. It is kind of racial profiling, but a reasonable suspicion as well. So, I mean, you could cry about that, but man, look, bro, we got to catch them all, bro. We got to catch them all. I know we're treating them like they're Pokemon, but it is what it is. And shout out to my man Jed. He says Dems was just crying about FEMA. Now they want to cut it. Exactly. Like, y'all was just crying about FEMA funding and now how bogus the funding was for that hurricane. And now all of a sudden y'all want to cut it. And we had a snowstorm like what, a week or two ago, and now you guys want to cut funding when people are still dealing with that. Okay. Yeah, y'all care about the people.
this was a bipartisan vote, and all of a sudden now the Democrats are trying to hold the country hostage. I'll tell you what's not going to be in there: amnesty for illegal aliens. I'll tell you what's not going to be there: stripping away protections for law enforcement officers that are trying to protect themselves. If rioters get to wear masks, then law enforcement gets to wear a mask as well. What can be in there? I think the body cameras make a lot of sense. I was really encouraged to see Secretary Noem and Tom Homan.
I mean, that's a good point. If somebody could film you and be masked, I mean, shoot, yeah. You tell me the press could wear masks, bro. These protesters are wearing masks. They're able to protect their identity, protect their family members, but ICE can't. Like I said, think about how y'all sound right now.
Execute that. I think those are good parts of it. And another thing that works, going back to my district, another thing that works is communication. I think it'd be very, very key if there were communication liaisons in all the communities that ICE has, meaning not changing policy, just sharing communication from the community, let's say the city manager, or let's say city council, community leaders, up to the administration and back down. I saw the Biden administration do this with ranch liaisons when the ranchers were really upset. And once again, that helped. These are a couple things that I think could make it, could be the glue that gets this package going.
If the administration will go along with that coordination with local officials.
Yeah, absolutely. The liaison piece makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, that one, once again, ICE is not going to stop going to these communities. It would be helpful if we had many Tom Homans all throughout the country, basically saying, this is what we're doing, not leaving things to what ifs and letting other people fill that void, but an actual sharing up and down the chain of command.
Let me ask you about the warrants here. The Trump administration has changed how to use warrants in arrests. They permit warrantless arrests as well. This wasn't done even during the first Trump administration. Leader Jeffries was on another network this morning and said, judicial warrants should absolutely be required before ICE agents can storm private property. It should not be controversial, this demand. They just want adherence to Fourth Amendment constitutional protections. As a conservative, shouldn't a judge be consulted?
Of course, I believe in the Fourth Amendment, but what worries me is a judge should not hold up everything. We're seeing judges all over the country go beyond their level of authority. And
and this is what these guys are upset about, guys, because if you don't know what an administrative warrant is, let me tell you. An administrative warrant is a legal document issued by a government agency, for example, like ICE or OSHA, rather than a judge, authorizing officials to conduct inspections, seize property, or make arrests for civil/regulatory violations. Unlike judicial warrants, they typically require lower or no probable cause, and often do not authorize home entry, without consent. So this is the problem here. They want it to be left. They wanted to take the administrative warrants or the ability to send out a warrant from ICE and go ahead and give it to the judges who, I mean, last time I checked, we were talking about the same judges that was trying to tell ICE they can't do their job for some reason. We're talking about the same radical judges that are pretty much trying to stop Trump at every turn. Yeah, we're talking about that. So, they want to leave it to the judges because they know that the judges are always going to go in their favor, and they're not going to allow a warrant to go through at all. So basically, they're going to be slowing down ICE, and we won't be able to get these illegals unless they're, really outside. And we know where they're at. And that's why ICE are allowed to do their administrative warrants so they can go in there and get them without having to wait on a judge, which they know is going to say no because Minneapolis is against ICE, or the Minneapolis judges are against ICE.
If a law enforcement officer, let's just say, for example, sees a crime that's being committed or has due cause, then why can't they go in there? These administrative warrants, they aren't new. All of a sudden, the left
There's new interpretation of them, and the ICE director has disclosed that.
Well, they're complaining about the use of them, but if you're an ICE agent and you don't have cooperation from local or local officials, how are you supposed to get that criminal that's in somebody's community? How are you supposed to remove them? That's what worries me. If we allow judges to be the roadblock, it doesn't keep our community safe.
Facts.
So that's a hard line.
Shoot, bro, we got judges out letting criminals off. We got judges giving heinous crimes lower sentences. I mean, I'm sorry, but he got a point. Right now, our judges cannot be trusted. They're over here supporting criminals now. Bro, we had a judge literally try to sneak out an illegal. This is crazy. We're living in crazy times where judges are literally siding with the people that are supposed to be condemning, sentencing, all that good stuff, holding accountable. But instead, we got some of them that's literally helping them, embed themselves in the community. And I mean, we even had one that was crazy enough to try to help one escape. It's crazy out here.
You, in terms of, you would never get on board with requiring that a judicial warrant be required to enter private property?
Administrative warrants work. I want to give law enforcement every tool they need to go out and apprehend these convicted criminals that are loose in our community. To me, that makes a lot of sense. Why you would want to shackle your own law enforcement from keeping our community safe makes no sense to me.
Well, the Fourth Amendment protects all people, regardless of citizenship or national origin, from unreasonable search and seizure. So some of those collateral arrests are warrantless, but that's the policy.
Here's the thing, though, guys. Now, let me go ahead and read out the paperwork here. Now, while traditionally not authorizing entry to a home with, now, yes, we're talking about the administrative warrants still. Yeah, these administrative warrants, and when it comes to ICE and home entry, while traditionally not authorizing entry to a home without consent, recent 2025 and 2026 DHS policies indicate and reports suggest that ICE may use administrative warrants for home arrest if a final order of removal exists. So there's they just can't do it without a final order of removal. There has to be a final order of removal for these guys to use an administrative warrant to enter your house. And at that point, I mean, really think about it. This is your final, we're telling you to leave. You haven't left. So you're pretty much disrespecting a court order at this point, or going against the law. And we at this point, they have an administrative warrant to get you up out of here. If you have a final order of removal, that's when they can use an administrative warrant. So once again, yeah, if there's an undocumented immigrant there ordered to be removed, then they can go ahead and get it. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. I know y'all may not like it, but yeah, they can go there and kick in that door. FBI, open up! And take your ass out. Well, out of the country. I'm talking if you're an undocumented immigrant.
Politics of this funding bill. I'll put the policy aside for a second because I want to ask you about the cross-examination you're going to have the opportunity to make this week, because you have the head of ICE, CBP, and another agency come before the Homeland Security Committee. The Republican chair said he has questions about training of immigration agents and their use of force. Are you comfortable with what you saw happen in Minneapolis? I mean, are Republicans going to approach this in a partisan way or hold them to account?
What happened in Minneapolis, nobody in this country should want. We should all strive not to be Minneapolis. We don't want to see local communities not work with federal government, and
the leaders of the agencies are the ones you're going to be questioning, though.
Of course, and I want to know, hey, what are you doing to work with others within the community, so that way it's not just the ICE going it alone. It shouldn't be that way, and this is what we're seeing. Secretary Noem has been very clear on trying to build these relationships out, and Tom Homan is delivering on this by going in there. 80 counties are now all of a sudden working with ICE, allowing us in their jails.
That was a choice by the administration to start working with locals. That was a change.
They've been trying to do this. The problem is you've got so many local municipalities that don't want to that don't want to work together. And when that happens, your city burns. We don't want Los Angeles. I
mean, that's the problem in Minneapolis. Like Mayor Jacob Fry, which is the mayor of Minneapolis, has not brought in Minneapolis police. They say, oh, because our numbers are low. And then they haven't even asked for, local help. I mean, there's other cities out there that may not need all their officers that they could send out to Minneapolis to provide crowd control. This is something that Jacob Fry or Governor Tim Walz could have done. Tim Walz could have just said, F it, man. We just going to bring in the National Guard and provide that crowd control. And Renee Good and Alex Preddy, if that was done, would still be here today. I guarantee you. But because that wasn't done and the rhetoric that they're using, these two decide to put themselves in danger. God rest their souls.
Want Minneapolis, people can protest, people can be able to say, hey, we won't agree with certain policy, but there needs to be more collaboration at the local, state, and federal level.
Well, we're going to have to take a break here, but I have more questions for you on the other side of it. So if you would stay with us, we'll be right back with more Face the Nation. Welcome back to Face the Nation. We return now to our conversation with Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez of Texas. On the Homeland Security front, we see in our CBS polling that the credibility of the president's deportation policy is in question. You can see it right there. A lot of the American public just doesn't support the methods used for mass deportation, even though they like the idea of mass deportation. In the past, you've questioned whether the administration was really focusing on the worst of the worst. You said, don't deport abuelita. Do you think that they are actually hearing the concern that people like you have raised? And do you think there's any improvement?
Very early on, I mentioned, hey, if we go down this route as a party, we're not going to be successful. And we're seeing some of that with some of these special elections that are happening. I am encouraged. I've seen the administration highlight more on convicted criminal aliens. I'm seeing Secretary Noem
In their
and Tom
messaging
Homan
or in their arrests?
in their arrests and in their focus of going into the jails. If you go into a jail and you go cell by cell, that makes a lot more sense to American people than going house by house, going, are you American a citizen or not? And it's safer. It's safer for the agents as well. So I think if we go down that route, we as a Republican Party will be successful. The other part of it too is to talk about legal immigration. The president has mentioned this many times. Last week, there was 65,000 work visas that he.
Nah, shout out Jet. You're right. Like, gotta update the soundboard to add it's ICE. Open up, bro. Somebody got to do that, bro. If somebody does that, you're a legend. You would be a legend, bro. Somebody does the ICE open up sound effect, just like the FBI open up. You'd be a legend right now.
He signed off on, where he goes, you're not invited to this country if you come in illegally, but if you're here legal, we encourage you to come, do it the right way.
Well, I want to talk about that again in a moment, but just to pick up on what you mentioned in your home state, you saw this stunning win by Democrat Taylor Ramett in what had been a reliably red district. And in fact, one of 20.
Look, man, look. Now with this Taylor Ramett, look, the only reason this man won is because they split the vote between the Republicans. They had two Republican candidates on the same ballot. So if they didn't do that, there'd have been like, what, 62,000 votes for the Republican candidate, and they'd have won. And it'd have been as simple as that. But because these Republicans got too cocky, because this district has been red the whole time, they lost to a Democrat. Because guess what? When all the Democrats came out to vote, they only had one person to vote for. When the Republicans came out to vote, they had two people to vote for on the same ballot for the same Senate seat. And because of that stupid decisions, the Republican lost. Now, of course, they'll get it back in November because, in November, he'll have to run for election again. So he got to be a senator and campaign all up till November, where he's going to have to run for his seat again. And most likely he will lose to the Republican. Why? Because all the Republicans are going to come out and they're going to vote for their candidate instead of having to split their vote. And if Republicans are smart, they'll make sure just to run one person this time. Please and thank you.
6 state house seats that have flipped from Republican to Democrat nationally since President Trump took office. This wasn't a one-off, in other words. And in the Texas press, there's a lot of focus on the Latino voters as having really swung back or swung to the Democratic Party. Why? What's happening?
People are anxious.
Is it the deportation policy?
It's some of what's being portrayed, and one of the things I think is very effective for the administration is for them to highlight the people that they're deporting, put them on the website, show them, and go, these are the folks that we're coming after. I would argue the Hispanic vote is what gave us, the Republicans, the House, the Senate, and the White House. And if we want to keep that long term, we do have to make a shift, not necessarily in policy, but in communication. I mentioned this earlier, a communication liaison of someone saying, hey, this is what we're doing, working with others, so it's not just a surprise. Prime example, San Antonio. We have a new ICE facility built in San Antonio. A lot of people are anxious. They don't know what's happening. This is $125 million that's coming to the community, have 1,200 jobs, and after it gets established, there'll be another $125 million with 325 good paying jobs for our local community.
But respectfully, in the past, you have said this isn't just a PR problem.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, everybody. Let's keep it going.
You actually looked at the numbers and found that it was not the worst of the worst in those detention facilities.
Right. It's not a PR problem. It has to be. It
is a policy.
It has to be a policy. And what I am seeing is they are going after the worst of the worst. They're talking about we're going after the worst of the worst. The part I think we can improve on is communicating with the local municipalities, those that don't have an idea, and be able to go, no, that you have a seat at the table. We want you to have a seat at the table, even if it's different, even if it's a different conversation or a different ideology. You should have a seat at the table, so that way your citizens know what's happening in your community.
So Trump was not the first president of the United States to detain children.
Sure.
You have this facility, though, in your district,
act like
Dilley, and that is for family detentions. That's where little 5-year-old Liam Ramos from Minnesota was held before a judge. That's the picture of him there, ordered him released. He was ordered released because his family has a pending asylum claim, a legal process. He had entered with U.S. government permission through a process that the Biden administration had deemed legal. The current administration does not, the CBP-1 app. Liam's father gave an interview to Telemundo.
So yeah, you kind of see the whole the CBP-1 app where, I'll be real with you, we didn't, when you put in your asylum claim in there, we don't verify it. Basically, you just sign on an app, say, oh, I'm going through this problem, no verification on that problem whatsoever, but we're letting you in the country now. That's the problem. And Trump, well, he revoked that status. And I believe that was under the temporary protective service, and he revoked all of that. So yeah, now he would be considered an undocumented immigrant who has an asylum case in.
And you read the transcript, he's talking about this 5-year-old, he's not okay. He's waking up at night crying. He's worried he's going to be taken again.
I mean, way to sell it. But here's the thing, though. Let's be real. His father, undocumented immigrant at this point, regardless of his asylum case. ICE pulled him over and they tried to give him back to the mother. The mother didn't want to, and it seems like both the kids' parents might be illegal at this point because the mother didn't want to take him because she was afraid that ICE was going to take her. So they had to take the child into child protective services. That's what they had to do. And the judge was able to get that kid out and also the father out because of this pending asylum case. Because like I said, remember, he just signed up on the app, put it in a case, and this has never been corroborated. So this is why his case is still pending. We're still seeing if his asylum case is valid, which we'll see.
It's psychological trauma, according to the father.
But we'd never know.
And the administration's still trying to deport him. Do you understand why they are so focused on this 5-year-old and his dad if they did come in through the front door with U.S. government permission?
Well, the front door was via an app that Biden knew exactly what he was doing, and he created this huge mess that now President Trump is there to clean up. And
but he came in the front door. He wasn't sneaking across the border.
Through an app that wasn't vetted, and
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a problem with the app. It wasn't, their stories were never vetted. They just literally said, hey, yo, I'm going through this in my country. Let me get into America. And we was like, okay, like, wait, so we're not going to corroborate the story or anything? We're not going to actually make sure that he's running from a real problem. He's not running because, of hard economic times in his country, because that's not a real case there for asylum seeking. You're running in there, but you're running from your country because you're in fear of your life. This is what he put down. We never went to check out that story. We just said, all right, well, thank you for giving us a very sweet story. I dropped a tear, so come on now. You can go ahead and get on it. So yeah, so all you got to do is write a tear-jerking story on an app, and apparently you can get into the United States. Like, are you serious? Like, come on now. Is that really acceptable?
The bottom line is that they're not going to qualify for asylum. So what do you do with all the people that go through the process and do not qualify for asylum? You deport them. I understand the 5-year-old, and it breaks my heart. I have a 5-year-old at home. I also think, what about that 5-year-old U.S. citizen?
You feel comfortable defending that?
I feel comfortable. We have to have a nation of laws. If we don't have a nation of laws,
they were following the law.
I'd also say this.
That's the rub. It's that a new administration deemed the last administration's regulation not to be legal.
We can be compassionate, and we can also enforce our laws. And I think that's the secret sauce that the administration and Congress must do. Let's enforce our laws, but let's do it in a humane way. The facility in Dilley, I've visited there many times. I've visited dozens of different facilities. It is a nice facility. It's a detention facility for people that are in the country illegally that are about to be deported, but it is a nice facility, nicer than some elementary schools here in San Antonio.
Advocates have said otherwise, but quickly before I let you go, a number of Republican lawmakers have objected to the video that the president and his staff posted to his social media account, the one of President Obama and the former First Lady. Do you think he needs to apologize for it?
It's up to the president. There's no room in this country for racism, anti-Semitism, socialism. All the isms need to go. But what
you think it was that?
At the end, I mean, I think it was very upsetting to a lot of people. What the part of no one's talking about that video is about election integrity, and so the bulk of it was on election integrity.
Yes.
Which is a very important topic. What I suspect is going to happen is the White House is going to, in the coming days, issue a memo on their policy for this upcoming election, and I suspect Director of National Intelligence.
You know, every time they mention this video, I'm gonna play the video at this point. Every time they mention it, I'm gonna play it. Because, I mean, since y'all want to make this a hot topic and a lot of people really ain't seen the full video, I got you. But it ended hella funny. I'll give it to him. But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to the next video real quick with, of course, Hakeem Jeffries appearing on State of Union on CNN.
Here with me now is House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I want to start with what you released this past week, a list of 10 proposed reforms, including but not limited to a mandate for judicial warrants to search private property and a ban on masks, also a mandate for agents.
And remember, what the DHS policy says when it comes to ICE is they can go ahead and enter houses with an administrative warrant if there's a final order of removal for that undocumented immigrant. So they don't ever want to put that in there, but hey, I'm gonna tell it to you now.
To wear body cameras. Now, Republicans say they are open to some of these, but others, especially the specifics on judicial warrants, are non-starters. Only 5 days now until the Department of Homeland Security will shut down. Are you willing to accept anything less than this full list of demands?
Not at this point. We start with a basic premise that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, not brutalize or kill American citizens like Renee Nicole Good or Alex.
Bro, I'm sorry, but what does that got to do with, like, bro? What does that got to do with ICE? Like, how you go try to make it a point of affordability and then talk about ICE and then you want to shut down DHS? But here's the problem, though. That's not going to stop ICE. ICE is still getting funded. So, like, where's the real argument here? This is insane to hear. Like, really think about what he's saying. Well, we're upset with ICE, so we're going to go ahead and take it out of all of the other departments in DHS, except for ICE, because they've already been funded. Shout out to the big, beautiful bill.
Pretty. We know that ICE is completely and totally out of control. They've gone way too far, and the American people want them reined in because immigration enforcement should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. So dramatic changes are necessary to the manner in which the Department of Homeland Security officers are conducting themselves before any funding bill should move forward.
So you say very clearly that this, and it's clear in your proposals, this is about reining in ICE and the CBP. But those agencies, as you well know, are very well funded already through the Big Beautiful Bill Act. That's what the president called it, and it passed last year. So what that means is that a shutdown would really only impact unrelated agencies, FEMA, TSA, FAA. So
Thank you, Dana. Thank you. Tell this dumbass again, because apparently they don't get it and they don't see how dumb this sounds. Like, think about it. When CNN is even got to tell you, like, I ain't gonna lie, bro, this seems kind of like fruitless. Like, you want to go after ICE. You're upset with ICE. You can't defund ICE. So you want to shut down DHS when we just had a snowstorm, so which we're going to need FEMA. You're going to make things hard for the average American again when it comes to TSA. Like, are you serious? All to get ICE, by the way, which is not going to be affected by this in any way, shape, or form.
Well funded already through the Big Beautiful Bill Act. That's what the president called it, and it passed last year. So what that means is that a shutdown would really only impact unrelated agencies, FEMA, TSA, FAA. So how does pushing for these changes and potentially not getting there help rein in an immigration crackdown?
Well, our plan is to get there on behalf of the American people. That's why we need to press forward aggressively and ensure that there are legislative changes enacted as part of any DHS spending bill, because that's the way that you change behavior. And these are common sense changes. Things like,
I mean, bro, yeah, you would change behavior if you make cuts to ICE. Then, yeah, you can get them to change behavior. But since you can't cut nothing on ICE, you won't be able to get them to change behavior until next year. So what you're doing doesn't make any sense. Like, you're going to cut funding for other departments that you have no problem with. They're not the problem, it's ICE. But you want to change behavior? Then go ahead and try to cut funding for ICE, but you can't. So what you're saying don't make sense. And shout out to my man Jay said, Keem looks like he got darker, or is that just me? Yeah, it does. I mean, hey, what can I say? The man just got back from vacation.
mandatory body cameras. Judicial warrants should absolutely be required before ICE agents can storm private property and rip everyday Americans out of their homes in such a violent fashion. Of course, we need to make sure that there are no masks so that ICE is conducting itself like every other law enforcement agency in the country. That shouldn't be controversial. It shouldn't be controversial that we are demanding that the Fourth Amendment constitutional protections are adhered to as it relates to the way in which ICE is conducting itself. We also need to make sure that state and local officials have the ability to conduct independent investigations so that when ICE or CBP or other officers violate the law, they can be investigated and prosecuted and held accountable for those violations of state and local law, not being able to govern themselves with impunity, which is the case right now.
All right, guys, and make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by getting us to 150 likes. So go ahead and double tap that screen for me.
Just real quick, are there any negotiations going on about these reforms that you want?
Unfortunately, we haven't heard back from the White House or Mike Johnson or Speaker or Leader Thune in terms of the demands that we've put on the table, common sense demands on behalf of the American people. And so in our view, the ball is in the court right now of the Republicans. Either they're going to agree to dramatically reform the way in which ICE and other immigration enforcement agencies are conducting themselves so that
or you're gonna shut down DHS and not shut down ICE or anything, not stop ICE operations, but you're gonna shut down what, FFA, FEMA, I mean the TSA. Is like, and once again, these are people that's gonna go without pay, and you're just gonna sit there and blame the Republicans. Like, are you serious?
behaving like every other law enforcement agency in the country, or they're making the explicit decision to shut down the Coast Guard, shut down FEMA, and shut down TSA, and that would be very unfortunate.
I want to turn to a big debate about elections. The president said this week that, or this past week, that he wanted to nationalize elections at the White House and on Capitol Hill. They say that what they mean legislatively is pushing what they call the SAVE Act, which would mandate Americans show proof of citizenship like a birth certificate and also potentially more information about their registration to vote. Now, I understand you don't support things like a passport, for example, but requiring basic ID in order to vote is really popular. A Pew poll from a few months ago showed 83% of Americans.
Hey, and shout out to my man, the Cap Hunter. He says, welcome back from the depths of shadow ban land. Hey, I appreciate that, bro. Man, had to literally go through a week of shadow ban, but hey, we're back, guys. We're back.
Including
Appreciate that,
71% of your fellow Democrats support requiring an ID to vote. Why are they wrong?
And try not to be racist while I was saying it. Actually, F it. You know what? Let's get into a little bit of racist rhetoric here, because I ain't gonna lie to you guys. Like, I know I probably played, this is probably my third time playing this video, But I'm just so dumbfounded on the arguments that they have for not going for voter ID. And apparently it's because black people are just too, poor, underprivileged. I don't know. I guess we live in the jungle to where we just can't make our way out of it to get to the DMV. So I don't know, guys. According to these people, we're just not smart enough. We just don't have enough money to afford a $20 license. I don't even think it's that expensive, to be quite honest with you. But let's hear the accidental racism.
An opinion on voter ID laws?
Yeah, they're usually pretty racist and they're bad. I think voter ID laws are a way to perpetuate racism.
Would you go as far as say those laws are racist?
For sure.
Do you think it suppresses the African American vote?
Definitely. Because they're less likely to have state IDs.
Minority voters are less likely to have the kinds of IDs that have been described or required.
These type of people don't live in areas with easy access to DMVs or other places where they can get identification.
You can always get IDs you do over the internet. Does that also make it difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet service provider for certain fees.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works. A lot of people have smartphones, but you might not have data. For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or they're not informed. I also think there's a repression of black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the African Americans.
Bro, that was probably the worst one. And she just said it with a straight face.
For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or they're not informed. I also think there's a repression of black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the African Americans.
Bro, I'm a huge population of the African community in Florida is felons. Wrong. It's bro, literally it's probably maybe 2 to 5%. But to sit there and say, yeah, majority of black people in Florida are felons, I'm like, well, damn, it goes to show what you think about us.
Now I'm here in East Harlem to ask black people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? Carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know any black person who doesn't carry ID?
No. Everyone that I know has an ID. Why would they think we don't have ID? That's a lie. Why would they say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes.
Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID. So we know what we need to carry around.
I mean, bro, people had their IDs since middle school. Middle school, they was telling you to get a state ID. By high school, you should have had a state ID, to be quite honest with you. If you didn't have it by middle school, then you was for sure going to get it by high school. I mean, of course, if you want to go out there and get your license, I mean, there's that process as well. So there's been plenty of opportunities for, black kids in, the hood, the projects to get an ID. I mean, if not a state ID, at least a driver's license. And I mean, it's the easiest to get a state ID. You're going to get that by the time you're in high school. By the time you're in college, you'll have it. I don't really get what's so crazy about or what's so hard about getting a state ID and why Dems think that we just can't go out there and get one. And they're mainly talking about, like I say, black people in, low-income areas. And that's just not true. But shout out to appreciate the baller alert, by the way. Dems need to make up their minds. First, they wanted body cams. Then earlier, they said they were worried about them invading protesters' privacy. Now they want them again. Make up your damn minds. The whiplash is annoying. Yeah, it is. I'm telling you. They don't know what they truly want. They really don't. Honestly, I'll be real with you. What they wanted, they thought they were going to get if they, honestly sensationalized the Renee Good and Alex Petty deaths. They thought they were going to get ICE to remove themselves, give these other Democratic states or cities a blueprint to go by. All right, cool. Just don't send local help. Allow a couple protesters to die, and we'll get ICE to back off. And that's their strategy. It's a very savage strategy, but this is what they've come to.
Everybody that I know have ID. That's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with, ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
What is this? Some type of trick candy camera?
I know, right? That's the only
I
thing I've
mean,
heard.
if you want to get a job out here as a Black American, you know, as a U.S. citizen, you're going to need an ID. I mean, it's so essential to have one. I mean, it's kind of crazy that they think we wouldn't be able to get one. It's absolutely hilarious.
With me.
Those are legit IDs. I heard a lot also that Black people can't figure out how to get to the DMV.
Really?
Is that what does that say to you?
I know it's that. It's on 25th Street.
Do you know where the DMV is, Ryan?
It's on 125th Street
DMV?
and 3rd Avenue, I believe.
You know how to get there?
Yeah.
Did you have a problem getting there if you had to get there?
No.
I know these sound like silly questions. You know how to get to the DMV?
Of course.
You know where it is?
Yes.
You can get there?
Uh-huh.
No problem.
No problem.
Just checking.
No problem. I mean, we ain't going to do the whole video, but y'all get my point. I'm not really sure what the argument is against voter ID, but I mean, I found it and well, it's racist. And that's their best argument for it, sadly. I wish they had something else, but I mean, I guess this is the best they got.
71% of your
It's
fellow
racist.
Democrats support requiring an ID to vote. Why are they wrong?
I haven't said that they're wrong. We know that states are the ones who are empowered to conduct elections, and every state should be allowed to decide.
And that's fine. But if we cannot trust states to hold an election integrity, to have that integrity to make sure their elections are being conducted correctly, then I'm be real with you. It's like I'll be real with you. I'm not going to say, oh, states' rights when the states are literally cheating their elections or these districts are cheating on their elections. Like, I'm sorry, but then that means we cannot trust the state and it would have to be federalized. When this law was first made, this was under the assumption that we're going to hold fair elections. We're going to have election integrity. But apparently we can't trust that with some of these states. It is what it is. And I mean, I hate that reality, but that's what we're coming to. We're getting to the point where they're arguing for, oh, well, what about states' rights when it comes to elections? And I get that. But if you have a history of, well, these elections not being held with the highest integrity, I mean, then can you really make that argument when the argument's supposed to be like, yeah, states' rights because they know how to do it the best. But if they're not doing it the best, then maybe we do need an outside force on this or an outside entity, which would be the government. Am I 100% for it? No. But if this keeps progressing and we keep seeing that these states don't want to enforce voter ID and they don't want to have any type of election integrity, then I'm going to have to be on that side of the government getting in. It is what it is. Oh, and shout out Tove. He's like, my 3-year-old has state ID. Can I get one for my wait, can I get one for my 2-week-year-old? I mean, hey, like I said, is this essential to have ID on you? Dude, when I was a kid, I had a passport. Like, bro, I had a whole passport as a little kid. Like, when I was 7. So it's kind of crazy how like y'all don't think people can get state IDs.
The best way to proceed to ensure that there's a free and fair election. Here in New York, there are, in fact, voter identification requirements. The question is that what Republicans are trying to do is to engage in clear and blatant voter suppression. They know that if there's a free and fair election in November, they're going to lose. In fact, Republicans have been losing.
Oh, hold on. Like, what does requiring voter ID have to do with a free and fair election? That is a free and fair election, is having voter ID. You have to confirm that you're a citizen to be in this election. There you go. Voter ID. Now there's the fair part. There's the fair. So, I mean, you can't say there are free and fair elections if you want to take away the fair part, which is voter ID. If it's being shown that you guys are literally allowing undocumented people to vote in your elections. I mean, what's so fair about that? Like, please explain that.
Every single election since Donald Trump was sworn in January of last year, including most recently decisively in Texas, and of course, losing all across the country, up and down the ballot in the November off-year elections in places like New Jersey or Virginia or New York.
Yeah, and they've been losing. I mean, Virginia is a good example. They have a requirement to show your ID, and Democrats won very, very handily across the way. So why not maybe even just take that off the table and say, okay, maybe not a passport or birth certificate, but show ID.
Well, first of all, every
That's
state
all
is
we want.
empowered to be able to make the decision on their own, and we completely and totally support that. What Donald Trump wants to do is try to nationalize the election. Translation, steal it, and we're not going to let it happen. We stop them in terms
Bro,
of
what? This guy, bro, this guy here, he wants to steal the election by making sure that people actually have an ID or actual American citizens are voting. That's how he wants to steal the election, by maintaining voter integrity. Oh my goodness, it's such a steal. I mean, it's such a duplicitous plan. I just can't believe it. It's like, are you fucking serious? I'm sorry for my language at this point, but bro, you're a fucking idiot. Like, Hakeem Jeffries is a fucking idiot. Like, there's no freaking way you're making that argument.
gerrymandering efforts where they were going to
What does
try
that
to
have to do with voter
redraw
ID?
congressional maps in red states throughout the nation, not expect Democrats to respond forcefully and try to rig the midterms. They failed. We've stopped Donald Trump from being able to federalize the National Guard, which we believe was probably part of some toxic attempt to unleash troops on American cities all across the nation and intimidate people from voting. And we're going to stop him from nationalizing the election. This is going to be a free and fair election. It's going to be conducted like every other election, where states and localities have the ability to administer the laws.
I do want to ask about a video that President Trump shared, a racist video, and it depicted former President Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama as apes.
Man, shout out to my man Jed. He says, I want ID and birth certificate / legal papers to vote. And then, bro, I'm with you. It's like, I think even the Dems will be with you on that one. Like, we overwhelmingly vote for this, but here's the thing: we overwhelmingly want this. But the Dems are literally going to sit in our face and say, oh, no, this is racist, or oh, they're trying to get people not to vote. I mean, by showing ID, that's not going to want to make people want to vote. What are you saying? Like, I'm be real with you. This just sounds like you're just being real with us at this point and saying the quiet part out loud. We, like, if we have voter ID, we lose. And I'm not saying that's the fact of the matter, but that's how Hakeem Jeffries is putting it. Is like, well, if you guys enforce voter ID, we lose. And if that's the case, I mean, and that just says a lot. That says a lot right there. I mean, it goes to show how much illegals been voting in our elections and how long this is, and honestly, how well they've been trying to hide it. Or honestly, well, how bad they've been trying to hide it.
12 hours later, the White House blamed a staffer for the post, removed it, but the president says he doesn't need to apologize because he didn't make a mistake.
He definitively needs to apologize. It was a disgusting video, and the president was rightly and appropriately and forcefully denounced by people all across the country, Democrats and even a handful of Republicans who finally showed some backbone in pushing back against the president's malignant, bottom feeder-like behavior.
I do want to quickly ask about something else that the president wanted to do. He asked your counterpart in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, for the chance to rename both Dulles Airport and also Penn Station after him. And if Schumer agreed to that, then he would lift a freeze on $16 billion freeze for New York and New Jersey and the Gateway Tunnel there. What's your reaction to that?
Listen, it's another example of Donald Trump trying to force presidential graffiti down the throats of the American people. It's completely and totally unacceptable. Of course, I'm a hard no, as I believe is the case with Leader Schumer, House and Senate Democrats. The president is unlawfully—
I don't know, man. According to what reporters are saying, it says that Schumer's the one who made that offer. So it seems like Schumer is somewhat trying to, get on Trump's good side by, hey, you can put your name on it. Just give us the money and we'll let you put your name on it, bro. We know how you love to put your name on things. I mean, it's a good way to sell to Trump, bro. Just say Trump could put his name on it and he's like 50% in. So, I mean, it is what it is. Now, shout out Toad. She said he will steal it by making sure only American citizens can vote. So letting only American citizens vote is how you steal elections. Make it make sense. Exactly, Toad. They can't. It's just like, that's really what you're telling us? So by making sure only American citizens vote, he's trying to steal the election. I mean, I've heard it all, guys. We've now officially heard it all.
holding funds for Gateway. This guy's
Like, you're not letting us cheat, so you're trying to steal the election. It's like, wow. Okay.
priorities are completely and totally unhinged. But this is the Republican Party right now. These are people who engaged in the largest cut to Medicaid in American history as part of their one big ugly bill. They ripped food out of the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. They failed to do anything to make
that's what
life
y'all
more
about to
affordable
do.
for the American people.
Bro, if y'all let this government shut down, that's literally what you guys are about to do right now. When y'all shut down the government, you guys was ready to let snap in. That's literally what you guys did, but somehow your base was you was able to convince your base that it's the Republicans' fault, even though you guys were voting no to fund SNAP. You guys were voting no for government and military pay. You guys would have voting no on that, but somehow you convinced your base to blame the Republicans. I mean, very clever. I like what you did with the brainwashing there. But hopefully now, God willing, maybe by some miracle in the sky, the Democratic Party will wake the fuck up and realize they don't have your best interest when they're shutting down the government, and they just think that you guys are dumb enough to go along with it as it's their fault, as they're pretty much saying, yeah, we're about to screw all these people because of ICE without affecting ICE whatsoever. And somehow you guys are going to sit there and blame Republicans? I mean, I cannot wait for these arguments on it. I just can't wait. Hopefully it's avoided. But if the government does get shut down, or DHS does get shut down, I cannot wait to hear the mental gymnastics for how you guys justify this. I really can't wait for it.
And in that same one big ugly bill, enacted massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors and gave ICE a $75 billion slush fund so they could kill and brutalize American citizens like Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. These people are completely and totally out of control. The American people know it, which is why we're going to continue to press the case to lower the high cost of living, to fix our broken healthcare system, to clean up corruption, and to actually get things done as Democrats for the American people.
Okay, thank you so much for
This
being
guy. All right, and shout out to my man Jordan with the Bartle Do. Appreciate the support, my friend. And shout out to Toe. She says, media. So how do we fix it, Jeffries? Trump bad. Yeah. Trump bad. Yeah. Trump bad. Trump horrible. Yeah. Yep. Republicans are evil. Like, oh my gosh. I think you said read, but I think you meant wah or something like that. But I get what you're saying. It's like, so how do we fix it, Jeffries? Trump bad. Trump horrible. Republicans evil. That's all I got to tell you. I have no real solutions, but all I got to tell you is that Trump bad. And that's what's killing me about the Democratic base. All they got to say is that, and you guys just follow it along. No matter how dumb it is, no matter how much it don't make no sense why they're doing it, all they got to say is, don't worry, look, we're going against Trump. And you guys will just go along with it, even if it's at your own detriment.
here this morning. Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic leader
Tough.
in the House of Representatives.
All right, though, let's get back to that, recapping that Trump interview.
Border crossings are at historic lows, right?
You know, it's so nice that you said
But if you look at the
Tom, what you just said.
it's true.
No, but it's so nice. I hope you air it. It's so nice what you said, because that's called good reporting. That's called fair reporting. Now give me the second part.
Now let me give you the second part of the question.
I don't want to hit
But if you look at the polls, most Americans say they don't like how you've handled immigration, right? Especially what's happened in Minneapolis. How do you change their minds?
Well, I don't believe the polls, for one thing, because how can you not I saw a poll in the border where I'm at 55%, okay?
The polls show that Americans aren't against the deportations.
Well,
it's the
but here's
handling
the
of
thing.
immigration.
You know, polls, it depends on the way you ask the question. I saw a poll in the border, I'm at 55%. Well, how can I only be at 55% when everybody agrees that the border is totally, beautifully closed and nobody's coming in unless they come in legally, et cetera. It couldn't be better. I should be at 100%. I don't believe the polls. And some polls, I mean, I could show you polls where I'm polling at 69% popularity, and some polls where I have one at
we will ask the White House to share that with us. Yeah.
71%. And then I have polls where I'm at 44% and 42%. The polls are almost dishonest, almost as dishonest as some of the reporters themselves.
Yeah.
But I'm getting very good polls. I'm getting very good polls on crime prevention, on law and order, and on the border. I have to. And I'm starting to get great polls on the economy, which I think is
the polls on the economy aren't they're not great.
They should be great.
They should be. So why aren't they? If you believe that,
I don't know. I mean, look, I've got
Americans tell us, we hear this. I mean, we're going to get into the economy later, but I mean, they tell us they don't feel it. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Americans are complaining about affordability, and rightfully so. I mean, I get it. But I always like to bring up this website right here on the whole, well, cost of living, right? Because we got to get real, guys. When it comes to these guys who are, well, complaining about affordability, not to be that guy, but yes, mainly in blue states. Yes, blue states, blue cities are the ones complaining about affordability. And I mean, now I'm going to go ahead and be a dick, and I'm going to go ahead and show you this. Let's go ahead and compare, like I said, my home state of Ohio. Shout out to Ohio, and for these people over here in New Jersey. I mean, bro, God bless you guys, because y'all getting hit, because New Jersey is 35% more expensive than Ohio. You guys in groceries alone pay 36% more in groceries. So if you're telling me that groceries hasn't went down whatsoever, I mean, well, I get it. I get it. Yeah, of course I get it. I mean, you're paying 30% more than me. So basically, look at what you paid for in groceries and take 36% off that, and that's pretty much what I'm paying. That's tough, is it not? So I mean, shoot, let's go to New York. I mean, New York is also more egregious, because I think you guys really need to get this, that the Republicans are not really making the right argument. I'm not sure why, because it's such an easy argument to make. It's just like, yo, we're better at running more affordable states. So Republicans run more affordable states, while these blue states tax your ass to death. Therefore, you're paying more for across the board. New York, 25% more expensive than Ohio. Once again, damn near close to 30% different in groceries alone. Child care, 43%. Thank God I ain't got no children yet. But in housing, 36%. So yeah, when most people complain about affordability, and I'm hearing it from blue states, I'm not like red states complain too, but I'm mostly hearing it come out of people who live in blue states, that the prices aren't getting any better. And I mean, I can see why. Like, there's such a discrepancy on what I pay to what you pay. And that's tough. And my heart hurts for you guys. But I mean, vote better. And don't fall for the Democratic trap of, oh, we're here for affordability. I mean, look at Virginia. Did Virginia help out with affordability too much? They voted for that girl Spanberger on affordability. But I mean, let's be real. Virginia ain't any more affordable. Like, they're still there's still a 30% difference when it comes to groceries. And Virginia is ran by mostly Democrats. I know it had a Republican governor, but it was mainly ran by Democrats. And look at this BS. Now they got one thing going on, 2% less in transportation. That's nice. But I mean, across the board, child care, 50%, groceries, 30%, housing up 30%. Like, I mean, you can run the numbers yourself. You don't even got to use this website. You can find your own to use, and you'll get the same numbers.
18.
And I love when the Dems run away from that, because they know it's true.
$1 trillion being invested into the country. Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years, and the whole country was going to credit.
When does America feel it?
You know that if they won that election, and we won in a landslide, if they won that election, this country I think it was finished. I actually think it was finished. You would have had people, instead of 18 coming in, 18 trillion, you would have had $10 trillion leaving. I think our country, I think we would have been Venezuela on steroids.
I have a question about immigration still looking forward now. Your goal during the election was to deport everyone who came here illegally under President Biden. Is your mission now to deport everyone who came in illegally, or just people who have come in illegally who have also committed additional crimes?
We are totally focused on criminals, really bad criminals. Now, you could say people that came in illegally are criminals, but I'm talking about murderers from different countries. We have 11,888 murderers that Biden and his group led into our country. We've captured a lot of them. We've brought some of them back. A lot of them we don't want to bring back because we don't trust the country that they're not sent back again. Despite how strong the borders are, they'll figure a way to try and get in, and we don't want to, and we'll incarcerate them. But 11,888 murders. We are after those people. We're after the drug dealers. We're after by the way, a big problem They allowed to come into our country people from their mental institutions, people from insane asylums that are mentally ill and very dangerous. We're getting them out.
Joe Rogan was one of your biggest endorsers in 2024. He said he understands that the president's sort of plan to deport people here who are here illegally, but he also understands why critics compare ICE officers to the Gestapo asking people for their papers. What's your response to him?
Well, look, first of all, he's a great guy. We had a tremendous success before the election. I think it was his biggest interview ever, and over 300 million people. It was very good. She didn't want to do it. You know, she decided not to do it because she's not capable. But I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation. And all I'm doing, I have to keep.
Did he mention this to you? Did you guys talk about this, the ICE enforcement?
Yeah. Just had a good conversation. I think he's a great guy, and I think he likes me too.
Yeah.
And, you know, liking me isn't important. What happens is that I think we do a phenomenal job, but I don't think we're good at public relations.
What does that mean? You've said that a couple times now. What do you mean by that?
We don't sell the great job that we're doing. Look, we have the safest
Is that
country.
your staff? Are those your staff?
Excuse me, people from your persuasion, somewhat left, to a job on numbers. It just came out that in 125 years, we have the safest country, the best crime numbers since the year.
I'll be real with you. I get that. And here's the thing. I would blame, well, honestly, I would tell Trump to get at Fox News. I mean, they're too busy talking about Iran, but they haven't really spent too much time, you know, celebrating the victories of Trump. They spend more time, I guess, owning the libs and actually sitting there and being like, yo, look at the success that Trump is bringing in. Look at this, that, and the third. I mean, I talk more about Trump's victories than, well, I'll be real with you, than Fox does. I talk about more of them. They'll take the ones that own the libs and all that good stuff, but they won't go into his geopolitical wins. They won't go into what he's doing with the prices and all this good stuff. It's like they don't really talk about that. And right now, they're more obsessed about, you know, this possible war with Iran than anything else than talking about, well, look at what Trump is doing with this win and that win. No, they're talking about, is Trump going to strike Iran? Will Iran give up their missiles? To be continued next time on Dragon Ball Z type of occasion. Like, this is where we're at. And it's not the best place to be, because they should be championing, well, the price cuts under Trump. They should be championing the fact that we were able to cut down inflation to 2.7. I mean, those should be talking points that are, and the fact that, well, Republicans run more affordable states. So if the American people want affordability, they should vote for Republicans. I mean, that would be a very nice slogan, but they're not doing it.
1,800.
You can prove it.
Yeah, we know
that
it's
was
true.
way before my father was born.
Right.
Think of that. And yet, then you talk about crime, or you talk about this, or you talk about that, and the poll numbers aren't that good. People, we don't do a good public relations job. That's why I'm doing the interview with you today.
We appreciate
I'm trying to
it.
help my people, you know, PR, public relations.
Speaking of your people, you're never afraid to shake up your team. You've said that you're okay with shaking up your team. Do you still believe in Kristi Noem to deliver on your vision of immigration?
Look, she was in charge of the border. The border's closed. I mean, everybody gives me A+ on the border. The border was a disaster. People were pouring into our country.
But what about the
They don't even
enforcement?
try and come up now. You know the beautiful thing? The caravans. I think I came up with that name. Thousands of people, 25, 30,000 people in a group. You know who sent them? Their countries. They sent the people that they didn't want. Not only criminals, people that didn't want to work hard, etc. They know who it is. They sent them into our country. We have nobody coming in anymore. We have very good. You just asked me, Kristi, we have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I think she's doing a very good job. Again, public relations. She's not getting credit for the job that she does.
Let's move to the economy now.
And excuse me, what is sad though, and it is.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, they're kind of like pinning her down on what's going on in Minnesota, but across the board, Kristi Noem is actually doing well in other cities. Other cities aren't doing this to ICE. They're able to get their operations done, well, not without a cinch, but with way less obstruction than in Minneapolis. So people are acting like, oh, well, it's going bad across the country. But no, actually, it's LA and Minneapolis that are these special situations. And everybody understood LA because it was getting absolutely wild. But everybody's trying to throw under the bus over Minneapolis when, let's be real, it's a bit unfair. Because she's that, well, this it's not there. All right, let me say it like this. It's not being repeated in other states and cities. Like, Minneapolis is this one-off situation. So to sit there and throw it under the bus over Minneapolis is a bit unfair. Now, when she came out there and called Renee Good a domestic terrorist, okay, we could throw her under the bus over that. I mean, that was dumb. Like, we could sit there and condemn her on that one. But if it was going down to Minneapolis, I mean, that's not her fault.
We had the two primary incidents in Minnesota. So,
and you shook up leadership there. You brought Tom Homan in.
Yeah, I did. And Tom is great. Tom is a superstar. But you do thousands of arrests. You arrest thousands of rapists. You arrest thousands of the worst people. You arrest the drug dealers. I mean, we had drug kingpins. We had murderers. Thousands. No incident. We bring them back to their country. Two people. It's bad. I hate it. I hate even talking about it. Two people out of tens of thousands.
Hey, shout out to my man Ron for sending in a bronze medal for 50 jewels. Appreciate the support, my brother.
Okay. And you get bad publicity.
Supporter and member.
Nobody talks about all of the murderers that were taken out of our country. They don't talk about.
But it was two Americans.
They don't talk
who died,
about we have the smallest trucks. As an example, we've been very tough on the waters, and soon, pretty much overall. But if you look at the waters where we knock out boats, each boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. We're doing a job like nobody's ever seen before. I just got off the phone with President Xi, and he is amazed at how well the United States is doing. He said he's never seen anything like it.
You brought the conversation, Mr. President, so let me ask you, what did you talk about with the leader of China?
About a lot of topics. We talked
What's
about
the most important topic?
Well, Xi was actually pretty pissed off that Trump pretty much took Venezuela. And pretty much seized their oil, and now we run their oil. And China no longer has access to that oil. I always like to play this clip to pretty much summarize what we're doing out there. Actually, can I even find? Yeah, I like to play this clip to summarize what we did in Venezuela.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
Nigga, I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
Yep. When a country got resources, they got a certain amount of oil, they didn't know how to refine it well. Yeah, give me that. You don't know what to do with that. We gonna sell it now. So yeah, you could say we seized that. We seized it. Better word.
Is it chips? Is it the wars in Ukraine? What is going on?
I would say the economy, the relationship that we have with China. I'm going to be going there in April. Then he's coming here toward the end of the year.
Coming to the White House?
He's coming to the White House, toward the end of the year. We have a very good relationship. And it's important that I have a good relationship, and for him that he has a good relationship with me. We have to have a good. These are the two most powerful countries in the world, and we have a very good relationship.
You talk about tariffs?
We spoke for an hour.
Does he ask you about the tariffs? Is he saying this is hurting us?
They're paying a lot of tariffs, as you know. China's paying a lot of tariffs. In the past, they didn't. I'm the one that put tariffs on China. I put tariffs on a lot of tariffs, or just so you understand, making our country rich. Our country has taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, really trillions, because the threat of tariffs is getting all of these countries to lose to us. And by the way, they've been doing it to us for 40 years. And now, but I'm doing it very judiciously, very fairly, but tariffs are bringing in tremendous amounts of money. I just gave $12 billion to our farmers because they were mistreated by certain countries.
No, that is a fact. 2.7 inflation in 2024 under Biden. That's good. 2.7 under Trump. Bad. Yeah, I know, right? Here's the crazy thing, though. It's like, so you don't remember where inflation was at that 9%? And then you try to tell us to our face we're in the best economy ever? Look, bro, it's really hard to hear the Dems when it comes to their economic predictions because they kind of crashed out on tariffs. When they crashed out on tariffs and they were completely wrong about everything, it was pretty sad. I was like, yeah, it's really hard to hear you guys on economics since you guys crashed out on tariffs and you was wrong about everything. According to the Dems, we're supposed to have higher inflation. Inflation was supposed to skyrocket. They said it was inflationary, but inflation's went down. So, there goes the whole inflationary argument. They said it was going to cause a recession, but GDP's up, stock market's up. So, the recession argument's thrown out the window. I mean, it's really hard to listen to you guys on this sometimes.
Tariff money. We're taking in hundreds of billions.
No, and I want to ask you about that. I want to get into that. Talking about the economy, you've brought a lot of prices down, as we said. Some are still stubborn.
Very few.
But when you, very few. I get it. I get it. Yeah.
Few.
When you talk to Americans, though, do you have to get them to understand that the prices are not going to come back down to your first term because we had a pandemic and we had record inflation? Are people's expectations too high, or is it just too expensive to live in America?
The problem is, though, we got to raise wages. Wages have to outpace the inflation. That's the only way things are going to get better. Like, the problem with inflation is once that, like, look, you can take down some of the cost from inflation, but really it's not going nowhere. The problem is that we got to make sure that wages outpace inflation. And our buying power under Biden, we lost $3,000 of buying power. We've only gained about $1,500 of it back on the generous side, $1,800. We're still in the hole when it comes to buying power. This is the problem. So we have to make sure that wages continuously go up under Trump, or we can never outpace inflation. I mean, that got to be the next plan for Trump, is finding a way to have wages outpace inflation.
Don't think we're selling it properly. We've done a great
job.
job.
AKA, I mean, look, bro, if you're getting paid $20 to keep up with inflation, you might have to start getting paid like $25, $26. The guys who are really getting paid $25, $26, you may have to go up to $30. So, I mean, what $30 an hour was back when I was a kid, well, now it's going to have to be like 60 or something. It's going to have to double. And that's the only way people are going to get up out of this.
But it's expensive out there.
You saw gasoline this last week at $1.99 a gallon. It used to be, it was $4.50, $5 a gallon. $1.99 a gallon gasoline. I think we've really bring it. I mean, I don't expect them to be much higher. Now, there's a natural inflation.
But they're never going to go down to that first term.
I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. It was through the roof. Now, you will say it wasn't in history. It was 48 years. You know, there's a theory that was, I say it was the worst. But whether it's 48 years, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. And now we have almost no inflation. Think of it. You know what it was for the last 3 months? 1.2%. You know what it was under Biden? You can't count that high.
Yeah.
I inherited the worst inflation. I inherited the worst crime. I inherited high prices. So when I inherited
inflation is down 2.7 right now, but it is down.
No.
Yeah.
For the last three, don't forget, I inherited this mess.
Right.
For the last 3 months, it's at 1.2%. You know that.
Yeah. For the last, okay.
Last 3 months.
You floated the idea of $2,000 rebate checks for Americans from tariff revenue. Who's going to get that, and when is that going to happen?
We'd make it. I'm looking at it very seriously. I'm the only one can do it because I'm taking in hundreds of billions of dollars of money.
But you can promise some Americans will get those checks.
Oh yeah, sure. I can do that. I haven't made the commitment yet, but I may make the commitment.
All right.
So it's not.
Well, I just gave 1776 to the military. Right, $1,776.
But you said all.
You know, it's 1775. They presented it to me because that's what we have in a budget that I created because I want to take care of our military. Nobody takes care of the military like I do. So, $1,775. And I said, wait a minute. If you had $1, it's 1776. You know, that's quite a famous date.
Yeah, of course.
So so I gave 1,776 to our military. And they are very thankful.
Let's get to the Fed.
And now I may be doing that with regard to the entire population.
Okay. Let's get to the Fed. Is there any doubt in your mind that interest rates are going to be lowered?
Not much.
Why? How can you say that?
I just think they're going to be lowered. I mean, they should.
Is your new Fed pick on board with that?
We're way high. Okay, we're way high in interest. We have now, with me and with all the money, I've always been good at money. And with all the money coming into our country, we're a rich country again. We have debt. But we also have growth. And the growth will soon make the debt look very small. Because it's the greatest way, you have two ways. You can cut, and we do that anyway, and we did that. Okay. You know, we got rid of hundreds of thousands of federal workers. And those workers went out and got themselves jobs in the free enterprise system. And you know what? That's called making America great again.
But all right, though, if you don't know who's going to be the new Fed chair, it is Tim Walsh, not Tim Walsh. Sorry, Tim Walsh. Sorry, but Kevin Walsh. All right, so Kevin Walsh, an American financier and American financier and bank executive. He served as a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors from All right, 2006 to 2011. He has experience. He has experience in the job. Now, under George Bush and Barack Obama. All right. But so he wasn't Fed chair, but he was on the governor's board. Let's see here. Let's see. He was born in Albany, New York, youngest of 3 children. All right. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Everything checks out. Education. All right. Stanford and Harvard. All right. Bachelor's at Stanford. All right. And Harvard. All right. Well-educated guy. We'll see how he does.
We had 10 workers in the federal government for every single job. When the Democrats go in, they hire. I could right now give you the best employment numbers in history. You know what I do? Go out and hire 2 million people, put them in the federal government.
Does your new Fed
I do the opposite.
Yeah. Does your new Fed pick understand that you want him to lower interest rates?
Oh, I think he does, but I think he wants to anyway. I mean, if he came in and said, I want to raise them,
If he said that, he wouldn't have gotten the job.
He would not have gotten the job, no.
No.
If I thought he was a interest rate, now there'll be times if I see inflation on the horizon, but we don't have that. We have low inflation. Remember, 1.2% inflation in the last 3 months. We have low inflation and we have tremendous growth. You haven't had these.
And, Kevin Walsh, new stance on, the interest rate. Kevin Walsh has shifted from being an inflation hawk to recently advocating for lower interest rates and arguing that productivity gains from AI will allow for strong growth without high inflation. But many analysts note his past hawkishness means his stance could evolve once on the Federal Reserve Board, needing to build a consensus for his view. So we'll see. He's talking good now, but once he sits down in Fed chair, and look at these numbers, he may come out to a different opinion.
Numbers like this. We have, think of it, low inflation, great growth. All I have to do is one thing, easy, get down the interest rate.
Do you think the Fed chair answers to you or is an independent body?
Well, I mean, in theory, it's an independent body, but I think, I'm a smart guy. I know the economy better than almost everybody.
So he answers to you.
They did that prediction chart a year ago, and they had 71 great economists and me making the predictions. And, only 2 people were right, me and one other guy who is a very smart professor from a certain school that I went to. Very good school. And the 2 of us were right. Everybody else was wrong.
There's been bipartisan suggestions that the criminal investigation to the current Fed chair, Jerome Powell, is payback, right? For not lowering interest rates, but also for when he was in that sort of news conference with you with the hard hats and he was shaking his head and showing you the papers and disagreeing with you in public. Is that why he's under criminal investigation?
He was very respectful to me. He wasn't just, he was explaining to me. I'm asking him, why are you spending almost $4 billion on a very small little complex of buildings? It's the highest price per square foot. He's renovating buildings for $3 to $4 billion. And this Fed chair that I have I think is going to be great. He might not have a home because this guy has spent so much money. And I looked, it's a see-through. There's nothing inside. They are spending money. He's in charge of the project. This is the Federal Reserve building I'm talking about. It's a very small little, it's actually a couple of little buildings. They're spending more money than any building ever built in history per square foot.
Some Republican senators say they're not going to approve him unless you drop that investigation.
A lot of people say a lot of things.
You don't think that's true? You think,
I don't know.
Is it worth it to drop the investigation to get your Fed chair through?
I think the investigation is the investigation. It's being handled by Pam and Janine and the people. They'll make their own decision on it.
Let's talk about AI. Have you ever used?
But I do say this about you can't let a man spend billions of dollars doing a bill. I would have done that job for $25 million, and it would have been done much better. They're spending billions of dollars on a renovation of a little complex.
Let's talk about AI. Have you ever used ChatGPT, Claude?
I haven't really, but I know all about it. Let me just talk about AI. AI is a big deal. AI is going to be maybe the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, bigger than anything else. We are leading China by a lot. We are leading everybody by a lot. They're all building their factories here. And you know what I did for the electric? Because they need twice the electric as we currently produce for the whole country, which is crazy. Nobody can do that. But so what I did is I came up with a concept. Each building that is built is going to generate their own electricity. They're going to build their own electric plant. We are building numbers of AI. And by the way, also auto plants, everything. We're building everything. But do you know, I just left Michigan. I was with Ford. They were going to close this building that was built in the early 1900s, one of the biggest factories. They were going to close it. It was scheduled to close prior to my election. After I won the election, they said, let's try keeping it open. They just went to 3 shifts. It's 24 hours a day. And the head of Ford, Mr. Ford, said it's the most incredible auto comeback I've ever seen.
Mr. President, let me ask you, there's no doubt you are the president who's ushering in the AI revolution, but this is happening on your watch. If AI affects humanity in a negative way, is that on you? Because some of these CEOs of AI companies say, we need guardrails. This could get out of control. Does that worry you?
Everything's on me as president. Everything's on me. I can say this, it'll be the greatest jobs producer. It'll be the greatest military producer. It'll be the greatest medical producer. There'll be tremendous good. And there'll be probably some bad too.
Well, it's killing a lot of jobs. And what do you say to Americans who are going to lose their jobs to AI?
It's going to create a lot of jobs.
But right now it's taking jobs in a lot of ways. It's taking jobs from companies like Amazon. What would you say to those Americans?
But it hasn't really started. These major plants haven't even been built. What you're going to
but Mr. President, AI has already started to take jobs because the technology is there.
So we have, it's just announced, more jobs right now occupied in the United States of America than at any time during its existence, 250 years. There are more people working today than at any time in the history of our country. Pretty good stat. That kills that question.
Yeah, we have to look it up. You are
good answer. That kills that question.
Mr. President, there's widespread concern that AI is going to wipe out a lot of jobs, manufacturing jobs.
They said the internet was going to do, everything was going to do, robots are going to kill jobs, everything's going to kill jobs, and you end up, if you're smart, doing great.
Okay, you are close with the Ellisons, who are trying to stop a merger between Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Netflix. This deal could change the makeup of the media as we know it. Are you personally going to get involved in that deal?
I haven't been involved. I must say, I guess I'm considered to be a very strong president. I've been called by both sides. It's the two sides. But I've decided I shouldn't be involved. The Justice Department will handle it.
Okay. In what way? Just looking at it to see if it's
they're going to make a decision. I mean, there's a theory that one of the companies is too big and it shouldn't be allowed to do it. And the other company is saying something else about, they're knocking
But you're not going to interfere, even though you're close with the Ellisons.
They're beating the hell out of each other. And there'll be a winner.
Okay, let's talk about the midterms. You've recently suggested nationalizing elections. What do you mean by that?
And I didn't say national, I said there are some areas in our country that are extremely corrupt. They have very corrupt elections. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Philadelphia. Take a look at Atlanta. There are some areas that are unbelievably corrupt. I could give you plenty more too. I say that we cannot have corrupt elections. If we have to, if they don't straighten it out. As an example, voter ID. Why don't the Democrats want voter ID? You know who does want voter ID? Democrat voters want it, but Democrat politicians don't. Why don't they want it? Because they want to cheat on elections. Can you imagine if I were a politician and they asked me, do you want voter identification? And I said, no, there's no way you could win that debate. But even the Democrats don't want voter ID. If they don't want voter ID, that means they want to cheat. We can't allow cheating in elections. Now, if we need to put in federal controls as opposed to state controls, remember this, they're really an agent. They're really accumulating the votes for who wins an election. If they can't do it honestly and it can't be done properly and timely, then something else has to happen.
Will you trust the results of the midterms if Republicans lose control of Congress?
I will, if the elections are honest. Look, I want the last one that wants to complain. I just had a great election. They say one of the greatest elections, you will agree, ever. Won all 7 swing states, won 84% of the counties in America. That's why the map is all red. We just had a great election. I believe there was cheating. I think there was cheating.
Well, speaking of counties, what are you doing in Fulton County?
Too big to rig.
Speaking of counties, what is happening in Fulton County?
I'm not doing anything, but the FBI went in because it's been under I guess, review for years. The cheating that took place in Fulton County and in that particular
nobody knows what's in the warrant. What are they looking for?
Find out. Look, why would anybody be upset that they went in and they got the ballots? I guess, right? Yeah. Again, they did this. That's been under review and under investigation for 4 years. And now they got a court order. They got a court order signed by
but nobody knows what the evidence
but liberal judge. signed a court order allowing them to go in and pick them up. Well, you're going to know what the ballot's say because they're right now inspecting the ballot. I'm not involved in it, but they are inspecting and checking the ballot.
Why is Tulsi Gabbard there?
I don't know, but you know, a lot of the cheating comes from it's international cheating. You have people, they say, from China.
You put this on
let me ask
Truth
you, do
Social.
you think China tries to influence our election?
We know that foreign governments try to influence a lot of things in this country.
Therefore, she's foreign government.
But you tweeted out some theories about Italians and satellites. I mean, do you believe that stuff?
No, I didn't cheat. I sometimes will read truth.
Yeah.
I'll read truth. Okay. But let me ask you this. If China or any of these countries are involved in our elections, that would bring her into it. And everybody knows that Russia, they talked about Russia, it turned out to be a hoax. It was Hunter Biden. It wasn't Russia. Look, we have to have honest elections.
Yeah.
There should be nothing wrong with the fact that they went in, got ballots from a while ago, and they're going to look at them. And now they're going to find out the true winner of that state.
Yeah.
And you know what? If there was cheating, which there was, but if there was cheating, it should be found because we can't let it happen again.
Mr. President, I have a few more important questions for you. That's okay with you. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, they've all been important.
Let's go to, there's a new lawsuit by you and your family that you're suing the IRS for $10.5 billion for leaking your tax documents.
Yeah.
Is this a good use of taxpayer money?
You can't leak documents. And any money that I win, I'll give it to charity, 100% to charities. Charities that will be approved by government or whatever. I have another lawsuit with the United States. I sued because they broke into Mar-a-Lago.
But that's taxpayer money. It's going to get taken out of the system. I know it's going to charity, you're going to say.
And I've won that case. I mean, they broke in, the FBI illegally, Biden and his group. It wasn't Biden. He didn't know what he was doing. It was a group of very smart radical left people. They're very smart. They've lost their way.
Right.
And they broke into Mar-a-Lago. They broke into my home.
And all right, now let's go ahead and check on our guy, Don Lemon here. Because he's pretty much saying that the grand jury was rigged against him. He didn't break no laws, guys. He didn't violate nobody's freedom of speech. Just, it's rigged.
Don Lemon, who has gone from being a former CNN anchor to an independent journalist to now free speech martyr. 12 days after live streaming a protest at City's Church in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Don Lemon was arrested for his alleged participation. Here is Don Lemon on Jimmy Kimmel Live.
The DOJ goes around and tries to find, and correct me if I have any of this wrong, some judges to charge you. And the judges say, no, we're not going to do that.
I think it was 2 different judges and an appeals court. I think so. It was 3 altogether.
And then they find a grand jury.
Right.
And are you familiar with how that happens? Like, how do they find this group of people who are willing to bring charges against you?
I don't know. I'm not that, astute with it.
Yeah, we know.
But at least I don't know the process that well because I'm not an attorney, but
I mean, well, don't worry, brother. I got you because, the charges is that he is accused of a conspiracy to deprive others of their civil rights in violation of the FACE Act, a law that prohibits the use of force, threats, or physical obstruction to injure, intimidate, or interfere with people exercising their rights at reproductive health facilities or places of religious worship. Yeah, that's where you effed up at, bro. That's where you effed up at.
I assume that they figure out who the folks are and they send it to them.
Yeah, that's not how grand juries work.
Yeah, bro. And shout out to Tove. She says, Lemon is a demon. Well, damn. Well, hey, according to Lemon, I'm a Christian too. I'm like, all right, bro. Okay. Well, as a Christian, you should know better than to do that.
A grand jury is made up of 16 to 23 random people. And unlike trial jurors, are not screened ahead of time for bias. So for Don Lemon to say that prosecutors got to pick and choose who they presented the case to is complete bullshit.
And then they write up the indictment as to what they are, what they want charged, and then they give it to them. But you can write whatever you want to an indictment. As I've been doing some research, you can say whatever you want. And for, even if you lie about it, prosecutors can pretty much say what they want with impunity, and they don't face any sort of consequences.
Oh, so prosecutors not only rigged the grand jury, but they lied to them. Got it. But this
no, trust me, they didn't lie. They said, look, bro, you walked in there and started intimidating people at their place of worship. Yeah, you're intimidating them. You're getting in their faces. You're talking about, well, you should be there for your Hispanic and Somali brethren, and there's all this dumb stuff. So, yeah, you violated their religious freedom. I mean, you can't do that. Shout out to the FACE Act.
is basically the narrative that members of the media ran with. That several judges.
I'm be real with you. That's pretty easy to sell to anybody, especially a grand jury.
Refused to issue an arrest warrant for Don Lemon, and that the grand jury indictment might not be on the up and up.
It's bad enough that magistrate judges turned you down when you tried to file charges against them earlier. It's bad enough that you tried to appeal it and you got turned down again, and you had to go for a third try, and Lord knows what you did to conjure up the charges to justify you arresting this man.
A conservative federal judge, somebody who clerked for Antonin Scalia, already had rejected those warrants and wrote that there is no evidence that those two engaged in any criminal behavior or conspired to do so.
Wow.
They got a grand jury to indict two counts.
But this is
right.
after they had
No
gone
evidence.
through
Okay.
3 different courts trying to get judges to sign off.
Right.
And the judges in all 3 previous cases said to the DOJ, get the hell out of my courtroom, you clowns. There is no case here. So
Notice that they keep repeating the same 3 different courts talking point. They make it sound like that 3 separate judges looked at the evidence as like, Don Lemon is innocent. In reality, the DOJ was just caught in a procedural loop. But, why let facts get in the way of a good persecuted journalist narrative?
Let's just go through the sequence of how this charge came about. DOJ first goes to a magistrate judge who says, I am going to issue the criminal complaint against 3 of the people who went into the church, but not the complaint against Don Lemon.
There are missing details in Ellie Honig's explanation. First, the DOJ went to federal magistrate judge Douglas L. Micco with a complaint against 8 defendants. This included Nakima Levy Armstrong, Chantel Allen, William Kelly, aka Da Woke Farmer, Jamal Lindwell Lundy, Traherne Jean Cruz, journalist Georgia Fort, and Don Lemon. One additional defendant's name was redacted on the complaint. Judge Micco concluded that the complaint supported a finding of probable cause against only 3 of the 8.
Wait, what? Why, bro? Redacted? I mean, bro, what? Did they get tricked by like the CIA or something? What, were y'all tricked into doing this to cause this whole fiasco? Because why, bro, redacted?
Defendants. According to the government, prosecutors on January 21st offered to submit additional evidence to support the complaint, but Judge Micco indicated that he was unwilling to review additional evidence on an expedited basis and directed the government to instead seek a grand jury indictment. The problem is that the grand jury wasn't going to be available until January 27th. So while Armstrong, Allen, and Da Woke Farmer were being arrested,
I'm weak, so they went to the grand jury. I have a recommendation from the judge. So a judge recommended them to go to the grand jury. So they pretty much did what a judge pretty much suggested them to do.
DOJ sought review by the district court, and Judge Patrick J. Schlitz was assigned to the case. According to Margot Cleveland of The Federalist,
and shout out to my man Jay, he says Don Lemon might want to stretch a lot before prison. Oof. Yeah, he might be cooked in there.
the district court judge, Judge Schlitz, initially indicated that he would review the matter, but then stated that he would not be able to evaluate the question of probable cause until, at the earliest, January 27th. Judge Schlitz, prosecutors explained, then invited the government to seek relief from the Court of Appeals, which is what the DOJ did. They filed an emergency petition for writ of mandamus, or issuance of arrest warrants, with the 8th Circuit. This could have forced the district court, i.e. Judge Patrick J. Schlitz, to review the magistrate judge's determination. However, the Court of Appeals denied the DOJ's emergency petition because the government has failed to establish that it has no other adequate means of obtaining the requested relief. And that other adequate means of...
AKA, they didn't reject it because there was no substantial evidence. They rejected it. Well, I mean, according to them, the government has failed to establish that there is no adequate means of obtaining the request relief. I mean, so yeah, it's not because they looked at the evidence and says nothing here. It's because, well, it looks like these guys just didn't really have time on their hands. They're just kicking them around in a circle until they got to the grand jury.
Adequate means of obtaining the requested relief. And that other adequate means of obtaining the requested relief was going to the grand jury. The issue is that the DOJ wanted warrants issued to the 5 additional suspects as soon as possible to deter copycats from invading churches and synagogues. Now listen to how CNN's Ellie Honig spins what I just described.
Then DOJ says, well, let's appeal that up to the chief district court judge who issues this scathing letter saying, this is not even a thing you're asking me to do. I asked every other district court judge in this district, and they said they'd never even heard of it. You're rejected again.
But again, Ellie Honig, who is a former assistant U.S. attorney, left out important details. First, District Court of Appeals Circuit Judge L. Stephen Grass wrote in the court's judgment on the matter that the complaint and affidavit clearly establish probable cause for all 5 arrest warrants.
Well.
Then Judge Schlitz wrote not 1, but 2 response letters to the U.S. Court of Appeals, and you'll basically see what kind of judge we're dealing with. I apologize for responding in the form of an email. As I explained in my prior response, I am working from home today because of the need to care for one of my children. I'm also dealing with a number of emergencies, including a lockdown at the Minneapolis courthouse because of protest activity, the defiance of several court orders by ICE, and the illegal detention of many detainees by ICE, including yesterday a 2-year-old. And I have been given a little over an hour to submit this additional response. What a f***ing crybaby.
Wow.
But wait, there's more.
Wow. He's saying, well, I got all these life problems going on, and I'm just really stressed out right now. So can you just take this to somebody else? It's like, bro, what? Like, what? Are you serious? Like, this is really what you're going to tell them. You're just going to complain about your life and tell them how you're just oh so busy. So just take it to somebody else. Not my problem. I'm just going through a lot, guys. I'm just going through a lot. I mean, bro, don't you have a little bit more testicle fortitude than that?
I have not refused to make a decision about whether to issue the warrants. I have told the government that I will make a decision on Tuesday after I meet with my colleagues. But we all know that he was going to refuse because of the fact that he went to great lengths to complain about the government asking him to do his job and review the case. It is important to emphasize what the U.S. attorney requested is unheard of in our district, or as best as I can tell, any other district in the 8th Circuit. I have surveyed all of our judges, some of whom have been judges in our district for over 40 years, and no one can remember the government asking a district judge to review a magistrate judge's denial of an arrest warrant. So Schlitz spends several pages arguing that he shouldn't have to look at the case because it's a procedural headache or something. He's essentially saying, I'm too busy and this is beneath me. But then, in the very next breath, he miraculously finds the time to make a definitive legal judgment on the merits of the case that he claims he hasn't reviewed. The government lumps all 8 protesters together and says things that are true of some of them, but not all of them. 2 of the 5 protesters were not protesters at all. Instead, they were a journalist and his producer. There is no evidence that these 2 engaged in any criminal behavior or conspired to do so. But wait a minute, how would Judge Schlitz know that there was no evidence after claiming that he hadn't reviewed the magistrate's decision? The 5 people whom the government seeks to arrest are accused of entering a church, and the worst behavior alleged about any of them is yelling horrible things at the members of the church. None committed acts of violence. Again, how does the judge know any of that if he didn't review the case? Sounds to me like this judge has TDS and wants to be part of the resistance.
And then they get a grand jury to indict today. So it's on the 3rd try they come back with this indictment against Don Lemon.
See that framing, right? 3rd try. Honig and Don Lemon's apologists want you to think that the DOJ was judge shopping or something because their case was weak. In reality, the DOJ was trying to get an emergency ruling because they were worried about more protesters storming houses of worship.
Oh, and shout out to Toes. She says he has he's probably already stretched for years in a goddamn.
The DOJ didn't fail twice in the merits. They were told to wait for the grand jury, which is exactly what they did, something that Don Lemon apologist Jake Tapper fails to mention in the following tweet. A magistrate judge wouldn't sign the arrest warrant for Don or his producer. DOJ appealed, and the circuit judge, a Scalia clerk, and Bush appointee said Don and his producer were not protesters at all. Blah, 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 blah. Of course, Snake Tapper selectively leaves out that the Court of Appeals found probable cause. But then he insinuates that, just like Don Lemon did, that the DOJ lied to the grand jury. Did DOJ tell the grand jury what the judges had already said? What exactly did they tell them? This is the ultimate poisoning the well tactic. Tapper knows damn well that the grand jury proceedings are secret, which means that he thinks he can just throw out these just asking questions grenades without any fear of being proven wrong.
A magistrate judge in an appeals court refused to approve the request.
Hold him accountable.
And the chief federal district judge, Patrick Schultz, wrote that there was no evidence that Mr. Lemon engaged in any criminal behavior or conspired to do so.
Conveniently missing from what you just showed, George, is the appellate court and a judge on the appellate court who said just a few days later there was clearly probable cause and it wasn't even a close question. So, and by the way, a grand jury, which is what our system has set up to determine whether probable cause exists, concluded that there was probable cause.
And that's the game. The media is focusing on the refusal of a Bush appointee who was too busy babysitting and complaining about ICE to do his job, all while ignoring the circuit court judge who said that the government established the probable cause needed to arrest Don Lemon. Because as it turns out, being a journalist doesn't give you immunity from being charged with a crime. Womp womp. Anyway, that's it for now. Head on.
But shout out to Laughable Panda. She says, let's watch the video of his supposed report. Yeah, actually, you know what? Why not? Don't worry. I was getting that set up for you in the background. Oh, shout out Laughable Panda. Appreciate the support, sis. Appreciate all you guys, man. Appreciate the support.
How are you?
Good.
See you. They're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. There are for this reason it may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of what they're.
I'm crying. So when there's too many white people in one area, it's MAGA coded. Like, what the fuck? What does that even mean, bro? MAGA coded. I mean, I guess it's code for too many white people in one place, which is kind of racist, but it is what it is.
The operation that they're doing today, it's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here. So that is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. But there we go. Everybody's ready to go. Let's go. Okay. Thank you guys for allowing me to be here. Thank you guys.
Okay.
How are you?
Good.
To see you. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you. Tell us why you're doing this.
So
this is Nakima Levy Armstrong. She's on the show
Nakima
on
Levy
Friday.
Armstrong, civil rights attorney, longtime activist here in the community. And,
civil rights attorney. So basically she's a lawyer. She knows the law, but for some reason she couldn't, foresee how this was illegal.
We protest and do activism in all kinds of ways. This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there. And then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now. We've had a
disclosed location. So crazy. Even if Don Lemon wants to sit here and fake like he didn't know where they were going. I mean, let's be real. Once he got to the church, he should have known, like, yeah, if I go in there, we're going to get in trouble. This lady as a lawyer should have known, yeah, we shouldn't be doing this because we're going to get in trouble. And you know what? Like I said, this story here proves why I should be wearing masks, because they came there because an ICE officer goes to that church. So they started harassing the churchgoers.
success with the times we have done Operation Pull Up.
Yeah.
After George Floyd was killed, we went to the Police Federation head's home and staged a demonstration there.
Yeah, outside of his home. You didn't walk inside bro's home, went inside his kitchen with his kids and wife and just start yelling in their face. Like, you didn't do that. So I don't know why you decided to do it inside a church, acting like that was okay.
We also went to the head of the U.S. Marshals from Minnesota after Winston Smith was killed by the U.S. Marshals. We went there after Dante Wright was killed.
Yeah. So that's pretty much the first F up. And then here's the second one.
To interrupt, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world.
Yeah, but don't mean you get to violate other people's freedom of speech. Like I said, that's the whole reason for the FACE Act. It is like the law prohibits you from using force, threats, or physical obstruction to intimidate or interfere with people exercising their rights at reproductive facilities or places of religious worship. So you can't go up there and obstruct their religious service because you hate ICE. I mean, yeah, you can't do that. You could have sat outside, sure, and that wouldn't have been disrupting their service. Y'all would have been good, but for some reason, y'all took it upon yourselves to walk in there and thought you had the right to do so. And boy, was y'all wrong. I mean, that's tough. That's tough. But as reporters, I mean, especially Don, he should know this. Dumbass.
Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
How?
Okay. I have to.
They're yelling in people's faces. He's like, did you try to talk to them? I'm like, they're yelling in people's faces. I'm sorry. There's no talking to them. They're not looking for a conversation. They're looking for an apology. That's it. You can't really talk to people like that.
Take care of my church and my family. So I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Let's get here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much.
This is unacceptable.
So yeah, that's where Don Lemon effed up. But all right, though, let's go to something crazy here because failing schools allowing students to skip class to protest ICE. And you want to know where this is going down at? I mean, Chicago. I know, right? I mean, of course, it would be them. I mean, bro, I just don't understand what's wrong with them. But L Chicago, well, at least the school system. But all right, though, let's get over it to hear what this young lady, well, not young lady, but middle-aged lady Faulkner.
Over the last week, high schools across the nation have given permission to their students to ditch class and go protest ICE. Yep. Forget about that education you're going to need for the rest of your life. Just go fuel some hate, would you?
Yep.
Well, those schools have failing academic records in math and English. North Central High in Indiana, 14% of students are proficient in math. 24% proficient in English. Roosevelt High in Chicago, a little bit over 22% proficient in English, with a dismal 7% proficient in math. And at Tolson Union High School in Arizona, 20% proficient in math, 25% proficient in English. That's according to the state's Department of Education Comprehensive School Report Card System. And Fresno High School in California,
You stupid.
10% proficient in math, just under 38% proficient in English. We've reached out to all of these schools for comment. So far, 2 schools have responded. Here we are from Tolson Union High.
Bro, could you the audacity to have them type of numbers and allow your kids to go out there and protest ICE? I'm sorry, but that's just how are you going to explain this? Because this is unacceptable. It's like your numbers are unacceptable, but you're allowing kids to go out there and protest. Like crazy work right there.
The district superintendent told Outnumbered, quote, "We provided the full context of our knowledge of the student protest to parents and the local municipalities prior to the walkout. Our teachers are not equipped or authorized to.
Yep, and shout out to she said, but people were arrested for praying silently outside of an abortion center. Yeah, I mean that's what the FACE Act is there for, to protect people. Well, what was it? To interfere, and apparently that's interfering or intimidating people, you know, at a reproductive health facility. So, like I said, if they can sit there and say that's violating the FACE Act, well, yeah, the FACE Act, then yeah, what Don Lemon did was definitely violating the FACE Act as well. I mean, you know, to be fair.
Restrain 30 teenagers from walking out of their classroom. The ACT is a college admissions exam, not a proficiency exam. Our schools are all as BS on.
Oh, they're all, our school are all A's and B's on Arizona's comprehension letter grade system, and one of our school has ranked nationally as high as 21. I guess your smartest is just carrying the entire school then.
Or authorized to restrain 30 teenagers from walking out of their classroom. The ACT is a college admissions exam, not a proficiency exam. Our schools are all as BS on A's and B's. Okay, I don't know what they spelled there, but Arizona's comprehensive letter grade system, and one of our schools has ranked nationally as high as 21. A spokesperson from Chicago, the other school system we talked to, CPS allows for students to participate in planned civic actions, including walkouts or protests, for a period of time during the school day, according to CPS guidance.
Bro, not with grades like that. Like, hell no, they can't. So they're just going to go ahead and get up out of class with failing grades? Like, ain't no goddamn.
You stupid.
Bro, like, bro, I'm just imagining me doing that as a kid. I just know I'd have been met with the belt as soon as I got home. And bro, can you imagine if your kid did that with failing grades? Your kid got bad grades and they're out there going to protest ICE. It's like, bro, if you don't get your dumb ass back in school, bro, I'm about to, like, you're going to be cooked.
None of them above 50%, Molly. Not one in math or reading.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out Laughable Panda. She says, this is what No Child Left Behind did to our kids. Exactly. And to some of us. Yeah, and some of us in our 30s. Yeah, we were some people we know are part of that No Child Left Behind program that effed a lot of people up. Or then for some of the terrible principals that we had that wanted to de-up students so they can have a somewhat high graduation rate.
And I think part of the issue here is actually the free speech rights of students. They don't leave their free speech rights completely at the door when they get into the high school, but they're also not supposed to be disruptive. So the school's put in a pretty awkward position. The other thing I think worth noting about this is how deeply impacted America's teenagers are by this issue that's unfolding. What they're protesting in this particular case are ICE detentions. And in some of the schools, there are students that they know that are detained and in ICE and facing a whole new future. You know, it's their friends. So many of them just feel it very personally. And I think that's worth noting and maybe listening a little bit to the students. But at the same time, you can't let it get out of hand. And the schools have to step in before it becomes problematic. In that particular school, they're talking about having a window where students are allowed to participate, maybe get them back in the classroom as quickly, let them blow off steam. I don't know what the right answer is, but I know America's youth are worth listening to, and I think it's a challenge for schools all over the country. But I don't know that a walkout is necessarily going to improve or cause major problems in their math or English. That's probably a greater challenge.
Would you side for maybe a communication inside the classroom, which is what Molly is saying?
Bro, the only thing you should really be worried about is your grades and whatever sports you're in. I mean, dog, leave this to the grown-ups or to the guys or to the people who got a degree or who graduated high school. High schoolers, bro, sit y'all dumb asses down. Not all of you, but according to these numbers, about 20%, so only 20% of y'all is proficient in math. So 80% of y'all need to sit y'all asses down and stop worrying about ICE. Maybe the other 20, maybe the 20% that is proficient in math, they can go out there and protest. They're doing well, not you. So 80% of y'all asses need to sit the F down. Like, bruh. Like, this is really, like, I'm gonna be real with you. There should honestly be like, look, man, if you don't have at least like a B average, you shouldn't be out there protesting. You probably don't even know what the fuck you protesting. You got it, bro. You got a D in civics. What you protesting? What do you know? Like, come on now. Like, bro, You have a D in English. Like, why are you out there protesting?
And offering that as an alternative to a walkout. Do you think those kids would go for that?
No. What are you doing? What is going on? You're basically telling little Billy and Susie from Illinois to Fresno, California, hey, listen, you're dumb as a bag of rocks because you can't do basic arithmetic and reading and English and math, but yet you're going to be a great social justice warrior. Get out there and lean in. That is a recipe for disaster for life. It's a recipe for disaster.
I mean, let them do it, but I mean, if they don't got like at least a B average, I mean, I'll say at least a C plus. At least let them have like a 2. F it. At least let them have like a 2.7. And you can go out there and protest. At least you got some comprehension of your schoolwork. You're proficient. Maybe not the proficient I would accept for anybody in my family or my kids. I wouldn't accept no damn 2% or 2.7 GPA. I wouldn't accept it, but I would be like, you know what? They're doing all right. Maybe not to my level, but they can go out there and protest. Anything below that, though, your ass need to be in class. Really, you need extra time in class. So to allow them to even get any extra time out of it, I mean, I don't know about that.
For the college educators who are saying, we're getting these kids that can't get anywhere near the proficiency levels they need to be prepared to enter college. Look, at the end of the day, I understand the young people's passions, but educators leaning into social justice messages and getting out there makes no sense. If you asked the 7% proficient Chicago kids or the 9.5% proficient kids in Fresno to literally try and compute the percentage ratio of ICE agents on the street to illegal criminal aliens in your community, they wouldn't come in. There's no way they could do it. I just
because
can't
they don't know
believe
math.
that these schools continue to lean into this.
it.
We already learned this lesson. We've got to prepare kids for college. That's the point of high school.
Literally.
You know, this is tricky, though.
I mean, it shouldn't be anything else. Not to make social justice warriors. It should be there to educate your kid. You shouldn't be really pushing any political ideals on them. Let them come to that on their own. I mean, I'm pretty sure some of their teachers are the ones who are inspiring this behavior, but it is what it is. And shout out to Tove. And people wonder why conservatives are moving their kids to private schools and homeschooling. I mean, yeah, I get it. Trust me. Especially with how they out here acting in these schools. Like I said, they're trying to raise social justice warriors instead of scholars.
Because what we've seen here in New York, Kaylee, is that sometimes people are protesting. They don't even know what the signs say. They're out there. They have joined the crowd. And some of these kids were, getting educations, 120 grand a year.
Bro, if you ask some of these kids, like, all right, what's ICE? Like, they probably wouldn't they wouldn't be able to tell you. Like, that's the effed up part we're talking about. And I'm not saying all high schoolers are like this. Not all high schools are this dumb, but if you're talking about your freshmen, I mean, be real with you, you talk about DHS and all this good stuff and like immigration laws and all this, you're going to confuse these guys. They're not really learning about that. I mean, so let's just be honest. Like you're going out here enticing kids to go out there and protest on subjects that they're not all the way educated on and that you're not trying to educate them on. You're only trying to radicalize them on the subject.
They still didn't really understand what the causes. They couldn't find, Palestinians and.
But you know what? Hey, I could be wrong. I would hope that they're doing this. I would hope that they would explain to them how the immigration law works, the history of it, why it's important to have an immigration law, and why it's important to deport them, and explain the histories of presidents deporting them. And if the students still came to that decision to go out there and protest ICE, I would respect it. At least they're informed. We may be coming to different interpretations of this, but I would respect them at least being educated on the matter.
And Israel on a map. You've heard me say that, but they were out there and causing disruption. So this could be that too. So what do you say?
Yeah, for sure. And that is something that we found that some of these protests are organized or paid for. Don't know about the students, but we know that we have seen that in other liberal protests across the country. Look, I think this is purely academics come second to activism. So activism over academics is what we're seeing. In this case, it's ICE. But we should not be surprised because America's children are always sacrificed on the altar of whatever political point the left is trying to make. And we saw this very clearly during COVID. The data was clear. In-person learning is fine for young kids who are barely affected by COVID-19, and yet they kept children home as they tried to make a political point. And research from Arizona State University finds they're only halfway towards recovering academically, and in fact are about 13% down when they looked at fourth grade math proficiency. So we should not be surprised, however, because this is not.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, I hate to hear it because it's their youth. It's our youth they're talking about, and it actually irritates me that they're allowing the youth to just slip like this. But I mean, it is what it is, man. People voted for this. But all right, though, let's get into it. Just in, police arrest 50 plus anti-ICE protesters in Minneapolis. I mean, they just cannot stop effing up out there. Like, I don't get it. It's like they just keep going harder and harder, and they just end up getting well arrested every time. Let's get into it.
Police arresting nearly 50 protesters outside of a federal building in Minneapolis as Homeland Security warns of escalating attacks on ICE agents. The senior correspondent, Steve Harrigan, live in Minneapolis with the latest from there. Steve.
Kevin, that protest out in front of the federal building in Minneapolis turned violent after protesters were told to disperse. At least 42 people were arrested when they were told they had to break it up. Many began throwing bottles and ice at the federal agents. At least one agent wounded, one patrol car smashed up, one protester arrested for assault. In the meantime here, these daily protests are really taking a toll on the local economy, especially small businesses and restaurants having a hard time. Local entrepreneurs trying to encourage people to buy local, many saying that this is worse for businesses than even COVID was.
Damn.
My co-founder and I stopped by a restaurant on our street and ended.
Damn, y'all over here hurting the businesses? I mean, bro, y'all over here really hurting your own city. Y'all not getting, nothing is getting done. ICE out. Like, bro, no, ICE is not out. They're still there. Sure, there's less of them, but now y'all wilding, throwing ice bottles at them, and you're expecting not to get arrested. I'm sorry, but you will get arrested. That's just the way it works. The ICE officers aren't just going to sit there and be like,
I'm in danger.
That's not how it works.
Ended up filling to-go orders for them because more than 50% of his staff is gone. Afraid to come to work for fear of being taken by ICE, even as U.S. citizens, even with work permits, even with the right paperwork. We've lived through this before during COVID in 2020 following the murder of George Floyd, and we're living through it again, and this time it's worse.
700 ICE agents were.
So economically is draining y'all like George Floyd because, well, let's be real. They were busting up that hotel that the ICE agents were staying at. So I can see how that's bad for business. And I can see how, like, you know, think about it. They leave all this litter around. I mean, let's be honest. It's not a very, like, clean thing they're doing. So I can see how this destroys tourism. This destroys, like, businesses. People don't want to go around in those areas no more because the protesters are there. And these protesters are attacking anybody in an SUV. So you might not even be part of ICE, and these people are ready to attack you as soon as you step out your car. I mean, if you got an SUV that looks like a nice vehicle, you can't even go get groceries, apparently, without people pressing you thinking that you ICE. This is tough.
Pulled out on Wednesday. That still leaves 2,000 here. So far, no public timeline on when they will be leaving. Kevin, back to you.
Stay warm or do the best you can. Steve Harrigan up in Minneapolis. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate that. Joining me now is Chad Wolf, former DHS Secretary and America First Policy Institute Executive Director. Always a pleasure to have you with us because I know you understand better than most the severity of the circumstance in Minneapolis. We're not just talking about trying to rid the homeland of individuals who have no right to be here, but have also, Chad, created havoc on this nation and on its people. That's why what's happening there is such an important storyline, even at this hour. You saw, Steve, they're talking about the removal of some of these protesters. That seems to be a bit of a shift or maybe a bit of tightening on their policy, and it seems to be working. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the ongoing violent protest, you just reported you had 40 individuals arrested because of that violence. I think this is a real problem for Minneapolis and for those Democratic.
Oh, shout out to she says, watch the video of teachers teaching preschoolers how to protest. Even making up little songs. Well, I mean, they're making up little songs thing is a bit cute, but I mean, teaching them how to protest, that's a bit of a problem.
Leaders there because what they have been telling the American people is that those protests are peaceful and that if ICE withdraws, then some of that protest and some of the violence, I should say, can abate. And it doesn't seem to be the case. So what we need now is we need the leadership of the Democratic Party to come out and start saying, stop with the violent protesting, stop with the violence there in Minneapolis. Because as Tom Homan has said, if the violence subsides, then they can draw down even more resources there in Minneapolis, which is what those leaders want. But if that violence continues, as we see, that the numbers aren't going to dwindle. In fact, they're likely to go up because you need to protect those officers. So now is the time that you need Democratic leaders to say enough is enough. We're going to send in the police. We're going to arrest the violent protesters immediately. We're going to hold them accountable. And now is the time for them to start speaking out.
Is this a federal law circumstance? Because I think the concern from some, Chad, would be you're going to arrest these guys. They're just going to be back out on the streets in a couple of hours.
Yeah. 50 though. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
of course. I mean, it's going to be
bro,
prosecuted.
they start throwing ice bottles at these guys and they just start getting locked the F up as they should. I mean, you threw an ice bottle at a federal agent. It could basically be like hard as a rock and that could basically cause injury. I mean, are you serious? But you know what? Let's go ahead and recap this James O'Keefe video, and then I'm gonna go ahead and bring in my man Gaming. Shout out to my man Gaming. Remember, guys, the call-in line is now open. So shout out to you guys. Appreciate the support. All right, though. Let's go ahead and recap this real quick. Because yeah, it gets real.
Minneapolis. What we found, NGOs and nonprofits funded by the government featuring true believers.
Is the door locked?
Shout out to my man BTK. He says we can't let judges lie and hold up USA recovery. I mean, literally. I mean, that's why they're trying to get these guys to have to go through a judge to get a warrant, because they want to be able to hold these guys up. And the administrative warrant, well, all they got to do is have ICE sign it, as long as these guys got in a final order for removal, and they can go ahead and get access into these houses that are harboring or, embedding illegal aliens or, undocumented immigrants, however you want to say it.
Why are you giving us the middle finger? Our undercover people were inside the mob.
We used to look up Make the Road New York.
Are there chats and stuff? I'm trying to get linked up. Watch out. Here we go.
Not press. These guys aren't pressed. Not the fucking bag.
They threw something at me which hit the back of my bulletproof vest.
They're
everywhere. Shut the fucking doors. Shut the door. Oh. They threw a frozen ice brick at the car.
Out for blood, man.
Downtown Minneapolis, the day before the shooting of Alex Pretty, they were still protesting Renee Good. The O'Keefe team rolled into town in an SUV with tinted windows. They could not see inside. And what's remarkable is they start cursing at your car merely because it is an SUV, which they all perceive to be feds.
Is the door locked?
Lock the door. Why are you giving us the middle finger?
Right here, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. Here comes the guy. Don't loan. Do not.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
No, don't. Don't. See?
Just don't hit anybody, okay? Usually I'm pretty confrontational, but we soon realized the only way to deal with these types of White Walkers, or zombies as we call them, is to just not engage. Roll up your window now. Anything else would lead to escalation and violence. It's safe to say that I've never seen anything like this in my life. Just driving down a street will have people scream to you and curse at you and threaten violence. In fact, independent journalist Cam Higbee was nearby and texted me at this time, telling me that trucks, Tahoes, Suburbans, SUVs are an absolute no-go. He advised us to get a Subaru or other mom car, or Honda, as he said. He mentioned they would bank our license plate. Our undercover people arrived at the tail end of the protest that evening, including myself. Watchdog, how you doing? What's going on? It's Jay O'Connell, Watchdog. My fiance is a teacher.
Is she? What's she teach? What's she teach?
Special needs.
Where are we going? We're gonna be ICE agents. Don't you have a thing to cover your face? Like this.
We heard chants of ICE out and fuck ICE.
ICE out. ICE out. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE.
Hopefully the audience will forgive this reporter for participating in these chants in order to fit in.
You have no choice.
We found teachers, nurses, and union organizers all telling us, we appreciate you, neighbor.
Appreciate you, neighbor. Appreciate you, neighbor. I appreciate you, neighbor. A guy came by before and he stopped here. There was a bunch of young kids and they handed out weed to everybody. Really? Yeah. It was so cool. I gave all mine away, all but a little bit, because I wanted to at least try it. You got anything better than weed? Love? Are you a paid agitator? Just kidding.
While many, probably many of you, might think this is all due to some specific centralized funding source, what we found is a hodgepodge of various NGOs and nonprofits loosely tied together through ideology, funded in part by the government, featuring 501c3s with nonprofit tax returns, a variety of funding sources. But most of these people we found were actually true believers, there to live and die by their cause.
What is this about?
Yeah, so we're in the national organization supporting the fight against
This woman, featured on a hidden camera, is Peggy Wang. Based in Boston, she works at Massachusetts College of Art and Design. Active in the Massachusetts Teachers Association, she participates in pro-Palestinian protests, and her job is currently being threatened for doing so. While this footage is hard to hear, Peggy Wang lists the issues that her organization gets involved in: immigration rights, abolishing ICE, stopping raids and deportations, justice for victims, and getting ICE out of cities like Minneapolis.
Our unions definitely need to take the fight against ICE, against genocide, but also fighting for reproductive rights, universal health care. Part of that should be labor, workers' party. We need a real political representation for working people. So working class party.
Okay. So is this a party?
We're an organization, independent socialist group.
Independent socialist group.
This other protester we secretly recorded talks about an organization called Make the Road New York. We've never heard of this organization, but apparently they have a budget of $30 million. They talk about one of the speakers that spoke earlier that day, April Veretti. April is the president of the SEIU labor union.
I mean, if you're interested in an immigrant rights organization, you can look up Make the Road New York.
Make the Road New York.
Make the Road.
But who are you with?
I'm just with the union.
Oh.
Yeah. SEIU, Service Employees International.
We looked at the tax returns of Make the Road New York and found they're a registered 501c3 that file a 990, and they received $16 million in grants.
ICE out! Fuck ICE! We love our neighbors!
As cars drove by, the agitators would ride on top of the cars. One man's spoiler was broken off his car as one agitator tried to climb on board the car.
What happened? Oh, that accidentally broke his wing on his car. Oh, shit. Oh, they slapped the shit out of that wing right there.
One of the comments they made was, there's no blood here, and you know there's no Trump people, there's no MAGA people, because if there was, there would be blood.
We had one person. Oh, I've had it. You have any fascists trying through here today? Nope, not yet. See any blood on the ground? No, I haven't seen any blood. That's how we know there's no fascists. They haven't showed up. They haven't showed up.
One of the advantages of it being so cold is we were able to cover every single part of our skin. But these conditions were truly dangerous. Many of our DSLR cameras actually froze. Our hidden cameras malfunctioned in minutes because it was so cold.
You make this I did. I made it for the Powderhorn Art Festival because I want to melt ice and get them the fuck out of here.
Not melting.
Oh, it's like, oh, you know why? Because it's so cold out.
Yeah.
And we watched water freeze in seconds. A bottle of water could quickly be turned into a weapon.
-7. And all right, now let's go ahead and bring in the guest. All right, man, how's it going, gaming?
Broski, it's been weird. I ain't gonna lie. Between Don Lemon, between people who are like willfully omitting information on the arrest of Don Lemon and him being actually charged by an appellate court, to the Epstein files and everything in between. It's just been weird. I will say, though, I'm not happy with the protesters. You know, there have been videos before the students quote unquote protested where schools were actively like dismissing kids early to go protest. And in some schools and at some level, they were doing it at the direction of some faculty and staff. So, and then they're taking like kindergartners and stuff out of there. And it's like, yo, if I was a parent, I don't care if you disagree with the ICE protest or if you disagree with ICE or you do agree with ICE. That should be your red line in the sand. They're basically using your kids as meat shields. So, you know, you can serve your little time in jail or whatever. But if something happened to your kid, you're gonna be pissed.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, let's be honest. People gonna crash out.
Like, I ain't gonna lie. That's why I'm not putting my kids in public school. Because if something happened to my kid, bro, I'm not trying to hear no excuses, bro. You're going in the grave.
Like, I'm sorry, but like we had your kid out there protesting, and you know, like the ICE, they're Gestapo, and they accidentally, and it's like you're not even hearing it.
It's like, nah, that's cool. Can you smell this postcard real quick? Fallout. Like,
I'm
yeah,
done.
I got plenty of cornfields, bro. You finna go be in one, cause my babies are now either hurt or in a box because you wanted to use them as meat shields. So don't worry, bro. I got you. And if my babies get tear gassed or shot with rubber bullets, I'ma shoot you with a full drum of them shits. You wanna be a victim so bad, ain't gonna kill you, but life finna suck, bro. Life finna suck. Or I can go ahead and hit you with this reckless endangerment, child neglect, kidnapping of the first degree, kidnapping and endangerment. We could go that route. And then I could find the most egregious, vicious pit bull of a lawyer I can find and see what every single law I can hit you with, and then try to squeeze you for every dollar you got. You a teacher. I know you don't make much, so your family finna be screwed.
Well,
but like for real though, if you gonna play with somebody's kids, you need to understand that. Christian
I
or
get
not,
it.
some people not playing for a givesy back. I play for keeps over mine.
All right, I get it, bud. All right, let's get into it.
We begin this morning with the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Virginia's Mark Warner. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Margaret.
I want to talk about elections and security. Back on January 28th, the FBI went to Fulton County, Georgia, and seized ballots and 2020 voting records linked to the presidential election. The director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, then was spotted outside the elections office, and she argued that her presence there had been personally requested by the President of the United States, and she had broad statutory authority to coordinate, integrate, and analyze intelligence related to election security. What would justify her involvement? Is there any foreign nexus that you have been informed of?
We have not been informed of any foreign nexus. The job of the Director of National Intelligence
is to be outward facing about foreigners, not about Americans. And remember, many of the reforms that were put in place actually took place after the Watergate scandal under President Nixon, where a president was directly involved in certain domestic criminal activities that appeared with the Watergate break-in. And my fear in this case is it almost seems Nixonian. You know, if the president asked Gabbard to show up down in Georgia on a domestic political investigation, first of all, how would he know about the search warrant even being issued? That's not his job. And then to have the director of national intelligence down there, which is totally against her rules, unless there is a foreign nexus. And she has not indicated any foreign nexus to us to date.
There's been no communication with the committee whatsoever on
I
this
mean,
issue?
look, she was there. Look, it's not even about the indication of any type of foreign interference. It's just making her pulling up there to make sure that there was no evidence of foreign interference. I mean, she's allowed to pull up there to make sure. It doesn't have to be just a deafening case. Like, come
So
on.
the director of national intelligence is much like the CIA, FBI, and NSA. They can operate on a domestic level too.
Yeah.
So what he's saying is total BS.
I know, like the national intelligence part, it's like should kind of secure it for him.
Right. Director of national intelligence. Yes. If there is something that's there that appears to have messed with the foundational integrity of the United States, her job is to go investigate it.
Yep, and that's what we like for her to do.
We have asked.
Okay.
We then subsequently found that this was not the first time she was involved in domestic activities. She went down and seized some voting machines in Puerto Rico earlier in the year. Again, we had no knowledge of that. And then the question of what she was doing in Georgia, there's been 3 or 4 different stories since it broke. First, she said the president asked, then the president said he didn't ask her, then he said it was Pam Bondi, the attorney general. So we don't have the slightest idea other than the fact that the whole thing stinks to high heaven. And the fact is Donald Trump cannot get over the fact that he lost Georgia in 2020, that he lost the election in 2020. My fear is now he sees the political winds turning against him, and he's going to try to interfere in the 2026 elections, something that a year ago I didn't think would be possible.
I mean, that's
Oh
a
my
tremendous
God.
statement. But just to
I didn't
clarify,
think
it was Reuters that first.
I didn't think a bunch of gay blade chicken gizzard, old rich Jeffrey Epstein loving old geezers would be trying to preach to us about national intelligence. Meanwhile, there's videos of a bunch of you guys sleeping with minors. But anyway,
Man. Oh, bro,
first of all,
go ahead.
First of all, you have multiple citizens, okay? Not government entities, not just Donald Trump. You have multiple citizens who were awake for the 2020 election, who stayed up. I'm talking nationwide. I had people in California saying they was up and they seen the same thing. You have a nation full of people who are saying in 2020 they seen some weird stuff that should have never happened at 12 o'clock at midnight Central Standard Time. You have people saying that they weren't allowed to use the standardized writing materials for ballot casting at the election polling office. Like, come on, it is worth investigating. And then after Biden gets in, no investigation, no corroboration. You just guys are gonna steamroll it. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not like a diehard Trump supporter or anything like that. However, I am going to draw some parallels. You guys decided he won in 2016, and that was when I was still in high school. He got elected like a week before my 18th birthday, so I couldn't vote in that. So you guys spent 4 years combing through all the quote unquote data to get this man impeached his first term. The first 4 years he was in office, y'all were relentless. And now that the shoe's on the other foot and he has some suspicions, y'all gonna try to move past it and be like, no, why are you looking back there? That's not important. You're supposed to be focusing on Minnesota or something. Yeah, it is important because what a lot of the public doesn't know is if government officials get caught colluding, they lose their seat.
Yeah, and that's true. But all right, let's get back to it.
Reported that Gabbard went to Puerto Rico back in the spring to seize voting machines. Was Congress informed at all, or did you learn about it in the press?
I believe the first we ever heard about this was from the press itself.
Wow. So you've laid out that the intelligence agencies usually focus overseas, but the White House is arguing that the director was there for good reason and that federal law, they argue, assigns a DNI statutory responsibility to lead counterintelligence matters related to election security, election voting system risks, software, voter registration databases. You're concerned, but are your fellow Republicans on the committee concerned about
Here's
this?
the ironic thing, Margaret. Many of the protections for our election system were put in place during the first Trump administration. We set up CISA, the cybersecurity agency, to help work with state and local elections. There was an FBI center set up for foreign malign influence. And then we put into law something called the Foreign Malign Influence Center at the Director of National Intelligence Office. All of those entities have been basically disbanded. CISA cut by a third, the FBI center cut back, the ODNI's center cut back, which we think is frankly counter to the law. But it's all, in terms of the ODNI, has to be involved of foreign involvement. There has been no evidence of that to date.
Where is Chair Cotton on this, though?
We have jointly been making sure that we get updates on election security. And I think we're going to see more of that to come because this is critical. And my concern is that when we see artificial intelligence tools and others, it was almost child's play what happened in 2016. China, Russia, Iran, others could be interfering. We've not seen evidence to date. Gabbard, if she's got any evidence, should have provided it to the Congress. I think this was an effort where Donald Trump can't get over the fact that he lost Georgia. So obsessed, and it begs the question is, what was Gabbard doing there? And it frankly begs the question is, why was the president even aware of this investigation before the search warrant was issued?
Well, we would love to put those questions to the director and have asked to do so. But now that you are here, can you just button this up for me? Because we're talking about 2020, and that's what Fulton County Focus was about. But you also said you think in 2026, there's an effort to interfere. What evidence do you have of that?
This was what I'm seeing from the president's own comments about nationalizing elections and putting Republicans in charge, counter to the Constitution. We've seen these activities in Georgia where could there be some effort that suddenly gives him an excuse to try to take some of these federalization efforts. We've seen ICE. We focused a lot of this activity on ICE in terms of their going rogue in Minneapolis, but there is a very real threat. Without reforms at ICE,
the quiet part out loud said.
Well, ICE going rogue.
ICE going rogue. I was waiting for that to come up.
Like me too. I was like, ICE going rogue. I'm like, oh, Harry. So let's be honest. How are they going rogue? Because they're never really able to explain that.
What this is about is they're afraid that if they find out that the 2020 election was fraudulent, they're going to find the money trail. Politicians are going to lose their job. And then that's going to further corroborate the deportation effort to get America back centered to where it needs to be. And then they'll never set foot in the White House again.
Well, I get it. I get the strategy on that. But all right, though, let's go ahead and switch it up real quick. So let's get over to our guy, Thomas Massey on CNN. Let's see what he got to say. Whoop.
Republicans have just one vote to spare with their razor-thin majority in the House. But one Republican has drawn more ire from President Trump than any other. This was Friday at the National Prayer Breakfast in Washington.
No matter what we do, this moron, no matter what it is, we'll get 100% vote except for this guy named Thomas Massey. There's something wrong with him.
Thomas Massey, a libertarian-minded conservative, has represented Northern Kentucky since 2012, a perennial no vote on spending bills. and now a leader in pushing for the full release of the Epstein files over the president's furious objections. He joins me now live from his farm in Kentucky. Congressman Massey, thank you so much for being here. I do want to ask you about that comment from the president of the United States insulting you like that at the National Prayer Breakfast. What's your response to him?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to know I'm in the president's prayers. But second of all, you know, on the internet, some people have suggested that MIT should take my degree away. And my response is, which one should they take away? I have 2 degrees from MIT. And I'm sorry you booked a moron today on your show.
Well, fair enough. I do want to talk to you about your fight to release the Epstein files in a minute. But first, I want to get your reaction to the news about how the president posted, then deleted this racist video depicting the Obama as apes. He has refused to apologize. Do you think he should apologize to the Obamas?
He should absolutely apologize. He's gone too far. I mean, he's attacked my wife recently online, and I do think there are limits. If for a while it's kind of funny, but once you pass certain guardrails, like attacking a man's spouse or getting into racist tropes, I think it's somebody at the White House, maybe Susie Wiles, needs to go to the president and just ask him for his phone and maybe ask him just to show him the tweet before he sends it out.
Yeah, just to follow up on your wife, because it is alarming. He's multiple times he has gone after her in social media posts. I mean, how angry does that make you?
It doesn't make me angry, but it's unfair to my spouse. I mean, look, Donald Trump was giving to.
And if you don't know, I believe Thomas Massey's wife recently died, but he actually recently got remarried, and Trump was poking fun at that. And I was like, yeah, bro, that is a bit distasteful with the whole Obama monkey imagery. I'm be real with you. Yeah, I mean, if it was Trump, then he should just apologize. If it wasn't Trump, then he should just go ahead and say that, look, I ain't gonna tell you the name of that staffer, but he's fired. Sorry, this won't happen again. He should apologize. But other than that, though, the video was funny. Be honest with you, it was funny.
Democrats, when my wife was working for Right to Work and Campaign for Liberty, and Rand Paul, in fact, worked in Rand Paul's office over a decade ago, back when Donald Trump was still a Democrat. So I think it's wrong. Fortunately, everything he says about her is untrue, but it's beyond the pale. And people recoil when he goes to those racist tropes or when he attacks spouses. It's just uncalled for.
Okay, so let's talk about the Epstein files. Of course, it was your legislation that requires the Trump administration to have released all the Epstein files by last December. The Justice Department now has released more than 3 million documents, and it says the Justice Department is saying that they have fully complied with the law. Is the Trump administration complying with the law?
No, well, they missed the deadline, but that's not the worst part. The 2 worst parts are they're releasing victims' information. I mean, just outright lists of victims. It's terrible. And beyond that, they are withholding the perpetrators' names. There's still 302 files. Those are the forms that the FBI fills out after they interview witnesses and victims, and they're still withholding those. And they're over-redacting the documents that have, they relate to some really sketchy emails, but we can't see who the sender was. And so they really need to come off some more information. Monday, Todd Blanche said that members of Congress can come and start viewing those redactions.
So yeah, on Monday, shout out, because the congressmen, they'll be able to walk in there and get the unredacted version. So the names that Jeffrey Epstein was talking to and having all these disgusting conversations with, we're gonna know who they are. We're gonna figure it out, and they're gonna have to answer some questions, or the congressmen are gonna go in there, figure out who it is, and they'll just remain hush hush because they don't want to end up unalived. Who knows what they'll do? But I mean, at least we'll know that they know, and they'll expose themselves by what they tell us.
I don't think we'll ever get the unredacted list.
I mean, I think so. Because look, it was either that or they take out Thomas Massey. Because look, he's gonna go in there, he's gonna see some names, and we'll see what comes of it.
I don't, because there's too much money to be made in child trafficking and human trafficking, and there's so many high-profile and extremely powerful people He
Yeah,
won't
I think
even.
that's a bit
That's
of
the
a
thing.
nihilistic perspective, don't you think, though?
I'm sorry, bro, but you can't really. As far as I'm concerned, all of them are in on it.
I mean, come on, bro. You didn't think they were gonna release the Epstein files. Now we got them. Now these guys gonna go in there, see the unredacted names, and after that, we will see what they do with that. Because once
Yeah,
we know
but
that some of
how
them walked in and
truthful?
they walked out and they say, "Oh, nothing to see here," then well, I mean, yeah, you might be right. Or they come out and they say, "Look, this is the name, that's the name," and there you go. We'll just have to wait to see if their charges actually come down, and or would they just be well condemned out of public life?
I don't think either. And if anything happens, this is a chess game. They're gonna use these people as sacrificial pawns in order to break certain industries beyond repair, so that they can usher in the new world order. You could say whatever you want, but now they're pretty much outright saying it. And I went
Ah,
through
well.
a couple of the files myself. Yeah, and that's kind of what their end goal is.
Oh, I don't know about all that, but we'll see.
Anna and I are very interested in going and reviewing some of those redactions, but there are also files that we need to see. And finally, Pam Bondi will be in front of my committee. I serve on the Judiciary Committee this coming week on Wednesday. And so I'll have some questions for her related to the Epstein files.
What are you going to ask her?
Well, where are the rest of the documents? Why did they release victims' names? They took extra time, they said, to be safe. And what are these redactions? Now we may get to see those redactions. Hopefully we can go to the DOJ before she shows up on Wednesday and see how responsive they are to us in person. But she's not, if you notice, they don't put her out in front anymore. They put Todd Blanche out in front because she's been all over the map. She has no credibility on this. She said there are there's a ton of files. They're on my desk. I'm going to release them. And then she said there's nothing but, child sexual abuse material, and nobody wants to see that. And then she said, oh, we found a whole bunch more, and there are going to be more investigations. But what are those investigations, for instance?
Yeah.
And so there's a whole host of questions for her, but I'm glad that she's coming to judiciary. She hasn't been there since she's been attorney general.
How are you gonna respond if they don't fully comply with the law? I mean, you had told me before that you may go to the floor and actually read the names of people on the alleged Epstein client list. Are you still planning to do that?
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there are other names. I don't have them in my possession. But if the victims want to give them
All
to
they
me,
know is
I've
Trump.
expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the
They're
best
not
way is
interested
to
in
force the
knowing anybody
DOJ to
else's
release
name.
those names on those 302 forms.
I don't think they are. The problem is Trump's name wasn't redacted whatsoever. That's the problem. And they're
Right.
redacting people who were more engaged with Epstein and his pedophilic actions than and that's the problem. Is like people are so focused on Trump, but I mean, like, if you actually went through these files, you would see that the most damning like evidence is against people whose names is redacted.
Right. And it's like all they care is that Trump's name is on the file. That's all they care about. And because his name is on the list, that's what they're going to run with because they don't know how to do anything else. Dishonest journalism at its finest.
Yeah, trust me, not everybody's going to do the due diligence. But speaking of the files, I mean, shoot, you want to get into some Epstein emails?
I mean, might as well. We got to keep trudging, bro. Because let's be honest, and I'm gonna say this out loud. Yeah, I didn't jump on your last couple of lives because I needed a mental break to like really digest what the hell it was we could just listen to. But yeah, I mean, folks like you, Mr. Paramedic, this gentleman right here, there's like a few other people, both Democrat and Republican, that are going through these files and are actually like doing the work to read it in context. Yeah, bro, it's heavy. It's heavy. So don't forget to and this goes for you especially, said don't forget to like take a break. Like if you need to like spend a day or two not really talking about nothing, just hopping on, chilling, and talking about some random BS, he can do that. But the because this stuff right here is it's mind warping.
Yeah, but all right, man. Let's go ahead and get right into it.
Go to the raw emails, guys. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Well, I guess the original email would be from redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. For the sake of time, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Here's what's interesting. From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. You made many unusual offers. You offered to buy my baby 6 months into our relationship.
Whoa.
And 6 years later, you offered to support my next boyfriend. Do you remember that? Probably.
And it already starts off on wild stuff. I think I remember this. He was pretty much saying that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to buy back, trying to pretty much support his ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend if he could get the 6-month-old baby, you know, or I mean, yeah, pretty much get the fetus later on or get the baby.
Wow.
I mean,
okay, we ain't even what? How much time are we into this YouTube video?
I mean, bro, this was like the first, I mean, like 30 seconds.
Wait, is this what we were starting with the other day?
Yeah. Well, we're on like part 3, I believe now. Well, no, part 4, because there was the first day he did it, second day, third day, and I just been tuning in for every day he's been reading these. I've just been like, man, because he gets crazy.
Wow.
But all right, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Here's what's interesting. From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. You made many unusual offers. You offered to buy my baby 6 months into our relationship. And 6 years later, you offered to support my next boyfriend. Do you remember that? Probably not in any emails either. And I understand nobody would believe it. Wow.
I mean, I believe it.
This is actually crazy. Maybe we should read the whole thing. From redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. There were quite a few things that were known parts of our lives that we never discussed in writing. I can't convince you of what you said, but your interpretation of past events and emails is different from mine. While they may not confirm the existence of your promise, they certainly don't disprove it. Maybe you forgot, maybe you didn't mean it, but it doesn't change the fact I lived for years under the impression that my future was safe. I can't go back 10 years and change my decisions. I don't know what to do with that information now. When I meet you, I wouldn't accept any money from you. You used to sneak $100 bills into my fake Louis Vuitton purse. As time passed, you made me believe it was okay to accept it and be able to feel safe. It was not my idea. It was very uncomfortable for me, and I would never come up with such a deal or ever ask you for money. It was only after years of you making all kinds of voluntary promises and commitments that I started to believe it was okay. I could rely on your support. You made many unusual offers. You offered to buy my baby 6 months into our relationship, and 6 years later, you offered to support my next boyfriend. Do you remember that? It's probably not in any emails either, and I understand nobody would believe it. Epstein replies, that would be arguable, except for the fact that, again, it is not like a contrary position does not exist. It exists over and over. Yes, you didn't like taking cash, but took everything else. Why is Jeffrey Epstein supposedly trying to buy a 6-month-old baby from one of his girlfriends? And Todd Blanche says there's nothing here to investigate.
Now, I do want to take you back to a story that came from one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, where a baby was brought into the emergency room with a piece of hair tied so tight around his genitalia, they almost had to amputate it. And this is what they be doing to some of these babies. So that's the reality.
Nothing. And they redacted these names. From GMAX to Jacqueline Marcus. This is Maxwell. It is the year 2032, and a father and his son walk the streets of Lower Manhattan, approaching the site where the World Trade Centers used to be at the end of the 20th century. The father sighs and comments to think that right before here used to be the Twin Towers. The son, not understanding, asks his father, what are the Twin Towers? The father smiles and looks at his son and explains the Twin Towers were 2 buildings that used to be here until 2001 when the Arabs destroyed them. The son looks up to his father and asks, and what are the Arabs? Because they intend to wipe all of the Arabs off the earth. Very nice. Very nice. Not genocidal maniac thinking at all. To Jeffrey Epstein from Redacted, from CC, or from Mark Tramo, CC Redacted, subject J.E.E. Richard Johnson. How many of these names are fake, by the way? Dick Johnson. I mean, come on. Hi, Jeffrey. Thanks for sending Richard Johnson my way. Yeah, Dick Johnson. It's like hairy fish. We saw in the emails, too. I trust the kind words I share with him are acceptable to you. If not, please let me know ASAP. I'm on the road. My cell is redacted. If okay, then I hope you realize this recognition for all you do for so many of us, in my opinion, overdue and well-deserved. Cheers, Mark. Yeah, they all really loved Jeffrey. They really loved whatever Jeffrey was doing for all of them and giving them. P.S. was just reading to today that newborns will suck on a pacifier more vigorously if it triggers playback of a recording of her/his mother's voice than another woman's voice. Have you read David Brooks' Social Animal? Was #1 at New York Times books for quite a while. Excuse me?
Why? 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 Why?
Why did you want to know that? Like, what? Why was that even written about? But okay.
So I did want to kind of say something on the whole, all these emails sound like people just love everything. I was kind of going, because Monty sent me the link to the emails, and I was kind of going through some of them, and a lot of the more recent ones almost sound like cover-up emails. Like they were written by someone to pretend like this stuff is people that honestly probably knew what was going on, but trying to make it sound like it's all fake. Does that, just the way they were written and the way they sounded, almost sounded too positive, if that makes sense.
I'm a little bit
I know what
lost
she's saying.
by too positive.
So basically,
Go ahead.
written in such a way to where it sounds too much on the mark for an unbelievable story.
I mean, well, this is why they were trying to hide them. They didn't want us to get to it. So yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like, yo, this is like everything they were telling us and more that was in the Epstein files. So it seems kind of like, wow, we're getting more, everything we wanted and more, and it seems like a bit too good to be true.
Well, not even just that. It just sounds like they're trying to discredit what we're finding in much much earlier emails, like in the beginning from like years ago. Some of the emails from more recent sounded like they are trying to discredit those by saying, oh no, none of this is real, but the language that's used is over exaggerating almost how good he was to them.
All right, though. All right, well, let's get back to it.
Was reading today that newborns will suck on a pacifier more vigorously if it triggers playback of a recording of their parents. Now, why would you be discussing that? Why would you be discussing the vigorousness of a newborn sucking on a pacifier and how to increase said vigorousness? Tell me, has anybody asked Mark this? Has the DOJ asked Mark this? We're not here to make any accusations. We're just documenting this. We won't make any accusations, allegations, or suggestions, but, excuse me? I'm sorry, what?
Wood chipper's too good.
And why does that interest you
everybody.
exactly? And
Pause
why
it.
would you be discussing that with a known pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, exactly?
Go ahead.
For everybody that's saying wood chipper, nah, that's too good. You have to burn this. You have to slow roast this person. They need to feel the heat of the flames.
All right.
But don't worry, guys. Todd Blanche says there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to investigate here. They're just talking about babies sucking on pacifiers more vigorously. Totally normal to discuss with a pedophile. I mean, my God, guys. Of known pedophile Jeffrey Epstein offering to buy a baby, a 6-month-old baby, to an email discussing how to make newborns suck more vigorously on pacifiers with known pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Yeah. And our sick government and our sick media is covering this up.
You got a point.
Go ahead. Go cheer.
I'm be real with you. Like, is Fox News covering this the way this man is? No. Are they covering it the way I am? No. I mean, not even on the left. And you would think they would hone down on this. They're not even covering these emails extensively like this. And there's been names that's been called out. But I mean, you know, when Barry Weiss's wife gets called out and she runs CBS, I mean, what the hell are you gonna do?
Really a little more for your loving government that covers up pedophiles and sex trafficking. Go ahead. Come on, man. Aren't you having fun? Come on, man. Stock markets, record high. Come on, man. Trump RX. Come on, man. It's all great. Screw you. Conversation from Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. You owe me 2 girls. I will make it up to you in Paris. No threesomes, please. I would like a new toy as a present. I don't know girls who are like that. Just a nice model from Amsterdam. And it's just blatant sex trafficking. That's just blatant sex slavery. You know, nothing to see in these emails, guys. Nothing to see. You just had this model come out and post this. I believe this is a French model. Friends, I've had a really hard time in my life and traumatic experiences. I'm a victim of violence. After that, there were more than 15 years of trials, struggles, silence, strength, tears, and inner work. Names of more than 50 victims were exposed, illegal, and my lawyers are already working on the consequences. The consequences are serious. It's re-traumatization of victims. Today, I choose peace for my family. I ask you to respect my limits and my peace. This is not a topic for sensationalism. It's part of my way, which I passed with dignity. Thank you to everyone who is near me with love and understanding.
So, hey,
So people
Sid,
believe that this is connected to it all.
To the chat. And I asked
turn your mic up.
Oh, I'm whispering.
All right, gotcha.
So how many people that are mentioned in these files, one thing we have to take into consideration is how many of these people are actually victims? Like not just the girls, but like politicians and rappers.
That's actually a good question. Because
think about what happened with the Diddy Diddy situation. Some of those people weren't in on it willfully. Some of those people were victims.
That's true. Hey, man, for all we know, look, bro, the way things are working now, the way they kind of name drop Jay-Z and all this wild stuff, you know, how, oh, Jay-Z was in a room with Epstein and Diddy, and
Nah,
they,
Jay-Z guilty as hell.
yeah, you feel me? And I mean, they were trying to say, yeah, he was involved in the raping of a young girl. And I'm just like, whoa, when you were in the room, who? Oh, Harvey Weinstein. No, my bad. He was in the room with Harvey Weinstein, and it was Jay-Z. And they were, and in the email, it said they were the ones who were raping this young lady. And I was like, whoa. So it did kind of leaned into, well, what we'd like to say, the Diddy files.
Yeah. But it's a very important question to ask is, some of these people that are named in here, they not guilty. Let me put it to you like this. Think about what happened with the Elon Musk emails, because he even came out on Twitter and disavowed it. He was like, yeah, I had my wife with me. I was referring to a wild time in terms of parties. And he outlined what he was saying about the parties. These are his words, not mine. You can look it up on his Twitter profile. And so he was saying, yeah, once I had an idea of what he was actually meaning, I did not go. These are Elon's words, straight to it. But yeah, see, that checks out.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, he did like him young. All right.
And it's like, how many of those people got locked into something and drugged while they were on that island and blackmailed? Like, there was even a released file back in, I think, 2022 or 2020, where one of the victims, a child sex trafficking victim, he was a boy, and he said, yeah, there was a guy who is a senator that y'all know and love, and they had his family, like his wife and his kid, duct taped to a chair, and they had a video camcorder placed in front of him, and I was taped down, bent over a chair, and they put a gun to all of his family's heads, and they had him at gunpoint, and they basically said, either you're gonna rape this kid on camera, or we're gonna kill you and everybody you love.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
And so he said, more or less, that Bernie Sanders had no choice but to do it, but he basically cried the whole time.
Well, God damn. Oh, that ain't true. But we'll see. All right, let's get back into it.
Oh, just emails with Ghislaine Maxwell talking about a shadow 9/11 commission here. A shadow 9/11 commission in the emails. A shadow 9/11 commission in the Epstein emails. Nothing to see here, though, guys. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. From Ismo to Jeffrey Epstein, a conversation originally to redacted from Jeffrey Epstein. Do you remember the name of the gynecologist that you used to send your victims to? Yo. Epstein replies, New York, meaning there were multiple places where he had a bunch of victims. So he's like, well, which place? My New York victims, Florida victims, what victims?
I'm sorry, that's not funny, but it's like, wow.
Yes. So New York victims. Yes. Many years ago, you used to send them to a gynecologist in New York who once commented something to the effect that you were keeping him in business single-handedly. So many Epstein victims in New York, sending them to the gynecologist, which, I mean, you know, we all can understand what's happening here. Epstein had so many victims in New York, he kept the gynecologist in business single-handedly. Hey, Todd Blanche. Have you tried to figure out who the gynecologist was? I'm just curious. Have you interviewed the gynecologist? Has the gynecologist that was supposedly kept in business single-handedly from Epstein victims, has he been brought in for questioning? Has anybody asked him anything? Why didn't he ever go to the police? The Trump administration says nothing to see here. It's a hoax. And if you are part of that, you are a sick person. You are a sick person, and I pray for you. And by the way, these are all the people that attack me. All the people that run cover for pedophiles, all the people that run cover for rapists and murderers. Those are all the people that attack me. This is unbelievable. Nothing to see here, says Todd Blanche. To Jeffrey Epstein from Redacted. I call him now my future husband, and we're talking about daughter. I thought I would never be able to kill somebody in my life. I was wrong. I might escape anyway. Miss you, Jeffrey. Big kiss, although now you probably won't like to kiss me anymore. Now, here's something interesting. You can see there's this little page break in the email, and then there's like this Russian text. So this...
How do I block
somebody? Either they just added this, Russian text as distraction, or you would assume that this was sent from Russia. So it's funny to me, as you're watching everybody, all these factors in the media, all these entities in the media who are running cover for child sex traffickers, all these individuals in the media who are running cover for child rapists. That's what they're doing. Let's say what it is. All the members of the media that are running cover for child rapists and child sex traffickers, hear me loud and clear. When you want to blame all of this on Russia, why aren't you sharing this email? Oh, it's so funny. I see all of these headlines about Epstein, Russia, and none of them included this email. Why not? Oh, is it because it talks about how they killed somebody? Is that a little too real for you? Here's your evidence. Here's the only evidence you have. Here's some evidence for your whole Epstein Russia story right here. I got your evidence right here, guys. None of you shared this email. Not a single one of you shared this email, and we all know why. Because you know what's in these emails. You know what's in these emails. You know what these emails are exposing. You know what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. All of you know it, and you're all running cover for it. Why? What is wrong with you? Who are you? There you go. There's your Russian right there. Why don't you put that email in your stories? None of you did. All you fake Russia hoaxers. All of you Russian boogeyman hoaxers. Epstein was Russian. Why didn't you put that email in your stories? Was that a little too real? Because you thought maybe if people saw that email, they might actually dig into these files and realize the truth about what was going on. You're all frauds. You're all phonies. You're all going right to hell for covering up this trafficking network.
Well,
oh, why did I do this to myself on a Friday? Why did I do it? Oh, it just gets worse.
I feel him on it though. I get the frustration. It's like, are you guys serious? Like, it's right here in front of us, and none of y'all want to hold nobody accountable.
What's the email say? I couldn't see it.
I mean, even when he said with the whole gynecologist, I'm like, yeah, y'all could at least pull bro to the side and been like, bro, what do you mean that Jeffrey Epstein was the sole reason you're staying in business? I mean, what type? Like, were you seeing little girls, like teenagers? Like, what was going on here, bro? But apparently, nobody want to ask those questions, but us. But it is kind of crazy how they're trying to pass Epstein off on Russia. You know, we all know his connections to Israel are solidified, but now they're trying to say, no, it's not. No, he wasn't Israeli. He was Russian. He was Russian, bro. Come on now. Bro was Israeli. He was Jewish. Not really saying, and I'm not trying to sit there and bash on Jews. Don't take it as that. But let's be real. He had ties to Israel. And for some reason, people want to cover it up and make it seem like, oh, he was working for Russia. When no, that's not the truth. It's the fact that he was working heavily with the CIA and the Mossad.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying to bash on Jews because they out here running around calling people goyim, which is a derogatory term for anybody that isn't Jewish.
Yeah, I know. The Goyim will
Left
deal with
one.
the financial crisis. The Goyim will deal with reality while we go ahead and short everything and make money.
And it's like, bro, you sitting up here being disrespectful of God's creation, unbeknownst that you about to fake. Let me stop.
No, I'm actually glad you brought that up because Tucker Carlson exposes Israeli Jews who spit on Christians. And actually, like, bro, Tucker had 2 Christians on, one Christian from Jordan and one Christian from Israel, basically. And they both
I know.
explained they both explained how they were treated as Christians.
Yeah, they don't. When I tell you that Jews really don't like Christians, they hate us more than the Muslim terrorists hate us.
Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. When a Muslim king treats Christians better than Israel, which is supposed to be the only democracy in the Middle East, I mean, it's kind of amazing. Like it lets you know something.
Tucker Carlson reveals to his followers that Christians are being spat upon and persecuted in Israel. Come on. If October 7th never happened, no one would know. You spent $30 trillion on a colony that hates you. So when they say 30 trillion, they're counting all the wars that we got involved at the behest of Israel. Not only the money we gave them, because we give them billions of dollars every year, and we don't have the stuff that they have in Israel, like, universal health care. We don't have paid parental leave, stuff like that. But the 30 trillion, it's like, so the Libyan war, the bombing of Yemen, the bombing of Iran, the Syria war, all the stuff, the Iraq wars, both of them, the Somalia. So lots of stuff at the behest of Israel. So I think that's where they get that $30 trillion. But let's listen to what Tucker says.
And in Jerusalem, if you follow this at all on the internet, you see video clip after video clip of Christian clergy being spit at by religious extremists, not Muslim religious extremists, but Jewish religious extremists. And that's something most Americans didn't know happened, didn't think could happen, particularly since the United States, the most important Christian country in the world, is funding this. And anyone who's raised this question, this show has done that, has been dismissed out of hand as a liar or an anti-Semite or, best of all, a secret jihadi, a secret Muslim. You must be a Muslim. And so we thought it'd be worth coming here to find out what the truth is, or at least getting closer to the truth being pretty elusive usually in political terms, but why not go ahead and talk to people? Why not go ahead and talk to Christians and find out their side of the story? Why aren't Christian churches doing this? Why aren't American Christian leaders like Mike Huckabee or Ted Cruz, people who invoke the Christian Bible to justify what they're doing, why haven't they done this? We can only guess, but they haven't. They have funded the other side.
Huh. Well, in Israel, they don't refer to it as spitting on Christians. They refer to it as a Zionist baptism. Am I right? Come on. You want if you think we're kidding, here it comes. There they are. They just spit on the Christians. You see them spitting, right? You see them spitting?
They're walking past the church.
So that's a Christian getting spit on. It's like a Christian bishop getting spit on. There they are spitting on the Christians. There they are spitting on the Christians.
Yo. Yo.
I told you. They attacked.
Yo, in the face, those crazy.
Oh, wow. That's quite a welcoming committee. This is Israelis spend their morning spitting and harassing Christian tourists, saying, we don't like We don't like your God. Let's watch. Boy, they really don't like the Christians over there. It's like the version of Men in Black. Christian leader appeals for an end of the destruction of churches and the indigenous Christian presence in Gaza and occupied West Bank. Wow.
So how do all these evangelical
I mean, well, at least they're finally admitting that there are churches in Gaza. At least they're admitting that finally.
ministers, how are they able to, like,
Hey, get the truth
in
one
their
day at a time.
minds continue their support of this Zionist nation? Like, how do they do that?
Because they're,
I'll
I'm
tell
gonna
you
guess
how.
they're being paid off.
No, I'll
right?
tell you.
You don't look at all the money they were jamming into TPUSA, the Zionists. Look at all the, yeah. I mean, come on.
Let me tell you. So what they ended up doing was they took the Bible and they started pushing out through all the major churches that basically the Jews were God's chosen people, and it is the sole duty of the United States to protect Israel.
Yeah, that's the evangelists.
And that's actually not the case. And it says explicitly in Deuteronomy that if the Jews ever killed God's son, which is Jesus Christ, that he would destroy their temple, strip the kingdom away from them, and scatter them among the nations, and they would find no rest. So what did they do when Jesus Christ healed Lazarus and went to the Last Supper? They killed him by an illegal trial, mind you. Then, furthermore, they tried to cozy up to the Roman government, which of course turned on them. And then they got scattered throughout all of the nations.
All right, but come on now. I don't think everybody needs a complete, history lesson here.
It's not complete. I'm actually condensing it down. I'm finna land the plane.
No.
So they don't teach this. They don't teach in biblical history that all Christians and all Jews and all Gentiles that believe on the name of Jesus Christ are actually grafted into Christ, thereby making everybody who is a genuine Christian a chosen people. That it goes for everybody. Remember, Jesus said the Lord's will is the Lord's will is for everybody to be saved. And Jews have this nasty notion that it's just them.
All right.
Yeah.
And wasn't something like 250 evangelical ministers went to
Like
Israel?
1,000. It was like 1,000 of them. All expense paid trip to Israel. All expenses paid. And then they came, and it was to train them how to do the propaganda for the Zionists, and they're doing it. So, yeah, I'm super sus, as the kids used to say, super sus of any Christian leader or pastor who wants you to get involved in Zionism, who preaches Zionism or the greatness of the state of Israel. It's just a government. It's just a state. It's got nothing to do with God. Got nothing to do with God. Just a state. It was stolen. It was given to him by the imperialist UK and the Rothschild family. Isn't that weird?
Yep, bought in 1890.
The Rothschilds. Isn't that weird? And the UK gave the land of Israel that they were illegally occupying to a bunch of Zionists, which they didn't have the right to give to. And then the Zionists committed a horrible massacres, a genocide called the Nakba, an ethnic cleansing. And that's by a bunch of terrorist groups founded Israel, and that's how Israel happened. And there they are. And if you read, you see how the Zionist culture, how they think about non-Jews. So they're not just racist against a certain ethnicity; they're racist against everybody who isn't a Jew. They call you goyim, and that is a that's a denigrating term, goyim. So again, I know lots of Jews. I'm friends with lots of Jews. There's something about the Zionist Jews. It's just something about Zionist Christian Zionism. It's the metastasizing cancer of our time.
And all right, Tove, I know you want to say something.
I was just gonna add to what Gamer was saying. It's one of the big reasons why the again, not in what you hear about in the mainstream history of our religion, but why the old families like mine have vowed to protect the Christian people and stand with them is because of the Christian God's will that everybody deserves to be saved. It's everybody's right to be saved. That was just about all I was going to say on that aspect.
All right. All right, guys. Now let's get into our guy, Dan Bongino. Now, like I said, I'm not really feeling my man too much because of kind of what he did. And like I said, he came in deputy director of the FBI, did all this talking and got no deep state arrest, tried to pretty much cover up the Epstein files. And now he's telling us that we're just a bunch of nihilists who don't appreciate anything. Well,
sir, you did nothing for your first year in office. I need you to have several seats.
Exactly. So let's hear him out.
And the right thing involves you paid me to do the right thing. And the right thing involves keeping custody over information. So you're going to be misunderstood about stuff.
Did you hear how he said that, Kurt?
Keeping custody over misinformation or information. And I mean, like, bro, we trusted you to go in there, get custody of the Epstein files and release it to us. We expect you to go in there, do some real investigating and get some of these deep staters arrested. You did none. That's why everybody's on your ass. It's not because we're just a bunch of nihilists who don't care about none of the wins of the administration. It's just that you went in there, you talked big shit. We thought you were going to bring us the Epstein files. You didn't. You try to cover it up and say, oh, there's nothing there. He trafficked to himself. He killed himself. That's what you hit us with without giving us no deep state arrest whatsoever. And we're the bad guy for calling you out. I mean, bro, kiss my ass.
He said, you paid me to keep custody over information. And you know who talks like that? Guys who are in the deep state. That's what that talks. That's
or Dilbert, God rest his soul.
Or Dilbert. That's exactly right. I trust Trump to lie to me. Dan Bongino is back. Now let's remember.
You got the jokes?
Yeah. Let's remember Dan Bongino famously said this. He was always like, don't ever let this Epstein story go. We're going to stay on this. Don't ever stop. And then he said this.
He killed himself. You want me to I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Wow.
6 million files?
Wow. I believe him because he speaks with the conviction of a man who was there when it happened. So Dave Smith said, hey, Bongino, now that the files are out, can you share with us the part that proved Epstein killed himself?
Yeah.
You said you saw the files and knew for a fact he killed himself. Surely you weren't lying through your effing teeth.
I mean, that's a really good question. It's like, yo, yeah, so now we got all 3 million of these files out. Maybe you can tell us where in these 3 million files it says that Epstein killed himself, because we've been combing through these files, and it's looking like this dude might be freaking alive. He might be out there in Israel with long hair and a beard now. It's like, so please show us, because it's looking like, bro, it looking like Epstein might still be walking among us. That's a problem. So please show us. Maybe it's yet to be released, but please show us where it shows that Epstein killed himself, because you said it with such confidence on Fox News. So please hold that same confidence and show us.
Oh, the supposed Jew, Dave Smith.
My God. Dan Bongino under attack from the Jew, Dave Smith. So here he goes. So he goes on. Dan Bongino gets emotional and lashes out at those critiquing his cover-up of the Epstein PDF files. Let's watch.
Third group of people I want to address are the grifters out there who mistakenly thought I wasn't coming back. Now,
the grifters are anybody who disagrees with him. Just so you know. So this term has been so polluted and so overused, it means absolutely nothing anymore. Because if there's anyone who isn't he's talking directly to Dave Smith, and he's not a grifter. He's just a guy who has a different opinion. And
Dave's
so
saying what he thinks. I could verify for you, Dave is saying, I used to argue with him all the time because he still is a dedicated libertarian on certain things. Dave's a good guy who, if he thinks something true, he has to say it. He can't lie like a hero like Don Bongino.
Okay, let's keep going.
I am back. The Podfather is back.
The Podfather's
back. To take
back.
back this movement. This movement's been hijacked by a small group of dipshits and bums and losers.
And I'm back into my podcast studio to take back the movement. I'm back doing my pod. That's how I take over. That seems kind of silly.
Podfather's back in town.
Hey, and shout out to my man Sid. He says maybe if we're lucky, Bongino will quit his podcast in less than a year or two. Goddamn. I'll be real with you, dog. I don't know how. Look, right now his numbers are cool, but that's gonna drop off. People are mainly there to hear his explanation. And once we get his explanation and we figure out, hey, this is complete bullshit, then yeah, he's gonna see them numbers tank. Because I mean, how do you come back from this? You talk tough, you said you were gonna get things done, you walked in there, and now you're walking out with no explanation for us. And then, bro, remember all the tweets he was leaving, going like, "Oh, the things I've seen will shake me to the core. I will never be the same." All right, can you please pick up on that, please?
Yeah, he didn't just walk; he ran away from that shit.
Exactly.
So whatever you got to think, whatever's on that desk, he must have not been prepared for.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dan Bongino coming on here with this performance. I mean, it's funny and sad at the same time.
And all three of those categories, which are all Dave Smith, by the way,
who are nothing but doomers under the frame of accountability. I'm all about accountability. I just showed you what we did or what we didn't. Did I not? I'm not sitting here going, "Hey, trust me, bro." I showed you. If you like it, great. If you don't, that is absolutely your constitutional right.
I just saw what you did. You lied to us about Epstein killing himself in jail. So that's what everybody's talking about. I don't know what he showed before, but this is what we're all talking about because that's what you were talking about before you came the deputy director. And then you got in there and you did nothing.
You said, "Trust me, bro." Both of you, Harold and Kumar, both of you said, "Trust me, bro."
Yeah.
And he just said it now. I didn't say, "Trust me, bro." And then right after that, he says, "Trust me, bro."
Yeah.
If you believe it, do. If you don't, that's fine.
You paid for it to go and go, "That sucked. I would have done something different." Okay, but you didn't. You didn't do anything different. I'm not sure if you volunteered to serve or not, but you didn't. You sat in the front row with your popcorn, ankle biting, throwing this popcorn at the ring at two guys in there sparring away, fighting for this country while you did shit. You just talked about it.
Yeah, because we weren't offered the deputy director job at the FBI when we didn't have, even though we don't have any qualifications either, just like you were a Secret Service guy. I don't know if that qualifies you to be deputy director of the FBI, but I didn't.
I mean, maybe if I was offered the job, maybe we were offered the job. You know what? I wouldn't be able to judge him. If I was offered the job as deputy FBI director, you're right. I wouldn't be able to judge you, Bongino. But since I wasn't, and neither was mainly anybody else, yeah, we can kind of put this all on you. Be real with you. We kind of can. And shout out Sid. He said, the things they've seen are definitely wild. That's why Patel constantly looks like a surprised owl, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. That's funny. That's why Cash Patel would look like a surprised owl. Well, he do got the crazy eyes. I'll say that. But it doesn't really seem like, and here's the worst part about it. It doesn't even seem like Cash Patel's really garnering any real respect in the FBI. This is one of the reasons why
wearing his dad's suit.
You see?
You can't take him seriously.
This man ain't got no respect. He has no aura, sadly. He has no aura, guys. So when it comes to Cash Patel, apparently it's like, bro, nobody's really listening to you. Everybody's kind of walking all over. You're not really getting much done. Now, honestly, congrats on, getting the crime rate lower or getting the murder rate down to what, 100-year low or something like that. That's great. I mean, that's cool. And we appreciate that. But when it comes to the whole, how you were on Stu Peters talking about, there's some deep state guy in there. The Clintons, the Bidens are in there. And you was talking that good shit. And then you get into the role and it's completely sell us out. Like, I'm sorry. He killed himself. He was trafficking to nobody but himself. Epstein files come out and we got 40 different redacted names. I mean, please spare us.
I worked security at a concert once. Maybe I could have been deputy director. I don't know.
Do his job too for him? What is he talking?
So
you didn't do my job for me. What are you saying anything for?
Why didn't you guys do the job I was supposed to do while I wasn't doing it when I was the What? So again, he's just...
You tell your closet Indian boss that you feel uncomfortable and pretending that his beard is...
Okay, here we go.
You didn't do anything. Now, I'm back on the air. I'm not going to take on every single thing in one day in one show. But I'm telling you right now, your bullshit, I'm done with it. The grifter bums, all you guys are a class of doomers. Everything sucks all the time. You would have done it different. You didn't do shit. You did nothing.
And now you're back to your... Also, you did nothing. And now you're back to your podcast where you're going to continue to do more nothing.
I don't mean to be a doomer, Jimmy, but I feel like rampant institutional child sexual abuse is a real bummer.
Yes.
I feel like it sucks every time, and there's no good reason to allow child trafficking. As a doomer that I am.
You're such a doomer. Everything sucks with you.
Try to blackbill you, but child trafficking isn't good, Jimmy.
You didn't volunteer. You didn't ask. You didn't give up your show to do. You did nothing.
You didn't volunteer to come look through the 3 million Epstein files that we were going through. Why didn't you volunteer to do that? What is he talking about? What's that, Kurt?
I actively asked for his job and they didn't give it to me.
I asked. Kurt was asking. Kurt asked for that job.
Please make me deputy director.
We all volunteered. We all volunteered. I volunteered. We all volunteered to look through the Epstein files. Kurt volunteered to be deputy director. I volunteered to be director.
You tell me, name a time and place. I'll be director. You name the time and place.
Yes.
Look at Bannon laughing at you.
You did was bullshit people and say nothing's happening. And then when we tell you, it just happened, you move on to something else you say is not going to happen. And then when that happens, you move on to something else. You want to critique it, say you would have done better.
Now, I mean, hold on now. Okay, I kind of get what he's talking about. But if he's talking about the Epstein list, when you guys gave us that BS folder and you told us, it's released. I mean, yeah, that's what we're talking about, because that obviously wasn't all it, but you trying to convince us to say that, we gave you guys in those boulders that everybody already knew was it. Epstein Transparency Act came out. Even though we had to fight tooth and nail for it, it finally came out. Trump signed it. And now you guys are looking stupid. I'm be real with you. Like, a lot of people who are sitting there saying that, these binder is the end all be all. Well, now all y'all look dumb. You look like liars, to be honest with you. And you know what? I know Castro said, and he said, maybe we should give them some grace. Maybe they wasn't privy to the knowledge. Maybe they're just now seeing this as well. And I'm just like, okay, cool. Then why did they go out there on a limb and just say, all of this is true, even though we don't have all the files to back it up? That's what kind of that's where they lost my trust at. That's where they lost me.
Step up. Step up.
I would have done better.
Yeah.
I would have done better.
I'm the director of the FBI right now. And just blathering on here, I'll do better than you, Dan.
Hey, look, acting like the number 3 in a Steven Seagal action film isn't enough to intimidate the audience anymore.
Do some katas maybe with your karate expertise.
Well, we're going to show that. It's coming.
Oh, thank God.
Go ahead.
Fair.
They got openings. You go try it.
They got openings. Really?
Really?
So I could just go be the deputy director of the FBI. Go ahead.
I signed up for the ICE app. I'm going to be the head of ICE probably tomorrow.
Yeah, we're all.
Is that easy?
We're all volunteering for every position. I volunteered to be vice president. I volunteered to be attorney general. I'm volunteering for all. They're not taking it.
Yo, you should wear a mask like ICE, Dan Bongino. The president should wear an ICE mask. Yeah. They should all wear masks.
They should all wear masks now. And yeah, but they're not hiring people like us. They're hiring people who they know they can control and who will go along and cover up the Epstein stuff like you did. That's why. Okay.
Hey, Donkey Kong, stop throwing barrels at me. I didn't lie.
Just like I don't get. That's like Rachel Maddow saying, "Why don't you come on MSNBC and do a better job?" Because I'm not invited.
You're gonna not want me to.
I've volunteered a ton to go on MSNBC. The only person who would bring me on, CNN stopped bringing me on, MSNBC stopped bringing me on, just like they stopped bringing on Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi during Rush. They stopped bringing me on. They said, you know who did? Tucker Carlson. I went on there. So that's the thing. I volunteer.
And I'm in the Epstein files, and I can't get on MSNBC.
That's
How's
right.
that work?
You're dealing with.
So here he keeps going. Here's one more.
Second, you're going to be disliked. There is no level 10 decision you're going to make that is going to make everybody happy. It's not going to happen.
I'm being real with you. Like, we kind of set the bar low. Just going there. You was talking crazy about the Epstein files. We all knew something was funny. We all knew it would be this. So yeah, I'm being real with you. We can look at you kind of crazy for going in there and not getting that done. And I mean, here's the thing: if you didn't get that done, at least get some deep state arrest. I mean, you could at least got Comey, but that slipped away from you. Letitia James, that slipped away from you. I mean, let's be real, bro. I mean, you could blame that on Pam Bondi if you want to, but y'all still effed up. You didn't really get too much done. That's just the reality of it.
How about you just make a decision that makes the voters happy and not the psychopathic Zionist oligarchs happy? Could you do that? How about you do that? How about stop making fake promises? How about that? Okay.
Is that a level 11?
Hang on. We didn't get to it yet. Hold on.
Period. There is no way. You saw it with all the stuff, the Epstein case, the other things we had to deal with. There is no decision you're going to make that is going to make everybody happy. And you have to deal with it. If you're there to be liked, you're in the wrong job.
And that's why I left. I was in that job for less than a year and I left.
Yeah.
That's why. That's because he's basically telling on himself again. He's telling you why you shouldn't listen to him.
Not since Jordan Peterson put on a 2 different colored suit and went on Joe Rogan have I seen cognitive dissonance on display to this degree.
Get out right away. Third.
So hang on. Let me play that again.
And you have to deal with it. If you're there to be liked, you're in the wrong job. Get out right away.
And that's what he did. He got out right away because he knew he was trashing his reputation and he had to get out because he wasn't really doing what he said he would do. And now he's back in his podcast studio, which is fine. But by the way, I used to like Dan Bongino. I used to
know
like.
You did. I have never trusted him because he wore a Constitution shirt, and I'm like, you laid it out.
I liked it. I used to like watching his show. I liked that he was in on the Epstein stuff. I liked it. It's whatever. He debunked
extra.
He didn't go along with Russiagate, Ukraine war, all that stuff. But then he got power.
Bro barely investigated election fraud. I mean, they're just now investigating. He didn't even get to that. And he was one of the main proponents. Oh, you know what was stolen. What about the whole January 6th stuff and proving that there are feds on that? I mean, did you do that at least and arrest people for that? No, not that either. You didn't do a damn thing you stood on during your podcast. Didn't do a damn thing that you stood on. That is what's killing me about this guy right now.
And he just turned. And so this is him turning and him saying, if you want to be liked, it's not for you. Get out right away. That's what you did.
You mean liked by voters or the oligarchs who you want to be liked by more than the voters? And that's why you're a punk.
Third, and this is probably the most important takeaway.
Go that far.
You're going to be misunderstood. You're going to have a bunch of 18-year-old, Washington Post writers with no experience in the real world at all, commenting on your decisions you made with no background whatsoever as to why you made them. I get it. I mean, it's understandable. They're not read in on these programs, but I'll address this with President Trump later, how he's making decisions on Greenland and the Don Roe Doctrine based on a president's daily brief he gets every day that these media people have no idea. They don't even know what the freaking threats are. Like, oh, that's a crazy decision. How do you know? I don't know. I guessed. I read it in a Charlie Brown encyclopedia with him. You don't know shit. You don't know anything. Just be honest that you don't know. You can have an opinion on it. I'm not telling you media people. I'm not telling you media people not to have an opinion. Have an opinion, great. It's a constitutional republic. But just be honest that you don't know shit. And he does. He's read in on all this stuff. So you're going to be misunderstood because there are things even now, obviously, I'm not going to be able to talk about.
So let me just.
I'm sorry, but like, bro, what is there to know? It's like, look, you told us that there was election fraud and you didn't investigate it. I mean, You was the one telling us that you knew shit. That's the problem. Now you coming out telling us, oh, you don't know shit. Nigga, that's what we sent you in there for. Did you forget? Yes, we know we don't know shit. That's what we sent you there for. So you can know something. But apparently you missed that.
Stop it for a second and say, so what he's basically telling you is that the only people who can speak with authority on any news item doing to deal with the government is people who are currently in that government. So now why should anybody watch your podcast? Because now you're not in government anymore. And what do you know? You're just a dipshit like somebody working at the Washington Post or the New York Times or CNN. And what do you know about? So you're describing yourself now. So
Dan,
you were that.
I feel misunderstood.
Dan, you were that.
I feel misunderstood.
Dan, you were that guy before you took the deputy director job. You were the guy you're describing right now. You're saying it's just a Washington Post 18-year-old, but no, that was you because you were not in government. And now you're out of government and now you're describing yourself again. So again, this is the least, you talk about lack of self, what is it?
Awareness?
Awareness.
I feel misunderstood because, Dan, I'm telling you I don't know shit. I'm actually, that's what we're all angry about.
Right.
We're all angry that we don't get to be briefed in after they child trafficked all American kids to benefit Israel, the place that you wake up every morning, in your words, the first thing on your mind. What are you passionate about? Protecting Israel. I guess they're all mad because they thought you'd be passionate about justice for, Americans because you're in the fucking FBI. Like, am I misunderstood here?
Question.
There are ongoing cases.
Go ahead.
Two questions. One is, what is with the I guess it's a hat? Is he trying to look like a bull?
I mean, I guess so. The hat is a bit crazy, but I mean, hey, it makes you look at him. I'll tell you that.
Oh, that is true. And second question is, what happened to Gamer?
Oh, damn, that is a very good question. What did happen to my man? Well, they got him.
He's like really good at this disappearing act.
I know, but don't worry, he'll be back. He'll pop up again in no time.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, me too.
And other things, and you guys didn't pay me, the taxpayer, to go in there and come out here and try to be some superhero. You paid me to do the right thing, and the right thing involves keeping custody over information. So you're going to be misunderstood about stuff.
Did you hear how he said that, Kurt? He said, you paid me to keep custody over information. And you know who talks like that? Guys who are in the deep state. That's what that talks. That's
or deep, Dilbert, God rest his soul.
Or Dilbert. That's exactly right. I trust Trump to lie to me. I have to. Yeah. I trust that the CIA. I know that they're lying to protect me, so I have to trust Trump that when he's lying it for my own benefit. That's what this sounds like. Custody.
Yeah, I'm your girl. I'm Dan Bongino's girlfriend. He's cheating on, and he's gonna gaslight me like I'm some dingbat. That's what that talk is. He gets all passionate and he trails off at the end with the bad part.
Yeah.
That's the custody of information. I think you should lose custody, dipshit. What do you think of that, Don Bain?
And yo, Sid, what's going on?
Yo, what's up? How's your night?
Going pretty good, man. Shoot. Wait, were you watching the Super Bowl?
I did watch it. Yeah. Did you?
Yeah, I did, but I halfway watched. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of seen the Seahawks taking the dub halfway through. I was like, all right, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big football fan, but when I was a kid, the Seahawks were my team, just living out in the West, so.
That makes sense. Well, congratulations for you.
Thanks, man.
Well, bro, what's your thoughts on this so far, though, with the whole Dan Bongino and all that?
I think Dan Bongino's pathetic, man. I've always thought he was pathetic, though, but especially after his foray in the FBI. Like, how do you talk all that shit on your podcast, and then you get a job in the FBI, and you're just whining about how everything you said you either can't prove or are unwilling to prove?
And you talk about, bro, remember the burn bag and all this crazy stuff they talk about, but we never hear anything else on?
Yeah. Same thing with Kash Patel when he was on, I don't know, was it Steve Bannon's show? And they were like, or Benny Johnson's show. He's like, who has the Epstein files. This is when Biden was in office, and Cash said Chris Wray, the director of the FBI, he has them all. He has access to all of them. Now he's the director of the FBI, and it took Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna getting this thing through Congress, getting Trump to sign it, for half of them to come out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. Exactly. That's why I said when it comes to the Epstein files, I'm like, bro, y'all didn't do anything. To be quite honest with you, like it was Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna that got the Transparency Act passed. So, like, y'all was trying to tell us that, oh, don't believe your lying eyes. He killed himself, and there's nothing to see here. He was trafficking to himself. Like, let's not forget that.
Yeah. Are you excited for the Clintons to testify this week? It's not this week. It's coming up, though.
All right, you're right, but live though, right? Because I think they said they wanted it live, but I'm not sure if Congress has approved it.
Well, Bill Clinton was popping off on X saying like, "I want to do this shit live," but James Comer is saying that we have to do it behind closed doors with cameras, and I don't know why they wouldn't want him to do it live. It reminds me of like when Biden was still in office and they had subpoenaed Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember this? And
Yeah.
Hunter's like, yeah, I'll come in, but only if it's live. And then they said, no, it's not going to be live. So he said he wasn't going to come in. And then when they tried to hold him in contempt, he came and sat front row.
Yep. Yeah.
He's like, bro, I'm right here, dude. Like, we could do this right now. But
yeah, and that's the thing, though. I would rather them do it live, but I don't know. We'll see. Yo, Castro, what's going on?
Hey, what's good?
Oh, it's all good, bro. What's your thoughts so far?
You know, I followed Dan for a long time, and it's kind of weird for him. You know, something's not adding up because he doesn't seem like he's been in depth in the files because things are, you know, really not prevalent to him, man. I mean, there's no way he would just deny all this information straight out, knowing that it's going public. I mean, that's just out of character for him. And I followed him for 6 years now.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. It's like, look, so you're right. He went out on a limb, said all this stuff. Now he would have to explain himself. And he needs to, bro. Just tell us, did you know about these 3 million files? If you could be honest with us and tell you, yo, I didn't know about it. That's why I made those statements on Fox. Then all right, we'll be willing to forgive that. But
yeah, I think
sitting on your podcast telling us how we're all like nihilists, ain't it?
Well, you can already see. Go ahead. Sorry.
If you watch the whole, I mean, I watched every one of his podcasts. So he's not exactly talking. They're taking a lot of these things out of context. He's not talking about every single person, or every single podcaster that's like calling for the files or anything like that. He's talking about these black pillars and stuff like that. You know, he's really not. It's not like what they make it seem. They're just picking hot.
I get what he's saying because he's not just talking about people who are, you know, worried about the Epstein files. He's talking about like people who are like, you know, downplaying the immigration numbers, downplaying the economy. I get when you say by that.
Yeah, he's talking about Democrats.
Yeah, the Democrats, and of course there is people on the right that, I'll be real with you, they'll say, oh, well, Donald Trump hasn't deported enough. Oh, Donald Trump needs to do better on affordability, which are, you know, I mean, that's a valid argument. But I mean, you're not even willing to give the man immigration. I mean, come on now.
Yeah. And like I said, and then they're taking this and they're making, you know, hot takes off of it. And it's really a misrepresentation of what he's been saying. And like I said, that's out of character for Dan. And it just seems like he doesn't have all the information from what I'm seeing, because as I'm going through the files, I can see that if he went through this information, there's no way he would deny any of this, because he knows that he would know that it's going to be public because Trump signed off on it. So there's no way he would try to backtrack and hide all this stuff. That's just not him.
Is there a possibility he thought it wouldn't come out? Because when he was saying all that stuff, that was before the Epstein Transparency Act law was ever signed.
He knew it was coming out because he knew that Trump was going to sign off on it because Trump wasn't going to be in the files.
Well,
He was always adamant that Trump
it
did
was like
nothing wrong.
it was up until the very last day that Trump was kind of poo-pooing these files, and when he knew that it was going to pass Congress because no congressperson wants to put their name, well, I guess one did, but wants to say no, don't release these files. He did it because he has to, and now we even see them fighting in court the releasing of all the files that they were mandated to by law, which I do think was purposeful by Massey in the way they drafted it to get more attention. But regardless, how do you sign a law and then fight that law that you signed in court? Like, to say that Trump has just been full bore release the files the whole time is just not true, especially because he didn't need an act of Congress to release them. He could have done it without it.
No one was saying that. What you're seeing here is a misrepresentation of what's going on here. You have to slow roll some of these things due to case files. You cannot release credible information on those case files. So you have to be very, very careful when you're bringing out all this information to not destroy your case while that happens. So that's why you're seeing some of it being slow rolled, and then other people are taking that and saying, "Aha, you're screwing over the whole entire system. You should have let everything go all at once. Look at how dirty you are." And so you're having Democrats that are doing that, and then you're having Republicans who are getting bits and pieces of the information correct and bits and pieces of it wrong. And see, everybody wants to see it come out. Everybody wants to see these people burn, but we have different levels of understanding of what's going on. And I don't think no one's wrong for wanting to see the files come out, but it just doesn't make sense.
I don't know if that's entirely true with some of the stuff that was redacted. Doesn't seem like the things that were allowed to be redacted per that law. Just random things like, I don't know if you guys saw this, but there was someone misspelled the word "don't," and they left out the T, and it was "dawn," and that was redacted. And we haven't seen a lot of the internal communications between the FBI or people investigating it. That hasn't come out. We haven't really seen much of the money transfers. Those haven't come out. We've seen some crazy emails where people are sending pictures saying like age 10, age 11, and we're not seeing the names of the people sending these things. I mean, we can say it's all people involved in an active case, and that's something that's yet to be seen. I'm highly skeptical of that. But tomorrow, members of Congress, including Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, are being afforded the right to go and view these files. Hopefully they get all of them, right?
Unredacted.
Yeah, unredacted. And if they come out and say, like, oh, the DOJ actually is acting in good faith and tried their best, and we think the redactions are worthwhile and important, then maybe I'll change my tune on this. But if they come out saying the opposite of that, Castro, what do you think?
I'm going to hold my opinion until I understand and get a full grasp of what's going on. There's just so much information to consume. I would be doing myself a disservice if I formed an opinion in the first couple of weeks. It's going to take me about a month to really dig down and form a good understanding of what's going on, because your first gut reaction is going to be the wrong impulse. It's just the way it is.
No one here is going to judge you if you say something now and it turns out to be wrong.
No.
I mean, what is your first gut instinct actually like that? What are you thinking?
My gut instinct is that someone in the FBI or in the levels of government is running cover, and they're giving people partial information. And it seems like different people have different levels of information, and none of them have all the information. And we've seen this happen in the past because Trump's been in news meetings, and you would think that he would know something that was going on in Israel and the attacks, and then a reporter brings it up and he doesn't really understand what happened. How is he not being told all this information? There's something going on here, and they have to snake out where this barrier to communication is happening. Like I said, and it seems like the same thing's happening with Dan. I'm not so sure about Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. I'm not very happy with them at all. I would probably be just fine for both of them to be fired and to get somebody else in there, somebody fresh, so that we can all reset and have a better opinion of the people that are there because the way they've handled it so far has been terrible. But like I said, this is way out of character for Dan. And I had heard that they have been limiting his information and his ability to access the Epstein case files. And they were just putting him on other busy work to use his name and his following to kind of sway the public opinion, and that's kind of backfired on him. And I think he's going to find out in the next few weeks that a lot of this information coming out he didn't know about, so he's going to have egg on his face too. But I don't think Dan is going to throw mud. He's not going to sling mud. He might say something, but he still understands that he agrees with the administration and he thinks that this is the best option going forward. So he's going to eat it, and he's going to try to, find out what's going on. I see him working a lot, better going forward to uncover a lot of this stuff, because it doesn't seem like he knows the full picture right now.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, go. No, you go ahead.
All right, shoot. Well, in my personal opinion, what my gut feeling is telling me at this point is that, look, Congress gets to go in there and look at it. Depending on how these guys come out, we're gonna know everything we need to know. They're either gonna come out. I don't know if they're able to say names, but they're gonna know. They're gonna be able to see these redacted names. They're gonna be able to see these names unredacted. They'll be able to take notes. They'll be able to go home, look these people up, and they'll be able to talk about this. So, or maybe they might get the hush hush on the way out and they'll tell us. But if they go in there and hit us with the, oh, there's nothing to see here, then at least we know where our government stands.
Yeah, you got to remember, there's a lot of high profile names in this place, and some dangerous people and dangerous money in this case, and they're paying a lot of people to do some things. I guarantee you on the back end, and they might even be blackmailing them. You never know what's going on.
A lot of current government contractors too, like Peter Thiel and. Say what?
So, no, I was just going to say, I don't know if anyone touched on this, and I kind of got sidetracked with a conversation in the House, but did anyone think about the possibility of how, and this isn't excusing anyone, but the possibility of how many of the, I don't know if you're still on the Epstein, but the perpetrators were groomed into were originally victims and were groomed into becoming perpetrators with blackmail on them.
Oh no, we know
that is a possibility.
That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's happening, but that's like not everybody. There's some people that
I'm not saying
that's
it's not everybody, and you could also even say that argument for someone like Ghislaine. Like she could say, "Oh, I was a woman that was less powerful, less influential than him, and we became partners, and he kind of groomed me into doing his bidding for him and recruiting these girls for him." And and so it is possible to be a victim. It is possible to be a victim and a perpetrator. So
here's my pushback on that one. If there's also her dad was well, let's just, yeah. You also have to wonder if she wasn't. No, one of the other questions I've heard a lot is who actually groomed who? Could she have groomed Epstein, or did Epstein groom her? Because her dad was also very much into the same taste.
I would say, yeah. I'm not really sure if there was too much evidence on what was it, Robert Maxwell. All we know is that he was a scumbag when it came to business.
He was an He was an arms dealer, which is what Epstein did early on.
Yeah, and he definitely had close ties to the Mossad. And when he was buried in Israel, they gave him like the hero story.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It could be nobody groomed anybody. Even it doesn't always have to be that. Some people are, just birds of a feather.
Yeah,
I'm
just that
not
sick.
saying it, but I'm
Look,
just wondering.
here
I
goes a
want
hot take.
to make sure that people are punished accordingly, and
I got
there's a
a hot
different
take for you.
mindset.
If you were complicit, even if you were groomed into the situation, I'm sorry, but you deserve to go to jail.
Yeah.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I'm
you
not
can't be a
saying. I'm
coward.
saying punished
You got to do what's right.
accordingly.
You have to do what's right. I mean, I'm sorry that they're trying to kill your family, but if that's the case, we're going out in a blaze of glory because I'm gonna kill these fuckers. You know, that's just the
Not
way I'm gonna go
everyone's
out.
willing to put their children and their parents in that kind of danger.
Yeah, but the
Here's
danger works two ways.
here's my hot take. There's going to be no accountability for any of this. The only accountability we've seen for some of it are people in high places in different governments in different countries resigning and being investigated, but we haven't seen any of that stateside.
Yeah, low-key, there's been more accountability in other countries than in America. I was like, are
I
you
don't know.
serious?
Okay, so I need to
Pelosi
say
disappeared.
something to a comment that was made. So saying that most of the underage girls were paid very. Yes, they were underage, meaning they were grown, which means they did not understand. Yes, they were coming. Yeah, they may have been coming back, but that's what they were taught to do. That does not mean they aren't still victims.
That's still a crime, yeah. You can yeah.
But all right, guys. All right, let's go ahead and get into the next video here.
Oh, one more thing I had from a long time ago from what Castro said, and I know he said like he wants to hold out his genuine opinion and he just gave a gut feeling or whatever, but at some point this Trump is just getting that bad advice or they're not seeing everything. I mean, at some point that's got to stop working. Trump
Yeah, of course.
is
Of course, I
getting the
agree,
advice he
100%.
wants to get. He's notoriously not reading daily briefs. In his first term, that was known, and now even with Tulsi Gabbard at the helm, that's been known. And we kind of heard the strategy that I think that we're going to see laid out by Dan Bongino, where they don't really give that much information on anything, but what they tell you is, oh, we know more than you. We're seeing more than you. We can't tell you what we're seeing because it's classified or whatever. But we just trust that we know more and trust that everything we're doing is the right thing to be doing. And that needs to be met with heavy skepticism because that is just ripe for the potential to abuse the American public and people that trust them like you, Castro. So
Yeah, well, the thing is I don't trust anyone. Not even Dan. Not Seth.
it seemed
Not
like you were
you.
kind of a fan of him and you watched him a lot.
I'm a fan of
you're
it. I'm a
disappointed.
fan of
You're
him.
disappointed in him because you had an expectation of him that's at least
I'm
different
not
than what you're seeing right now.
I'm not disappointed in him at all yet because I really I don't feel like something's right. Like I'm telling you, my first gut reaction is that something is not right here. There's different levels of understanding. They're presenting something in a way that they fully believe, and like that's out of character for him because of what I've seen so far out of the files. If you read this stuff and you understand this stuff, there's no way he would be saying that stuff. So either they got to him and threatened him, or either he's not getting all the information. I don't know what's going on there, but something is not right.
There's the off percent chance that he knew, and you're right. He had been threatened, or yeah, you're right. I can only see Dan Bongino. No, I'll give you this. I could say that I don't think he's no pedophile, but I do think he could definitely have got compromised. Went in there, seen it, going like, "Yo, I'm about to go front page with this," and they're like, "Yeah, no. Here's this picture of you, or here's you doing this and that and the third, and if you do it, then you're gonna be the one in jail also, and yeah, you're about to go on Fox News and tell everybody this."
Maybe I'm more cynical than you said.
I'm sorry. He's not a coward.
I think that it doesn't even have to be that crazy, honestly. I think these people are partisan enough that they get sat down and told, hey, you released this stuff. This could upend our administration. Not even because Trump's necessarily implicated, but he's told it could throw a wrench into what they're trying to do, and he believes in Trump and MAGA so much. Hey, he's not going to do it. He's ride or die for the movement. I think I don't even think it
some
has
people.
to be.
You're right. Some people didn't want the Epstein files to come out because they thought it was going to be a distraction, not because it didn't. Bro, and this was kill me. It was like, so hold on. The election. You care more about elections than kids being trafficked. Like, look, I want us to win the elections too, but I mean, bro, kids being trafficked is above that in my eyes, at least.
Or a distraction, or even like people that are heavily associated with the Trump administration, people like Howard Lutnick, who we saw passing on at one of his nannies over to Epstein in the emails, who we saw talking about going on the.
No, he said he didn't have no conversation with Epstein. Then after that, one encounter at the house. Then you see years later, they're over here meeting up or planning to meet up for dinner.
And then Epstein's taking pictures at dinner with basically the front row at Trump's inauguration. People like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, people that are getting heavy government contracts right now from this government. And so, and Trump himself, how much he's mentioned 38,000 times in the files. I mean, that's embarrassing. At the very least, if none of it's true and none of it is accurate about him and nothing actually implicates him, you don't want your name appearing almost 40,000 times in these files. Period.
I get that. Like, that was a bit concerning. I was like, God damn, that many times, dude. Like,
these files have been held for 4 years by Biden and the Democrats. So I'm very skeptical of any and all information in that file. But at the same time, you can only fake so much, you know? And at the same time, I would never compare Howard Lutnick to Dan Bongino when it comes to credibility. But like I said, a good person is a good person. And I don't think Dan's a coward. And so I don't think he's been compromised in that way. And I definitely don't think that he would sell out his morals for the movement. So that's definitely not a question in my mind. Like I said, the only thing that makes sense to me is that he thought the information that he was shown gave him reasonable belief that he was saying the right thing. And he is fighting from that aspect of his understanding. So, but maybe that information was tampered or restricted to the point that he is based his comprehension on limited information, and that's the gut feeling I get from the way he acts and the way he's acted in the past as a longtime fan.
I don't think any of that would be like. Has he mounted that defense of himself on his own show? As he said, "Hey, they weren't showing me everything.
No,
I saw limited information."
He would never. He would right now. He would never do that. He would never throw the administration under the bus unless it was a direct shot at his credibility and his morals. I don't think he realizes how the information.
His credibility has been shot, and now that this stuff has been released, if the amount that's been released now, that's more than 3 million files. You're saying he had access to the 3 million files that have been released that we're all seeing now.
I never said he had access to it. I think I think what
he would see these files be released and then say, "Hey, what the hell? I was on the inside and I'm seeing new stuff that I didn't have access to when I was on the inside." Like he wouldn't.
You have to understand that it's just not like a big file that just plops on everybody's desks. And
I didn't say that.
This is what happened. They have a team of people who research this stuff, and then they give reports to these guys.
Yeah, and the deputy director of the FBI could have access to anything he wants.
He could, but when you rely on a team as a team leader, which is what he's known for doing, because that's what you do as a good leader, is you rely on your team. But like I said, it doesn't make sense. Somewhere some information is getting tampered with, because he would never ever stick his name or stake his reputation on information that he didn't think was true. So therefore, the information that he was given had to be the information that he was given was what he based his information off of. So that's why I think that something there.
If he can't even mount that defense for himself, I don't know why you're just taking that without him even saying it. Like
I'm just saying it hasn't been enough time for him to realize what's going on. We're just starting to get deep into the files right now. You know, it's
Yeah,
taking
all right,
us
so
a week.
we're going off the assumption that well, the way we're seeing the files, the way they came out, is the same way Dan Bongino is pretty much seeing it. And
Right.
he wasn't privy to this information when he was telling everybody, "Oh, he killed himself," this, that, and the third.
Yeah, my point set would be like, now he does have access to all this. If he didn't have access to all of it when he was in the FBI, now that it's come out, why wouldn't he say, "Hey, I didn't see any of this stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said some of the stuff I said," because it's obviously disproven in these files. I mean, his credibility is shot already, because some of the stuff he went on and put his name under and said on TV in front of everybody has been disproven by this most recent drop of the files.
But that's not that doesn't really disprove his credibility. Yeah, his credibility was shot with you when you said the name Dan Bongino. But but as the weeks come forth, how he responds to the information as it comes out, it'll be undeniable. He will definitely see it, and he will definitely have a take and a response to it. And if he doesn't, and if he denies it or runs away from it or shies away from it, then we can jump to these conclusions. But like I said, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions until I understand it and know that he's 100% had the chance to see and understand the way we are understanding it. Because in those offices, he has to rely on teams of people to go through these things. And like I said, I don't even know that he was given the opportunity to review half of this stuff. So, like I said, he'll come out and they'll talk about it.
He'd have a lot more credibility if he quit and said, "Hey, I know there's millions of Epstein files. We all knew there was millions before they even released all this. We knew the amount of files there were." He would be able to know, like, I didn't see even close to millions of files. That my team didn't see these things. Like, we weren't getting access to them. I was trying to see them. And so, you know what I did? I quit because I don't want to be part of this administration that maybe it's not Trump, but somebody is hiding this stuff from me, hiding this stuff from the top brass, me and Cash. Maybe it is Cash even. But that would do so much more for his credibility than coming out and just ever since he's quit, he's only ran defense. Ever since he's quit, he's only ran defense.
What he would do is he would go and holler and use his communication with Trump, and that he would smoke out the perpetrators who were involved with that situation. If you understand anything about Dan, he would never just go out and waste that chance
within the FBI.
He could have, but if he realized that he wasn't getting the full access to the information and doing the job that he wanted to do, maybe they were sticking him to positions and cases that they wanted him to do, which is why he was having to focus on all these little subcategories of investigations and pedo rings and different things that they went through and did.
Something doesn't add up here, because he could stay within the FBI, do what you're talking about publicly or privately. Publicly come out, say, "Hey, something's being covered up here. We need to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to talk to Trump about that." Trump could say, "You know what? Cash, you're gone. Dan, you're now the director of the FBI. Get to the bottom of this." And his approval on the Epstein files would be sky high, especially with MAGA. Maybe not Democrats, but Trump's worst issue right now is the Epstein files, and he's done nothing to make it better. He said he doesn't want your support if you keep talking about the Epstein files. I hope you realize that. He did say that.
Yeah, based on the information that they're giving, we don't know. Like I said, there's something strange there. I don't know what it is, and I can't jump to conclusions. But anyways, back to the other situation we were talking about, Dan Bongino. You do realize that he was only going to be there for a year, maybe a year and a quarter, right? You know that he was always going to. He was supposed to quit. Anyways, beforehand.
I didn't know that. Where are you getting that from?
From his own mouth. Because
when did he say that?
He said that all along. And I think he recently addressed it in the second or third podcast he had, because the plan was for him to come back out.
Do you have any examples of him saying that?
Yeah, I just told you the second or third
before,
podcast.
I mean before he quit.
Oh, not before he quit, but he said he was going to be there a limited time for because his importance to the midterms outweighed his position working for Trump.
What?
Because of his following in his show.
Yeah. Well, remember how earlier you said you actually don't trust anybody, including Dan Bongino?
Yeah.
Why do you
verify.
trust? Well, okay. How did you verify this?
I'm just saying, this is why do you think I was holding back my speculations? You asked me this.
Well, right now you're saying
now you're trying to pinpoint each one of the things I said.
You're saying it's like Dan Bongino is always going to leave, and the evidence of that is that he just said it after he left. You know, to prove that or to have any evidence of that, you'd need him saying that or talking about that before.
Well, that was his admittance of that. That's what he based off. That's what my understanding of what he said is that it was always the plan for him to leave early to help with the midterms.
Pretty convenient. But I don't want to get bogged down in this minutia stuff. Seth has other stuff he wants to.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
done with
interested now I was just interested in the both sides debate. You know, one side defending Dan and the other side condemning him. So I was enjoying.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, my thoughts was, man, you already heard me. I was condemning this man all the way through the video. I was like, bro, you told us one thing and you did another. And I mean, honestly, like you were saying, Sid, I mean, like, bro, he could have came out and explained himself earlier, in my opinion. Like, just tell us, hey, look, man, these 3 million files that came out, I ain't know a damn thing. Not sit there and say, oh, you guys are nihilists, doomsdayers, and all this and that. I mean, all right, maybe he's going after, the Dave Smith, and that's the top of his priority list. And if that's the case, then his priorities are fucked up, because you explaining what the hell is going on with the Epstein file should have been at the top of your list. Then you can go ahead and handle your petty grievances. I'd have been okay with that. But the fact that he's handling his petty grievances instead of explaining, yo, what the F is going on with these 3 million files in your Fox News interview is kind of irritating.
Yeah, it's crazy because his whole persona, his whole show not his whole show, but so much of his show, and why people were so excited when he was named deputy director, was because of how much he was focused on the Epstein files. Now to come out and chastise people for caring about it, which, by the way, is in line with Trump. I want you guys all to agree. Trump did say, if you guys are still talking about the Epstein files and still caring about the Epstein files, I don't want your support anymore. He said that when he was fighting with Elon Musk.
Yeah, I think it was during an executive order signing, I believe, too.
Yeah,
he did say that. He said, "Oh, well, if you guys want to stay caught up on this, I don't want your support. I don't need your support." And I remember everybody was low key like, "What the fuck?"
What I believe that was about, and why I still don't agree with it. I don't think he was saying that the Epstein files or being on the Epstein or the Epstein files themselves was a hoax, or he didn't want your support if you're going to stay on the Epstein files. I think it was more him being one of the customers in the Epstein files and him being one of Epstein's customers that he didn't want people to stay on and support him or have their support if they actually believe that he was willingly engaging in business with Epstein.
Well, I'll tell you why that doesn't check out, because he posted that first on Truth Social, which is all MAGA.
Yes.
And I guarantee you there are I don't know any people that identify as MAGA or Trump supporters, especially at this time, that ever thought or suspected that Trump was in the files. Everyone that was MAGA was genuinely confused because Trump and Trump supporters and his surrogates had always been hitting that Epstein bell, talking about it. So when he truths out something like, hey, enough with the Epstein files, if you're still on this stuff, I don't want your support. It's a distraction from the economy. He's talking to MAGA there. He's not talking to Democrats or people that don't like him. But MAGA doesn't think he's in the files.
But that was No, we
They're making
thought
us
he was
think
in the
he's like
files. We knew he was in
I
the
mean,
files.
implicated criminally.
We knew, yeah, we knew that he was in them, just not as criminally, because, well, you probably don't know this, but he had been part of the reason why he was the whistleblower, the first and main whistleblower, is because he was already asked prior years ago because this isn't the first time he's worked with the feds. He was originally asked by the feds to start looking into him.
Where are you getting that from?
I'm getting that from the research I've been doing on him since 2005.
Could you be a little bit more detailed, like who approached him, who
Actually,
asked him?
I've got to find the frickin' paperwork because since 2015, I have a lot of the books and a lot of the websites that I used to write my paper back in 2005. I have not been able to either find or they've been edited. So
You wrote a paper on it though. Do you have access to the paper you wrote?
I wrote
Now,
a paper.
hold on, what are we trying to figure out here?
Sorry, I'm
Well,
fighting the
she was
flu right
saying
now.
that
Give
Trump
me a
was
minute.
she was saying Trump was an FBI informant. I've seen no
No,
evidence
I
of
said he
that.
has worked with the feds.
Okay.
Okay, informant. I thought you were saying FBI. No, he has worked with the feds on and off since the 60s or 70s.
I've seen no evidence of that. So I'm just asking for evidence
But
of it.
you wouldn't find that much evidence of it. It took me, this was my paper for my business management certification, and I went down a whole bunch of rabbit holes when I started studying him.
Well, do you still have access to that paper by chance?
Honey, it was 2005. I can look
I
for it,
understand.
but
I understand. If you don't have it, just like, do you remember anything from it? Like, when was he approached in the '60s? What was he doing for the feds in the '60s? Do you remember
I
that?
can't tell you who approached him back in the 60s, but one of the biggest things, and this is what kind of irritates me that they did not come out with this, was the casinos that everybody likes to jump and harp on. That was never meant to be a long-term business venture. The casinos were started and created to help the feds monitor and follow money that the mafia was laundering. That's why he let them use those casinos, and why he kind of let them fall was because they were done with it, and there was no way for him to. He didn't want to continue the casinos.
So, did any mafia bosses get charged off the basis of what they were doing at the casinos?
I know quite a few were brought in. I don't remember if they were, because I didn't go that far into that aspect of it. I just wanted to know why the heck the casinos failed when everything else of his has always he's never had a business fail, especially like that before. And I wanted
That's
to know
not
why they
true.
failed.
He's declared bankruptcy a ton of times and closed down his businesses. More than just the casinos.
Anyways,
the only thing that I found on it was a Washington Post story about Trump working with the what was it here? Trump ties to an informant and FBI agent reveals his mode of
yeah,
operation.
you're not gonna find it online anymore. Unless you dig like 1,010 pages, because a lot of the stuff that I found that I used, the few websites that I did find that I used back then have been edited, or a lot of stuff has been redacted from it.
Why is that? Trump's what's
were
wrong if Trump's
redacted
an
and changed after 2016.
if Trump's an FBI informant helping to catch these mob bosses and pedophile rings, like
Why do you think they would have been edited or changed after 2016?
I don't know. Trump has, his hands on the levers of power for the second time now, and that could be very
Okay, do you
exonerating
think?
to release that
Yeah, but
stuff.
do you think he's really going through that, and that's the most important thing to him right now? Is
Well,
fixing
it
a
has
bunch
been
of
very
stuff
damaging.
online?
It has been very damaging to his
Well, I
credibility and his
don't
reputation.
personally. I don't know why it hasn't been fixed yet. That is not my job. Is my job is not to is to do it, or is to tell him what to do. I can just tell you what I have been studying since 05, 06.
Okay,
But
hold
it,
on now.
but
Oh, I got you. I found the information. So what was it? The 1980s casino investigation and informant Daniel Sullivan. In the 1980s, Trump worked with Daniel Sullivan, a labor consultant who was secretly an FBI informant, providing information on mobsters. Trump
so
utilized connection with Sullivan to introduce him to FBI agents. So this is, I don't know. Well said. Did that answer your question to your satisfaction?
no, that sounds like Trump's being investigated.
No.
No,
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
it
It
utilizes his
says that
connection with Sullivan
this
to
guy was
introduce
a
him to FBI agents.
Yes, and
secretly
he was also.
secretly an FBI agent, and then this guy introduced Trump to FBI agents. I mean, that sounds like an investigation.
No, here it is actually. Casino security documents show Trump's offered to cooperate with the FBI in the 1980s by placing undercover agents in his casinos to monitor organized crime, despite later claiming he had never called the FBI in his life. This is coming from the Washington Post. Trump ties to an FBI informant and FBI agent reveals his mode of operation. So yeah, Trump was working with the FBI during his casino days in the 80s, not 60s.
And you also have to remember, and let me finish this time. So it is in his realm of business as a real estate and into other businesses. He does have to be careful with his ties, because how many business owners are going to want to do business with someone who is constantly working with the FBI? That can actually be more damaging to your business reputation than anything else.
Yeah, if
Because
if you're doing illegal
no,
stuff, I guess.
I mean,
Yeah.
Fair
no,
assessment.
I mean, yes and no.
Why would it be damaging to your
Not everybody
business
wants. If
if you're not doing illegal stuff?
Do you know how many businesses get looked into and investigated or just looked at sideways because of something weird that they find or something weird that they see that might not actually be illegal, but it could
Probably
be
a
a
lot.
flag? Yes. Well, if someone that you're doing business with is constantly working with the FBI and it's known that he's constantly working with the FBI, do you really want to be around someone that could cause a major headache for you? Because those investigations aren't cheap for business owners either. Because then they have to go through and make sure everything's on the up and up, even more so than they already do. And you
I
also have
mean,
to remember, not every
Trump
business.
also worked with the mafia. I would imagine
Yes.
you wouldn't want to go into business with somebody that's constantly or known to work with the mafia either. If you're working with the feds and the mafia, I
He
guess
let
that's
them
double.
work
That's called a double
through.
whammy.
He let them work through his stuff so that they could be, so they could be looked into. It wasn't not always a full investigation, but it was a surveillance,
So
basically.
Trump was a honeypot, basically. That's what you're saying.
Basically, yes.
Well, maybe.
And he was a
honeypot.
He was do you think he was a honeypot for
He was letting
Epstein?
them.
By
Well, yeah. I
honeypot,
mean, look at his look at his money, his real estate.
How exonerating would it be if Trump came out with full proof? Yo, I got this
I mean,
fucker
yes,
popped.
it would be. I mean,
Why
honey,
wouldn't you
that's
do it
already
then?
on.
He's
That's already
president.
on
He doesn't have to
file.
worry about who
That's
he's going
already
into
on.
business with. He owns
That's
the
already
FBI now.
out there.
Well, it is
That's
out there.
already out there.
It is out there.
He's the whistleblower.
That's not true. Where's
Yes,
that?
it is.
That
So,
he
can you
he
please
blew the
pull that
whistle
up
on Epstein?
again for me? Because
Did he
I'm
blow
kind
the,
of busy cleaning.
Did he blow the whistle on Epstein?
Yes,
That's
he
what the
did.
question was.
No. I don't know about that one. Nah.
Yes,
That was
he
my
was the
question. So,
Epstein whistleblower. He was the first. He was the first one willing and able, or he was the first one willing to work with the FBI when they started investigating
Oh,
Epstein.
hold on. Well, he's the first one to work with the prosecutors that was representing the victims.
yeah, in a civil
Okay, so he was
case.
the. Let me, because apparently I need to rephrase that. He was the first. He wasn't the. Obviously he wasn't one of the victims or one of the young girls, but on the wealthy side of things, he was the first one to work with them. He was the wealthy side whistleblower because that's when he started pulling things together.
He voluntarily talked to the lawyers that represented the victims in a civil case after Epstein's criminal case, where he got a sweetheart deal, and then the guy that gave him the sweetheart deal was later appointed to Trump's first cabinet. But you're close, I guess, but not quite there.
All right, guys. All right. Now I do want to get into this next video because I still got like an hour left to do. So let's get right into it. Now let's see here. Barry Weiss, CBS News, says Epstein was a Russian spy. They really is trying to pin this all on Russia. Like they want to like pretend like we didn't just see the connections to Israel and we should all just focus on Russia. So let's just focus on Russia for a bit, guys, and let's see if there's any credibility to it. Because I believe there is. I really do. Yeah, what's up?
I don't think there's any intelligence agency that Epstein didn't want to work with. You know, I do think
I agree with that one.
I do think the Russian ties are more tenuous than like MI6, Mossad, and CIA. But I think that as long as he thought he could benefit from it, he'd work with, like, his loyalty was not to countries; it was to this broader project that he
I don't know, man.
he had for himself.
The way he was talking with the Jewish homies says otherwise, but I can hear you out on that.
Yeah, but he also worked with MI6 and the CIA. So.
Yeah, that's true. So I could see he pretty much like a free agent, or the way due to the way he was working or his influence, he has the capability to work with really any intelligence agency, or he's valuable to really any intelligence agency.
Exactly, he's valuable, and that's not like, I think we should put it out there that there's a difference between an agent and an asset. He's an asset to all these different intelligence agencies, including our own, but he's not necessarily an agent of the CIA or Mossad or MI6 or KGB or what is FSB. He's an asset to him. So, yeah.
All right. Sure, I agree with you on that. Oh, and shout out my man Monty. Remember, guys, Sid doesn't want to hear any evidence that will say that Trump is anything other than a pedophile and a monster. He has said as much.
No, I was literally asking for evidence. I'd love to hear it.
But all right.
Not evidence that he's not that.
You have
I was asking for evidence.
In the past, not today, but in the past, you have straight up said all that.
No, I completely refute that until that's proven. You can say I said it in a private call somewhere. Never happened. But until it's proven that I said something like that, I refute that. Like, I know I didn't say that stuff.
Nope. Well, he's saying nope. He didn't say it. But all right, let's get back to it.
Russians? Oh, and wait 1 second. Sorry. So sorry. This is to Monty too. It's been a couple weeks now since our debate about how I support insurrectionists and I want an insurrection and all this stuff. Monty said, "Oh, you better come back tomorrow night where I'll have all the clips proving everything I said you said." Still waiting. You could add one to it now.
The Russians, even when 3 million documents all pointed to it being Israel, I knew it had to be the Russians. The new tactic now on the, I don't know if you want to call them right-wing media or what, the Zionist media. How about that? That's what we call them, the Zionist media. The new tactic now is to say Jeffrey Epstein didn't work for Mossad, that he worked for Russia.
Of course.
And we have Larry Loomer. I'm sorry. Laura Loomer. I'm sorry.
Bro, Laura Loomer. I mean, like, bro, the looniest of the conservatives. But shout out Jeffrey Epstein communicated with Qatar ruling family about Muslim Brotherhood and visited Qatar 2 days before the U.S. presidential election. And I swear to God, bro, look, I'll be real with you. It's like any chance to try to pass it off on them, on Qatar, they always take it. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Like, you know, while Qatar invested in America and Israel takes from America, for some reason, our biggest enemy is Qatar. Qatar ain't never dragged us into no war. They ain't never hit us with no false flags, but they're just the number one threat to America, somehow, some way. Well, all right, I'll leave that alone. And shout out my man Monty. He says, and you didn't come back. Oh, I guess Monty said don't anytime, any day.
I didn't get the message, man. Presumably you still have them and you collected them all, and you could, you know, come up right now and show everybody that I'm a liar and I said all these things I'm saying I didn't.
Well, shoot, if y'all want to go ahead and set up another debate, shoot, just let me know. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I just think that it's crazy that all these people say, like, oh, you said this. And I'm sitting here like, I did not say that. Was I like in a fugue state or something? I don't remember any of it. And I asked for evidence of it. And that's too much. They don't provide it. So
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that.
Worked for Mossad.
Oh.
That he worked for Russia.
Of course.
And we have Larry Loomer. I'm sorry. Laura Loomer. I'm sorry. She's trying to do her best psyop on people by saying it's all Qatar, that he was somehow working with Qatar. You think I'm kidding? Here, let me read this to you. Jeffrey Epstein communicated with Qatar's ruling family about the Muslim Brotherhood and visited Qatar 2 days before the U.S. presidential election in 2016. Wow. I bet he's working for Qatar and not working for the Mossad and the CIA. As Kurt says, the fact that if Jeffrey Epstein's dead, he worked for the Mossad. If Jeffrey Epstein's alive, the Mossad worked for him, and Jeffrey Epstein worked for the Rothschilds. Well, we know he did work for the Rothschilds. So there's credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein's still alive. That would be if I had to bet, gun to my head, is Jeffrey Epstein alive or dead? I would say alive. That's what I would say.
Hey, Seth.
Jeffrey Epstein.
What do you think? What do you think about that? I heard you saying earlier you think that it looks like Epstein could be alive.
Yeah, it's saying it looks like Epstein could be alive from reporting from one of the guards guys, right? One of the security guards who were there, and they pulled this. And we're talking about the government did this. The government pulled this guy's 4chan message, and for some reason they included it in the files. And I'm just like, well, why include? Well, Monty actually brought this to my attention as well when he said, well, why bring this up if it's not credible? I mean, if this is just some crazy loon just saying this, then why put it in the files as if this has some type of credibility? Is
that the dude that was saying he worked for Epstein and like?
No, it was a dude that said he was a security guard. Like he worked as security guard at the prison that Epstein was at, and he claimed that he seen Epstein get carried out and another guy get brought in. So he's pretty much trying to say that, well, Epstein might have to be alive.
Have you seen the one I'm talking about? It was also a 4chan post where this guy was saying he was Epstein's driver forever, and he saw like at least 2 deaths, and he worked for the Romney family, and he also worked for Rihanna, and that 4chan thread was also in the files. There's this guy named Coop, COOP, on YouTube that did a whole video about it, but to me there wasn't that much convincing in it. But what did you think about that picture with the guy with long hair? Because I thought I saw someone saying that was AI.
Yeah, I thought so.
That's
you know
AI.
what? Let me see here because I can pull the picture up here. I think this is like the full picture, and you could tell it's AI because of the blurred faces. You feel me?
And why would he just have a beard and long hair?
I mean, in Tel Aviv, though, they say he was in Tel Aviv too. So I was like, oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold up.
You'd think he'd have a better disguise, though. You know?
Yeah.
Just grow out your hair a little bit.
I know. Like, I don't know, get a tan or something. Like, just actually try.
I mean, I wasn't very convinced either by the Xbox tag or whatever, because I feel like that was public knowledge at that point what his gamer tag was, and then someone else could use that and just create their own or whatever.
Everybody was tracking down the man's gamer tag, talking about he's still active on Fortnite.
Yeah. And then what was the other thing? Oh yeah, the press release that came out from the FBI or DOJ, I think, in Trump's first term, was dated the day before he died. I feel like there's a lot of explanations for that, but
I mean, yes, but at the same time,
I don't know,
it's
guys.
still
I'm like,
kind of that one, and the only ones that have me stopping is that press release, and again, just more of a that's a little suspicious, and then the photo of his island where there's a photo of someone who looks a lot like Epstein talking to either a groundskeeper or someone there.
they're trying to say
And
the ears look different, all that crazy stuff. So, I'm 40% there, 40, 60, 40% Epstein might be alive, 60% nah, he died.
they also
they should definitely explain the press release thing, because I could see it just being like they just didn't change the date on the page, or it was a time zone thing, or any number of explanations, but it is going to make people obviously think something's going on when it's a day earlier than the day he actually died,
the other thing that has me kind of pausing is they have a photo, a time-stamped photo from the prison where it does look like on the edge there is an orange jumpsuit that is able to access where his room was. And the other thing that's got me is all the linens that was in his room. Like, there was an ass ton of linen in his room. For what reason, if he's on suicide watch?
I mean, and then what was it? They showed a picture of the so-called, noose that he made out of the linen, and people were going like, "That don't look like that's gonna kill nobody." I remember when me and Monty was debating, could he have hung himself? And I was just telling Monty, I was like, "I'm be real with you, I just don't see how he could have done it." Monty was trying to explain it to me and all that good stuff, and I was just like, "I don't know, bro. I still just don't see it."
Yeah, I'm kind of in the 50-50. Did he, didn't he kind of, and I keep jumping back between 40% he did, 40% he didn't, It's like, well, something else comes out and I'm like, that actually makes sense. And then something else comes out to contradict it. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, that also makes sense.
So, but all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Epstein's private plane was invited to, because there isn't only one Jeffrey Epstein ring. There's not just one guy, right? So if they did kill him, what about all the other guys running the other rings and the other people doing the dirty work of the deep state? They would probably be hesitant to keep doing it. They'd probably be afraid. And they'd probably want to get blackmail on the people they're working for. So that's why I think I would not be surprised if Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. Jeffrey Epstein's private plane was invited to land in Doha, Qatar by Sakor Java. So it's all this stuff. Emails revealed Epstein was in communication. He is currently the chairman of the board of directors. So it's all Epstein has extensive dealings with Qatari real estate brokers and members of Qatar's ruling family. Yeah, he was operating at the top of intelligence. Of course, he had presidents on his island. He had the royal family on his island. He had financiers. He had academics like Noam Chomsky and people in Harvard. He had Alan Dershowitz and top lawyer. He had everybody. He had everybody because he was working for the Rothschilds with the Mossad and the CIA. He had everybody in it. He had artists and movie stars and had everybody, politicians. So this is what she's trying to do. Qatar is the largest financer of the Muslim Brotherhood. And also Qatar is one of our biggest allies. We have our biggest military base in Qatar. So this whole idea, but why would we be doing that with people who are our enemies?
So
Anyway,
I just remembered something.
Go ahead.
I just remembered something. Did you see that Tyler Oliveira actually got on the island?
Tyler Oliveira. Wait.
He got on Epstein's island. I just saw a video about it today.
I did not hear about that one. But shoot, I'd have to
Yeah,
look one up. But all right.
I'll try and pull it up.
Epstein, I love the other side of it anyway. So it's here we go. So that's her big idea, is that
Yo, Set.
That's love.
Yo.
I know we're in this right now, but I sent you that video I was talking about with the 4chan post that was also in the files on Discord. If at some point you want to watch it.
I mean, why not? Why not? Shoot, I did say I was going to do an extra long stream today. So, hey, if you're going to help me extend it, I'm all for it.
Word.
See here, confession. All right, shoot, let's go for it.
Like and subscribe. Now let's dive. This is the thread that was posted by a man claiming to be Epstein's personal driver, who conducted a lot of the disgusting and discreet operations on behalf of Epstein and his clients. This was posted almost 6 years ago now. However, with the more recent drops, including the most recent one, so much information has come out that is proving what this guy claims happened to be true. So I decided we'd go over it again. Now let's begin. OP, or original poster, entitles this anonymous thread "Story Time with a Man." And it's important to note this is all anonymous. We have no idea who this man was. Although based on his claims, we have good reason to believe he was telling the truth. This post was made on 7/1/2020, which was a Wednesday at 6:05 p.m., and it became at the time one of the most popping threads on the entire platform. It begins with him saying the following: "I'm going to tomorrow. X, I'm also sending 3 packets of copied information to the media, 1 to CNN, 1 to MSNBC, and 1 to Fox News. You'll all have to see which one tells the truth about the information they receive and who doesn't. I trust 4chan to do this because of our history of releasing legit info in the face of mass media cover-up. I have been a professional driver / security guard for a circle of very wealthy people for almost 8 years. I started by working the door at a private gentleman's club outside of the DC area. From that job, I was introduced to some employment managers for Jeffrey Epstein because I had experience as both a cab driver and a bouncer, as well as always overlooking and keeping my mouth shut about the drugs and prostitution my employers at the club profited from. They thought I'd be a good fit to work the weekends for Mr. Epstein. At first, I didn't do very much, definitely nothing important. I would run errands mostly and do anything my manager, parentheses, who reported directly to Mr. Epstein, wanted me to do. So say the gardener calls out sick one day, it would be me mowing the lawn in his place. I was sort of a floating general helper. Inevitably, I ran into Mr. Epstein now and then, and he was always very personable, enthusiastic. I had heard about his original court case and the rumors and everything, but just meeting this guy made me feel like it was all a lie because he seemed so kind and genuine. I thought he was really just this hotshot money man, like a Bruce Wayne or a Tony Stark kind of figure, and I think ultimately that's how he wanted all of us to see him. His God complex was, to say the least, very developed. Right off the bat, the first thing this driver mentions that's critical is he worked at clubs in DC, and it's no surprise that has become one of the main places of a lot of the degeneracy with the recent file drops, considering how many politicians are involved in this. Admittedly, for now, this is somewhat of a looser connection, but it only gets more and more direct as we continue. The people replying to the driver on this thread began getting very curious to see if he knew more. A lot of people started chiming in and asking him questions, and so OP continued. Eventually, I was trusted with bigger jobs. I think I got a good reputation because I cleaned up one of Mr. Epstein's bedrooms one day. There was, to my dismay, a mixture of poop and semen on the bed sheets. I dealt with it professionally, and I didn't say anything. I knew by then that someone is always watching. There are cameras in almost every single room, save Mr. Epstein's private office and regular bedroom. Parentheses, he had several bedrooms, but one was his, quote, favorite, I guess, his main room. I never mentioned it to anyone, but I still got a thank you from my manager for being discreet. One day I was asked to go pick up a masseuse from a bus station. I didn't ask her age. I knew better, but she couldn't have been more than 16. I got a really bad feeling in my stomach because at this point, denying Mr. Epstein's tastes would be borderline irrational. I did my job, though I took her to his house and a few hours later took her back to the bus stop. She was crying. I didn't talk to her about it. A few weeks later, I did it again. Now my manager tells me that Mr. Epstein would like me to take over all of his various pickups and drop-offs. They called it, quote, cutie duty, parentheses, effing barf. But it was more than just girls. I would pick up drugs and other assorted packages, most of which I had no idea the contents, but as far as I was concerned, the less I knew, the better. I was getting paid very well for the amount of work I was doing. In a given day, I spend 3, maybe 4 hours doing anything that could be considered work. The rest of the time, I either sat in my car browsing 4chan on my phone or inside pretending like I was rich and this was my house. For this, I was being paid $75K a year, more than I'd ever even hoped to have made in my whole life. When I took over doing most of the driving, it went up to $115. Every time my job became more illegal, the money would get better. That's his tactic. He knows that people will do just about anything for the right price. So far, everything is on point, especially with the most recent updates and the references to torture and the other things going on at Epstein's house. So let's continue. And in response to people asking him why he's now coming out with all this, OP says the following: I just want people to know, I guess. Call it a public confession because I'm guilty. I guess I don't care that much because I've done things I can't forgive myself for, and I think they'll have me anyway. I'm going to do it on my own terms. At this point, I do want to queue up a video posted by a YouTuber who just a few days ago posted a video about Epstein's Island and visiting it, and now he has people in black vans outside of his house. So apparently they will come after you if you reveal any amount of information that's not out there already, I guess. The post continues from there. Anyway, Mr. Epstein is very shrewd. He pays you a lot of money, but not enough for the crap you have to do. And he tries to find the absolute least amount he can pay to keep you doing it. For me, disgracefully, that was around $150K. I stayed on.
I'm sorry, that's a little too stereotypical. And also, so bro went from a driver to a drug trafficker to a human smuggler. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. For like 100K.
What?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that's bullshit. Oh yeah, you're right. He said around 150. Really? Only 150K? You're doing all that, bro? I mean, the cartel would have paid you better.
Yeah, for real. But who knows how true this is, but
yeah,
it is in the files, you know, and it does. There are some parts of it where there's some specific things named that I don't know how this guy would know them, but
I mean, it checks out, to be quite honest with you. And he doesn't really have a reason to lie. I mean, sure, you know, there's crazy people out there, but the fact that they added in the files, you're right. It does give it some type of credibility.
And the owner of 4chan was in the files as well and had meetings with Epstein.
I mean, at this point, bro, who wasn't rocking with this man at this point? Like, it seems like anybody with over $1 billion net worth has had bumped shoulders with this man.
Somehow Joe Biden isn't in there.
Which was
hilarious. I don't know. I was surprised by that even.
I mean, bro, I was surprised I didn't hear Joe Biden or too much about Obama. Or really, I was like, all right. I mean, our shout out to them, I guess. Who knows? Like, let's wait till the next 3 million. Let's see what happens after that. Like,
yeah, true. There's still more for sure.
But let's be real, though. I'm be real with you. We didn't see nothing about Biden or Obama.
They're mentioned in passing sometimes.
Yeah, but you know, not connected to anything like crazy. Like, think
about not like
Elon
emails
Musk
between them or.
Yeah, Elon Musk was connected to crazier things than them.
Yeah, girls for the win,
bruh. I mean, you know, his case is a bit more explainable, but it's still a bit sketchy.
Yeah.
Mr. Epstein took a trip abroad and he loaned me out to another family, the Romneys. Now, keep in mind, I never met Mitch Romney, and I don't think I even worked for him. I just worked for the family. I reported to an employment manager as usual. I was tasked with driving a young man named Cole around wherever he wanted. Cole was probably 22 and already had his license suspended for drunk driving. He lived in a huge house out in the middle of nowhere outside Boulder, Colorado. Man, it was beautiful. If I could have stayed there forever, I would have. I suspect it was a vacation, quote, cabin, really more of a mansion owned by his parents, but I digress. Every weekend, we would drive into the city. He would get extremely drunk, find a woman or prostitute, and I'd take us all back home. Cole was a piece of total crap. If you remember Scumbag Steve, just imagine if Steve's parents were multimillionaires, if not billionaires, and you get the idea. So one Sunday morning, after a typical Saturday night, I report for duty at 8 a.m. sharp, knowing darn well that Cole isn't going to drag his butt out of bed until at least 3 p.m. Here he comes hobbling down the drive.
Oh, and Shout out to my man Castro. He said definitely a Russian agent. Well,
way in his socks to my car. He usually texts when he's up, and I come inside and start cleaning up his messes. No text today. He comes over to the car as I'm stepping out. He says, "Hey buddy, we kind of got a problem. It's not that big of a deal, okay? What? Let's see it." We go inside, upstairs in his bedroom. His girlfriend last night is lying face up and her mouth is pooled with vomit. She is most definitely dead. As far as I can tell, she overdosed on whatever combination of prescription drugs they were doing, passed out, puked, and suffocated on her own vomit. I'm absolutely flipping out, and I've got my phone out dialing 911. Cole slaps it out of my hand and says to me to hold on. He says he can get in trouble because it will look bad for his family. I said, "Cole, you've already been getting into trouble." He says he knows, just not this kind of trouble. He says I'll get a big bonus if I just deal with it myself. Now I'm way out here in the middle of nowhere, and the implication of my employment in this circle has been that if I mess up, I might suffer harsh consequences. I know what I did here was wrong. I know that, and I am sorry. Once again, especially with the most recent Epstein files, talking about torture and the eating of children, this seems exactly on point. And we know he has connections to Colorado, he being Epstein, so it shouldn't be any surprise. And we'll probably look into the family being referenced here a little bit later. Quote, I asked him what I'm supposed to do. He says, just wait. He gets a different phone out of a drawer and starts making calls. After a few minutes, I'm waiting in the hallway. He's casually pacing around the corpse. He gives me the GPS coordinates given for a little spot off 111 out in the mountains. I'm supposed to wrap her up, take her out there, and drop her off. He said there will be guys waiting there to take her. It's a long drive, and I don't look forward to it one bit. I wrap her up in his comforter. He stops me. Bro, he says, not that blanket. That's like the softest blanket in the world, dude. No way. And he gets me a different blanket from the closet.
Bro.
A real gentleman, Cole was. Funny enough, in the dark way, these coordinates do lead quite literally into the middle of nowhere in the mountains off of the beaten path. And there are all sorts of suspicious things out there. We'll look into it a little bit more later, though, after we read through the rest of the story, because it is a very real possibility that if we started digging and got the dogs out, we'd probably find some bodies out there. OP then continues his story.
So if you didn't read the screen all the way, bro actually did drop coordinates. Like he did drop like the longitude and latitude coordinates, which is kind of crazy, by the way. And that boy Cole's a savage. Is like, wow. He said, bro, hold on, bro. That's like my softest blanket. What are you doing? Like, go get something else. Like, wreck.
Whoop. He's got an F-150 on the property used for landscaping work. I put her body in the bed with a tarp on top of it, and then I fill the rest of the truck back with landscaping supplies. Fertilizer, tools, etc. I try to make it look really natural and boring. I'm crapping myself. I can't believe I'm actually doing this, but he's promising me that if I get busted, I'll have the best lawyers money can buy, and I believe him. She's dead already anyway, and it's unlikely he would even get into any real legal trouble. Damn. Just bad press. So what's the difference? The whole time driving, I'm just sweating right through my clothes. I have to stop twice to puke. When I get there, there's a little dirt spot you can pull off into, and sure enough, there's a big black SUV and a Jeep with off-road tires. Side note from me, that is actually exactly right. There is a dirt pull-off, and unless OP has been there, I'm not sure how he would have found this place and been so accurate about it. Continuing with OP's post, I'm not just about to assume that these are the right body people, so I stop and get out and approach the SUV. The window rolls down, and there's a woman who's probably in her 50s and a big guy driving. I don't know what to say, so I'm just kind of like, how's it going? Feeling like a complete idiot, she makes a call and describes me to the person on the phone. Then she puts it down and says, "We're who you're looking for. Is it under all the stuff in the bed?" I say, "Yeah. Do you need help?" She says, "No. Take a break." So I walk into the trees a little bit and smoke a cigarette or two. They've got her out and pull her into the Jeep within about 5 minutes. The woman tells me to wait 15 minutes before I leave, and then they pull out and drive away. Jeep drives further into the woods. I wait maybe 7 minutes, and then I leave. I got a text later telling me to not ever leave early again. It was from a blocked number. Remember for later when we look into those coordinates of the dump site, that he was told to wait 15 minutes, and that the vehicle he was with had off-road tires. Continuing, so when I get back to the house, Cole is sitting at the kitchen table eating a massive bowl of Fruit Loops with a big serving spoon, watching Love and Hip Hop. This man is like a child, and he hasn't even gotten dressed yet. He asked me to wash his blanket and sheets. I do it. We get really drunk that night, and Cole tells me this has happened twice before, and it's always fine. He says he's like Scarface and stuff. I hate him. The remaining few months go by without incident, and he gets his license back, freeing me at last. Mr. Epstein doesn't need me at this time, but I do get referred as a reliable driver to the bigwigs at Def Jam Records, who assigned me to work on Rihanna's crew while she promoted Talk That Talk at the time of her 6th and newest album. At this point, let's once again reiterate that it's coming out that practically all of the major stars and people in Hollywood and the music industry are in the files. Opie's next post goes as follows. I never met Miss Rihanna in person, just in passing now and then, but I found this job to agree with me a lot better than the others. I drove a van stacked with promotional gear from city to city while she toured. A few times I was sent to pick up Molly and was taught to use test strips for purity. If it was not pure, I was supposed to walk away, but it was always pure. There are circles within circles of connections. I believe there's an entire shadow economy strictly for the rich and famous to get their rocks off collectively, which, my opinion at this point with the Epstein files, seems to be dead on. Continuing, one thing I did learn about Rihanna is that she enjoys young females as well. I was sent to pick up 2 young girls and bring them to her hotel room. Of course, I was met outside the door by someone more important than me. This struck me as odd because as far as I understand, Rihanna is not a billionaire like Epstein, but she was even more insulated and protected than he was. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with just personal choices regarding security, but I also get the picture that in this world, influence and money both equal power, and Rihanna, especially in the 2011-2012 period, was highly influential. All I had to do was mention her name and girls would get in the car, just like that. At this point, things get very interesting in the original thread. We have someone who is not actually the original poster or OP coming out and saying the following sentence. I can't do this, you guys. I made this all up. Moz, delete this thread. It's a crap post, and I'm just a troll. I'm sorry, and I won't do it again. What's strange about that is, like I said, this is not OP. This is someone pretending to be OP. So right away, once this story starts mentioning specific names and getting into the depths of what's going on, people are coming out of the woodwork to try and claim to be OP and get this thread taken down from 4chan. Now, I'll chalk this up to anything if it was one guy, but it's a lot of them. People start telling OP to take his own, call him a Fed, and it continues for quite a while. There are all sorts of things that happened in the aftermath of him dropping Rihanna's name and this Cole family name. All I'll say is it's very odd, but on brand when you start revealing this sort of information. From here, OP continues, saying, nice try, for all the people trying to get his thread taken down. And he says, so the most noteworthy thing that happened while working for Def Jam is when Rihanna had a party to celebrate the end of her tour. Everybody was there. I mean, all the pop stars were there. Jonas Brothers, Lady Gaga, Justin Bieber, and even a few old heads like Elton John and some actors. If I'm not wrong, every single one of those people is in the files, or almost every single one of them. Continuing, I noticed John Travolta for sure, Seth Rogen, Emma Stone, Bradley Cooper, to name just a few. I'm also pretty sure those are all people in the files too.
Man,
for this party, I
any
was,
files.
of course, tasked with getting entertainment. They wanted, quote, as young as I could get and as many as I could get, end quote. Ostensibly, they were being hired to be wait staff, which is an excuse we've seen in other files and other people's releases, valet drivers, etc. But the plan is to switch it up on them when they actually get there. Give them drugs, money, whatever they need to do what they wanted them to do, which is essentially to be all expenses paid prostitutes for whoever wants them. That part, thankfully, was not my job. I'm just the piece of crap who tricked them into going. I picked up 5 young girls from a mall, a couple of teenage boys I found walking along the road. Quick side note, no one ever mentions the guys that got abducted and trafficked into this ring, but there are certainly a lot of them. And then I got a hold of an escort company to fill out and make an even dozen. The ones from the escort company were not underage, and I was very severely chastised for it. My manager basically asked if I ever wanted to work again. I said yes. He said, then act like you've got some gosh darn sense. I didn't make this mistake again. After the tour ended, I was just on my own for a month or so. I rented a house near Tulsa and basically insulated the whole time. I was starting to get ideas in my head about going to trade school or something when I was called back to come work for Mr. Epstein again. Needless to say, for OP, things did not get better and he did not go to trade school. It's only going to get darker from here.
Bro should have went to trade school, man. He should have just went to trade school.
So let's continue. At this point, I've developed a bad coke habit, of which I have only been sober for a few months to this day. I needed something to make me do it. Coke makes you feel numb in a way that not much else does. And believe me, I've tried just about everything. There are research chemicals that no one has even heard of that get traded around in these circles. When I came back to work for Mr. Epstein on his island, this is the first reference to the island in the story, I was going through an 8-ball every day or two. I binge drank at night, but I had to keep focused during the day. The coke wired me up, and the liquor brought me back down again. That's the only way mentally I could really cope with what's happening. I was flown to his now infamous island to be one of the regular staff. Essentially, I lived on the island now for free, while getting paid to maintain the grounds and keep the buildings up. When Mr. Epstein was there, obviously he would bring his own entertainment, so I didn't have to do that. I thought this sounds like a freaking fantastic deal. Island paradise, great wages, not much real work, count me in. Out of all my sins, I believe sloth is the most damaging one I could indulge in. I always look for the easy dollar, and that's why I am prey for people like this. And here's where the thread about the island begins. Now, first of all, this island is like paradise on earth. It's always a comfortable temperature. The rains are breathtakingly beautiful, and the architecture and decor of the houses are exquisite. Yes, the bathhouse is really creepy. The fake doors are there to confuse flyby surveillance. If anyone was wondering, the other regular staff were hard to get along with. They were all creeps, and I mean capital C freaking creeps. It made me wonder about myself, honestly, that I'm put here with them. They all joked about getting Mr. Epstein's, quote, leftovers, and the talk was constantly about when Mr. Epstein was going to visit the island again, when he would bring important people there, world leaders, CEOs, etc. I and most of the staff were kept totally out of sight. We weren't allowed to work in an area unless we knew it was empty. Only his most trusted employees could actually be in the building with him and high-powered friends. Sometimes, though, it would just be the family and things were more relaxed. I passed by his office once carrying some garbage when he beckoned me inside. He asked me my name and I told him. He offered me a seat and I took it. You don't get far in this business by saying no. And he began to talk to me. He looked really stressed. He asked me how anything that feels good could be bad. He had a big painting of Oscar Wilde and considered him a personal hero. He began to explain hedonism to me, which is ironic, and asked me if I understood. Of course I said, who doesn't like fun? He said, lots of people. Then he let me go about my duties. At this point, these messages have been going on for about 3 hours, so it's getting later at night. And this is when OP interjects a story that we all should probably pay extra close attention to. I messed up really bad one evening and entered one of the maintenance sheds to return some tools I'd been using and saw the sweaty, pale back of a large man hunched over and thrusting. He had a tattoo of Nixon on his back, and he was wearing a bull's head mask. He was messing with one of the regulars. I don't even know how to phrase this one. With the staff member's mouth. He turns to me. I'm just standing in shock. And he says quietly, do you mind? And I slam the door shut. As I'm closing the door, I get a glimpse of my coworker's face, and he is crying. I Googled Nixon back tattoo later and realized the man was Roger Stone, who I'd never heard of up to that point. I knew I was in deep crap. The next day, and for 2 weeks after, I got all the worst jobs.
Whoa.
Trash pickup, cleaning toilets, scrubbing his boats. It freaking sucked.
Yo, Sid, wait, Roger Stone, like Roger Stone?
Yeah, like the Republican strategist that worked for Reagan and then also Trump in his first term. And I mean, that's what's being said. Yeah.
Roger, son of a bitch.
I haven't actually went on Gmail or in the files and looked for Roger Stone, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, like you said, who isn't named? Bannon is all over the files too, you know, and he's good friends with.
Back.
Yeah,
and he said this in like 2020.
I think that was known about Roger Stone because he would brag about it because he worked with Nixon.
Yeah, Nixon
was very early on in his career. Yeah.
But I mean, to call it out like that is crazy.
Yeah, no, it is.
All right, let's get back. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I don't have much to add.
All right, let's get right back into it.
I got all the worst jobs. Trash pickup, cleaning toilets, scrubbing his boats. It freaking sucked. But I kept my mouth shut anyway. As far as I understood, my pay not been cut, so whatever. I'll do the crappy jobs where I'm by myself because at least, hey, I'm by myself. And that's fine with me. And
shout out Monty for the baller alert. All right, Sid. So for the record, Sid, I'd really like you to confirm you never said I'm not concerned with any evidence that exonerates Trump. In my opinion, there's only evidence. Oh yeah, my opinion, there's only evidence that looks bad. Just for the record. Do you have a response?
Yeah, I don't think I said that, but
all right. Well, once again, he claims innocence. What?
I think we should probably assume that Roger Stone is also in these files. If he is, when we look it up later, we'll see what he's been.
Like Monty, at
I
this
will.
point, you might have to hit
I
him
will
with
add one caveat. Yeah, no, I will add one caveat though. If we were specifically talking about it like one topic, and then someone was trying to bring out a whataboutism, I could imagine myself saying, "I'm not talking about that right now." But if I said, "I don't want don't show me any evidence that exonerates Trump," then that's bad. But I don't think I said that. So,
all right.
There you go. The thread continues several hours later. This is at this point into the next early morning, and people have been saying that OP shouldn't take his life and that he was a better guy than he thinks. OP did not believe that, so let's continue. I'm not a good guy, but thank you. If this was the movies, The Punisher or whoever would rip my spine on my back, and I deserve it. I'm not a good guy. Anyway, things started getting really tense on the island from that point. People started making little comments to me about being nosy or about minding my own business. I was starting to get worried I'd be branded a, quote, troublemaker, which you really don't want to be. Things turned very quickly in this business. That's how they've kept a lid on it for so long. Any small mistake and you're out. Most people are let go with NDAs and the understanding that they will be watched the rest of their lives, which ultimately is how I got out as well. After Epstein died, they cut me loose. I guess they figure since he's dead, nothing I'd know would matter anyway. They're probably right. Honestly, it probably won't matter anyway. But the rest of my life on that island was pure terror. I was just waiting to be taken away or worse. Never happened, but I was still really scared. I saw a few of their weird, quote, plays they would do around the bathhouse. Mr. Epstein had a little portable stage. He would get set up. He would wear the bull head I saw Stone wearing and give a big speech about what he called freedom. He would say this island is the only place in the whole world where everyone on it can do whatever they want. And that's bullcrap. Not your employees, not the children you bring here. Total bullcrap. Everyone would cheer. They'd get up and do a sort of conga line dance with tiki torches, really cringy, old rich people stuff, and go into the bathhouse. There's a trap door in the floor that has not been reported in any of the investigative photos that I've seen, which leads to what they call the chamber. And it's essentially a bondage dungeon. I don't know what all happened in there, and I never want to know. I stayed as far away from that bathhouse as I could. For a long time, we assumed, and some of us...
Oh, shout out Monty coming in again. He says, no, you didn't say. But I don't... He said, no, you didn't say. I don't want to hear that. You said before we had any failed that there is no evidence that mitigates... That mitigates... Wait, that mitigates? Or what? Am I reading that wrong? That you're convicted?
I think it's a typo.
Yeah. He said, yeah, there is no evidence that blank Trump that you're convinced that he is a pedophile. Okay, well, Monty might have read that one too fast, but I think what Monty's getting at is where you said that you would not look at any evidence that exonerates Trump as a pedophile, or you wouldn't accept evidence that exonerates Trump as a pedophile. Or I think he's trying to hold you down from when we was having our conversation where he asks you, like, remember this, where he was asking you, yo, like, if there's proof that, you know, this shooting was good and all that, would you accept it, even like, if it came from the attorney general or whatever? And you said, well, I'd have to read through it.
Yeah, it might be something like that. I'm vaguely remembering something from months ago where here's what I could imagine. These one-off things that people say it completely exonerates Trump. I would say I've seen so much that I'd have to see more than those specific things or those claims. But I don't think I said that. Here's what I'm going to say now. If I did say that I don't believe that, and I will look at any evidence. I will look at anything. I always ask for people to prove their claims. And so it would surprise me if I said, oh, I don't want to hear anything that totally proves Trump is innocent. I also remember saying, I hope Trump is innocent. I don't want the president of the United States to be so implicated in a pedophile sex ring, even if I don't like it. So,
all right. Yeah, but I do think what Monty was pretty much saying is that there is no evidence that would, I guess, make Trump innocent, that you're convinced he's just, you're convinced that he's a pedophile. Now, wait, are you convinced that Trump's a pedophile?
No.
Okay.
I'm convinced that he's definitely I'm convinced he's a predator.
Okay. I mean,
but I don't know that he's like. I don't think that by the technical term, a pedophile. It would not surprise me if he slept with underage women, and it also doesn't I just have enough evidence and reason to believe that he's a sexual predator against women, just off the many accusations, and he's been held civilly liable twice now for sexual abuse. So I think the evidence is not in his favor.
Okay. All right. Well, I won't. I want to give pushback, but I won't give too much pushback in the sake of getting back to the video.
Well, that's fair, and I just want to say, y'all should have been his lawyers because he tried that shit twice, and twice was, held liable. But she's not the only one, It's
Yeah,
and his own
Carol isn't the only one. We know that.
And his own words too, well, when you're a star, they let you do whatever you want. I can't control myself. When I see a beautiful woman, I just start grabbing them and kissing them. I mean, yeah, a lot of rich, famous people think that the women are letting you do it, but
I mean,
as we've seen in the Epstein files, that's not always the case. A lot of those women were letting Epstein do whatever he wanted, but
I mean, but then also, sometimes when you got cash, some girls will let you grab them by the pee. Just be like that.
Yeah, but you could also be a victim and be paid.
But I mean, that's true as well. That's true as well. All
right. Financial coercion is definitely a thing.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
there's
but if you
also
take the money
people-
at that point, it's like you kind of ruined the whole now I'm a victim thing since you took payment. Depending on the crime, of course. Depending on what's going on.
I mean, if you're 14 years old or something.
Oh yeah, then there's no excuse. And at that point, you're going. That's pedophilia. And you just paid for a girl.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Trump did that, by the way, but yeah.
Oh, of course. But go ahead, talk. What you about to say?
I was gonna say, there's also the fact that when you have money comes a lot of people who like to say you did things to them just to be able to get a nice little payout.
Yeah, but a lot of people that have money also don't get this many accusations against them. I don't know anyone that gets this many accusations that are all false against them. And then you have that person's. Well, no, I don't know that those. I don't think those are all false. When the Epstein files came out, this motherfucker tweeted, "I miss sex trafficking,"
Bro,
and then deleted
that was
it.
Wild. I did see that. I'm like, but I think he was just playing into the joke of everybody thinking that he's a sex trafficker because I was looking into that case and it's bogus.
Then he deleted it, and then he started accusing Sneeko of playing that song that
Hitler?
what's his name? The short
Kanye
guy
West?
from
Yeah.
Well, no, the short guy from Fresh and Fit was actually the guy that made that song, but Andrew Tate went on PVD and other platforms like Piers Morgan and stuff and basically apologized for it and threw Sneeko under the bus. I'm not a Sneeko fan, but he did Sneeko dirty for sure.
I mean, yeah, I thought they was gonna stand on business. I'll be real, but besides the point.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Monty. He said, "You said there is nothing, in my opinion, that can come out anything but affirm he is a pedophile, and you reaffirm that you only care about things that are damning."
Well, I'd love to hear this whole exchange in full, but I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Is that sounds like me saying I don't think that anything that comes out will exonerate Trump. I think it will only implicate him more. And so far, in my opinion, I'm talking like I was then, but that has been true, held true to me. I haven't seen anything that exonerates him or.
I mean, yeah. Only things that builds more questions. So, yeah, I guess I get that. Now there were a couple stories that were proven wrong, but let's be real, it doesn't exonerate Trump of everything. But like I said, I don't believe bro is a pedophile. Now, Playboy or a guy that likes to mess with women for sure. I mean, hey, man, been out there cheating on his wife I mean, like what? How much wives did he have? A lot. A lot.
3.
Yeah. So I mean,
But
we're not
also,
comparing
like,
between, like, Trump doesn't have a crazy past with women, but not to the point where they're trying to call him a pedophile. That's why I draw the line. I'm like, all right, look, just because my
To
man
me,
had a bad history of women, we just can't say pedophile.
to me, a pedophile is somebody that likes to engage in sexual intercourse with prepubescent children. I've not seen evidence that Trump likes that, but you know what? 15, 16, maybe even 14-year-olds, that wouldn't surprise me from the guy that bought Miss Teen USA, bragged about going in Miss Universe's changing rooms.
Yeah, but come on now. It was
Sat
like
there.
14 to 19. So I mean, but he could have been above the 18 one.
Yeah, or he could have been below it. I mean,
God
but
damn,
also,
you're right. But come on, Sid, give him the benefit of the doubt.
no, why would I give him the benefit? Dude, I watched this guy sit there with his newborn daughter, Tiffany Trump, and say shit like she was 1 year old and say, oh, she's got her mom's legs. I wonder if she's going to have her mom's tits and stuff. Like, what kind of man says that? All of us would kick that guy out of our house if they were showing us their kid and said something like that. All of us self-respecting men would kick them out of our house, and this guy's president. So
I never heard that one. But
you never heard the, oh, she's got her mom's legs. I wonder if she's going to have her.
No, I've never heard that.
Well, I will send that one to you because I am of the mindset. Not right now. Well,
yeah,
I could do it right now, but yeah.
All right, later, bro. Just DM me that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's get back to it.
Knew that there were tunnels beneath many of Epstein's properties, the island included, and that was recently proven, including the fact that Epstein paid $100,000 to have a concrete mixer truck brought over to the island to immediately fill in the entrances to all of his tunnels. That's not suspicious at all. That being said, though, it does co-align with the long-time theory that there's a trap door in this bathhouse that leads into an underground facility, which basically has been proven already with all these tunnels that are being referenced and hopefully one day fully discovered and brought to the public. Continuing, some people began asking OP about his incident with Roger Stone, and OP continues saying, I mean large as in wide. He's a brick of a man, pick related. In the supply shed, he was taking up basically the entire doorway. So anyway, eventually I got my reputation, for the most part, back into good graces. One time I was helping in the kitchen. I don't know if the chef was messing with me. I hope so. But he was separating what looked to me like a torso of a very young skinned pig. It had been roasted and he was chopping it into quarters. The ribs to be served that evening and the rest broken down for soups and casseroles. I said jokingly that it looked like a little kid. He just gave me this awful dead-eyed look and said for a second, watch it. Some of the allegations that have come out and emails and conversations in this Epstein release, as well as some other scandals and other officials in the American government, their emails that have been leaked, would suggest that and basically tell us that this sort of stuff does happen. Continuing, I worked on that island for about a year. In 2013 to 2014, Mr. Epstein chose me and 2 other trusted employees from the island to come with him to winter retreat in the Swiss Alps. He owned a small, quote, billionaire small, mind you, cabin, again, mansion, and wanted people he knew could be trusted because most of the staff would be local hires. Our job on the surface was to help manage all the employees, supervisors basically, but the unspoken task was keeping everyone either in the dark or quiet. Mr. Epstein had a real fondness for plump, young Swiss blondes. And the Swiss, as he would explain, have a very, quote, progressive idea of the age of consent. He viewed this as a more relaxed way to do what he does, more casual. Part of the thrill for these people, I think, is the fact that it is illegal and they could get in big trouble when they go to places that are more friendly with the idea of an older man having sex with a 15-year-old. It's to take a break, so to speak. The Alps themselves, wow. I mean, wow. I've been all over the United States and nothing in this country compares to Europe in terms of sheer beauty. Sometimes early in the morning when I'd come out of my cabin and stretch, looking at the trees, smelling the crisp, clean air, just for a minute, I'd forget what I have done and what I'm doing. When it came back to me, I'd have to fight back tears. I want the mountains there to be the last thing I think about before I die. After this, the thread continues for just a little bit longer. I'm going to read from my phone though, because my other monitor went out. It goes as follows. So I have not been there 3 days while me and the 2 from the island are doing bumps of coke off a butter knife in the lower garage. A boy, maybe 14, blonde, pale, and naked, comes through the doorway towards us. He's speaking French, but I think I got the gist of what he was saying. He was asking for help. He looked hysterical. Immediately, my two friends, in quotes, were out of there, and I shouldn't have been far behind. I told him, calm down, it's okay. I'm gonna help you. I just wanted him to feel better. This all took maybe 30 seconds before one of the, quote, nannies came in. He looked at her, confused, and I got the picture he was trying to decide if she could be trusted. She couldn't. She shushed him and put her jacket over him and took his hand. She was speaking French as well, and it sounded like a mother consoling a frightened child. She led him back into the house. I did not see him again. I never mentioned it to anyone, and nobody ever mentioned it to me. During my last couple weeks there, I witnessed firsthand the, quote, independent journalist. I don't think he was actually a journalist. I think he maybe had a blog or a YouTube channel, but I had never heard of him and don't know his name, so I don't think he was anyone with real connections. He was one of the local hires, a dishwasher, but he was seen with a cell phone out, possibly recording. Me and the other two from the island were asked to go and check it out. So we go get the guy and ask him to empty out his pockets. Sure enough, he's got a phone. We told him to unlock it. He wouldn't. One of the other guys made a call, came back, and slugged him directly in the nose. I think he broke it because there was blood just pouring out, and the guy started screaming. I don't think he'd ever been hit before, but me and the other guy held him down. Screw it, I'll say their names. It was Daniel from South Florida and Marcus from Nevada. Marcus and I were holding him down, and Daniel punched him again and told him to unlock his phone. He complied this time, and sure enough, there were pictures and videos from inside the house. We knew he hadn't sent anything out because only wired connections worked there. I guess they had signal jammers or something, or maybe just because it was remote. I don't know. Anyway, Daniel makes another call and tells us to take him outside into the woods. I think we're just gonna threaten him and make him sign an NDA. But Daniel took his belt off and strangled him to death. We had to put his body up in an outbuilding because the ground was frozen. We put him through a chipper and then burned everything to ash. There were bits of charred bone left over. I swept it all into a trash bag and threw it out with the regular garbage. This, above everything else, I feel the most guilty for. After that, if I wasn't, quote, in before, I definitely was in now. Me, Marcus, and Daniel, the three freaking stooges from hell. Daniel had been in the military, and I think he had a few screws loose because he always had a temper. He became the go-to guy for the really dirty stuff. I started working for Mr. Epstein directly after this. He would confide in me sometimes when he was very high about how nothing really makes him feel good enough. He told me once that he hasn't felt happy in years. I wish I had the stones to tell him that the life he is living is only bringing him down. For a brief moment, I felt empathy for this man. I think that too was part of his game, though. I don't think he's ever had a single genuine feeling in his life outside of sexual gratitude. He never mentioned the journalist to me. It was like it never happened. But we both knew that this was the reason I was now working directly for him. Almost there. Almost there. Listen, I think I've said about all I care to right now. I'm going to go get a bottle of something before all the stores close. If this thread is still here in a few hours, I'll answer some questions and tell some more stories. All right, boys, I'm back on my way to being a really mean drunk. Ask me questions. I don't know anything about a secret phone. That sounds like something above my pay grade. How do I make encrypted message files? After this LP gets more and more infrequent, I don't think he's
You are it, Todd.
at all. He was whip smart. I just don't think he had any emotional intelligence, maybe. I think he was hollow inside for the most part. They called them plays and theater, but from my eyes, yeah. I would say the speeches and stuff I saw looked a lot like rituals. The bull's head mask was scary. I mean, it was a rubber mask for sure, but whoever spoke would wear it all night. After they would come up out of the chamber, the masked person would roam the island all night, and it was generally understood that you are to avoid them at all costs. When they wear the mask, they're like animals. They just wander around from one carnal satisfaction to the next. Food, sex, sometimes violence, whatever. And they could do whatever they want. If they came to you and told you to engage in activities or whatever with them, you have to do it. It never happened to me, thankfully, but I made sure on those nights to stay out of sight. After this, people began trying to find Daniel and the other fellow referenced by OP, and we do believe we have found them. All the details that we have matching these guys. We'll get into that in a little bit, though. As far as I can tell, though, those last messages I read are the final ones from OP. He seems to have never returned, either going through with what he said he would, or just disappearing, or being disappeared.
Alrighty then. But shout out Monty. He says, Sid, we don't live in a world where we have to exonerate people. We live in a world where you're presumed innocent and presumed out. Well, He has a point, Sid. What do you say?
Well, like I said, from the evidence I've seen, which also includes court cases, I do think he is guilty of being a predator, at the very least, sexual predator. And also, it looks like Monty had a good time tonight, probably at a Super Bowl party, because this message says, Sid, we don't like Kev in a world where we have to exonerate people. We live in a world, Toad, where you presume innocence and presumed out. So to me, that sounds like someone that had fun at a Super Bowl party. And good, good on you.
I mean,
So
wait.
I do have a.
Go ahead.
What I'd like to know is if they're planning on looking to see if they can close out any cold cases or missing cases with this as well.
Yeah.
With everything this guy has written about, if it's true, does that mean that they're going to start looking into a lot of the cold cases, and missing children?
Man, find this guy's IP. Jesus, that's what I want.
Yeah, for real.
Like, that's all we need. We can track this guy down and be like, all right, bro, like full protection, full immunity, bro. Tell us everything you know. You drop coordinates, you drop names. Tell me what you think about what they're doing now. Like, we're rounding people up.
I think
I
one of the
wanna see
next
those
things that
coordinates
this
more.
guy does is go to the Google Maps of the coordinates.
All right, shoot, let's get into that one.
Weird. In any of those cases, though, what we do know, and this is the first strange thing about this story, is that OP way back when said that he had mailed 3 packets of information, one to each of the mainstream slop media sources, and he said, we'll see which one tells you the truth. Now, as far as I'm aware, nothing ever really came out in terms of a story of what he knew. But what's really bizarre is that within hours of this story going live on 4chan, Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested, which many have come to the conclusion was that somebody at one of these mainstream news sources actually did receive a packet of information from this guy and got in contact with the right people at the government to arrest Maxwell. But honestly, I don't know what else it could be. The fact that this guy who claims to know intimate knowledge about Maxwell and Epstein and their operation, and then decides to go public and post it all, and within hours of him doing so, one of the 2 main perpetrators in this whole child ring gets arrested is unprecedented. The likelihood of that happening is 0 or next to it. So I'm not really sure if anyone can really argue their way around that. Furthermore, so much of what he claims happened, like the possible consuming of people, the rituals, the occultism, the scale of the ring, specific people involved. You take your celebrities, Rihanna, Jay-Z, take your public figures, Mitt Romney, Roger Stone, all the other people mentioned, and the fact that for all intents and purposes, we already know these people to be involved. Many of these guesses, like Rihanna, would have been an impressive guess 2 weeks ago. So the fact that he was saying these things over 6 years ago is insane. I also started looking into the Romney family and found some interesting things. The Romneys are very odd. Romney is an extremely wealthy man, but not really through much of his own volition. He owns somewhere in the range of 6.
I mean, bro is almost our president. He's who Obama beat. Well, his second time around.
Separate mega mansion type homes, but that's just public. Throughout the family and rumored homes, people believe he owns around 15. Some of which have subterranean structures, massive ones at that. Needless to say, though,
okay, never mind. I ain't gonna lie. Romney never really had a chance against Obama. Okay, well, let's just be honest. But all right, let's get back to it.
It is the Mitt Romney family, the political figure. Then we have to ask some more questions, because when you look into who was one of the investors in Mitt Romney's business, it doesn't take long to figure out that Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, the Mossad agent, gave multiple millions of dollars to Mitt Romney to help jumpstart the business that he was slowly building. That's the sort of direct connection one cannot look over. And I find it particularly hilarious because there are many of those fact-checking, quote-unquote, services that have claimed that this is a bogus connection because Ghislaine Maxwell's dad didn't give the starting capital for Mitt Romney's business, which is true. He didn't give the starting capital, but he invested a crap load of money very early on. An example of how they split hairs to try and prove their points, but it's for us a better example of a direct connection between the Romney family mentioned by OP and the Romney family and Maxwell and Epstein. So there's something there going on that hints that OP, knowing a deeper relationship and having seen it, could actually be telling the truth. The next thing we have to get into this then, if that's true, is the body dump. Are we really going to make the argument that it actually happened? And I think no matter what, we have to take it very seriously. Because what OP points out on those coordinates is a very real place in Colorado, and not the sort of place I would think you just find on a map, although I suppose you could if you looked for a while. It is a random dirt path with no meaningful...
And all right, my man Monty's here.
Yeah, I'm not at a Super Bowl party, Sid. I'm actually just picked somebody up out of the ditch that, drank a little bit too much. But I appreciate the insinuation.
All right. But hold on here. Hold on. Go ahead, Sid.
All right. That is good. I'm glad you're out there doing the good work. You should probably keep doing it. I'm not trying to distract you at work. It's just making a joke,
Yeah, YouTube fucking adds extra characters into super chats to make them longer.
All
and
right.
tries to finish the words out. So, and I don't have the time to go back and forth and fucking correct things. Literally, the last super chat, I literally did that, and it still did it. It's instead of me super chat.
Bro, it was just a joke, man. It's okay.
But you're using it to try to discredit what I'm saying as if I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about, and I don't appreciate that.
All right. Well, it was pointing out typos, but we knew what you were talking about. I responded to all of them, not just by saying there were typos, but I actually made points addressing all of them. So,
I mean, none that address the original accusation, but yeah.
well, I'm still waiting, man. Like, I don't know what else to say.
You're still waiting for what?
For me saying that shit that you said, I said.
So you really want me to go through 800,000 hours of fucking footage?
I don't think there's that much, but there's a handy thing called the transcript, and we could get the transcript, get the video.
I don't know when you said it, Sid.
I've probably been on like at most 10 streams of set at most, right?
But yeah, I've found 15 in the last month.
Okay.
You've been on way more than that.
I have to scrub through 5 hours of.
I've been on 15 streams in the last month. That's not true.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, you have.
I
Not to mention all the different shorts you're on. Not to mention everywhere you're put. It is hard to track. He goes live for 5 hours a day, Sid.
I don't think it's that difficult
to find 5 seconds in a thing, and you know that is undue, and you know that like people have heard you say this. Just ask the people that are up here right now. Toves heard you say it.
I mean, when we had our debate, I asked Set, and he was like, "I don't think you proved what you were saying." And a couple people.
What does that have to do with what's going on right now, Sid?
Well, you said ask the people up here. He's one of the people up here. So.
Hey, Set, you remember like right after, I believe it was right after Charlie Kirk got shot, somewhere around in that time frame, we were talking about Pam Bondi and her talking about the files and whatnot, and I was like, so is there going to be anything that puts this to bed for you? And he's like, no, I reserve the right to be wrong, or some shit like that. And he said, all I see is this getting worse for Trump, and I don't see it getting any better for Trump.
Yeah, that's called a prediction.
No, that's called you're closed-minded and don't listen.
No, I'm not saying literally all I see is this getting worse for Trump, and I cannot even. If I saw it getting better for him, I wouldn't even be able to see it. It's me saying, I don't see this getting better for Trump. I don't think that will happen.
I thought you never said it. Which is it?
Well, if I don't know that I said exactly what you're saying, but I probably did say I don't see this getting better for Trump. Like I could see myself saying that, but not meaning I'm blind to this getting better for Trump, but it is getting better for Trump.
And
you
when
know,
I asked you what evidence would it take for you to stop holding that belief, you said none. I only care that this guy gets out of office because he's X, Y, and Z.
well, I'd love to see that. You said you gave a specific time shortly after the Charlie Kirk assassination. I avoided going on stream for a minute after that because I didn't want to impose. But
it was literally between that happening and maybe turn of the year. I don't think it was.
I forget what it's called right now. But if you could think of like certain phrases you are confident I said, there is this application online where you can type in anything and it shows every stream or YouTube video that specific phrase has been said on. We could type it into there and try to find it out, like any specific words I said probably that would be identifiable in that. You don't know the time period. It was
if I search for Trump, Epstein, and court cases, it's literally going to come up with every single thing we've ever said about it. So,
yeah, but like a phrase I said, like we could say my name. We could put my name in there too. We could put Sid.
I did that. I put your name
or
in Grok.
Monty. Well, it's not Grok. I'll find the application that it is, and I'll send it to you. But dude, I just think that you're just misrepresenting me, and you don't want to actually show the videos I said or the words that I said in the videos.
I love you, bud, but you're being ridiculous because you know that's an impossible task.
I don't think it is an impossible task. People make documentary. I mean, you said you would do it. You said you would have it the next day, dude.
And you
but
weren't
like,
there.
Well, you didn't say, "Hey, look, I have these," and I don't think Set streamed that night. But you didn't say, "Hey, come on the next time you get a chance. I'm gonna fucking own your ass because I have all the shit you said you didn't say." And you saying I'm not there, that implies that you have them now or readily available, and you did find them.
I had them, and I remembered the specific ones that we were on stream. But again, this is. You come on stream, you've been on stream and had arguments with me that have lasted hours in the middle of streams that have lasted hours multiple times, more times than I can count. So yeah, it's a little hard.
I've been on streams with you more times than you can count.
Yes, it is a little hard to call you out on your bullshit. And in the absence of any making you eat your words, you just get to act like you never said things when people have heard you say things.
How long do you need? Do you need a year? 2 years?
I gotta go. Shut up. I gotta go.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good night.
Peace out, Monty.
All right. I gotta go soon too, but this is just crazy to me. I don't think it's that unreasonable if someone's saying I said something. I'm saying I didn't. These things are all recorded or in Discord messages or whatever. I'm saying leak anything, post anything. Like, it's pretty crazy that it's like now suddenly an absurd task, and I'm so prolific on the stream that there couldn't possibly find any of this stuff.
Well, I would say this, it is a big act. It's not impossible, but it is a hard act to sit there and comb through first off, we got to find each one that you're on. Then we got to comb through each one of these debates where you said it. And I'm just
it's easy. I'll tell you how to do it. You go through the last couple weeks, you go to the stream, you go to the transcript, you type in Sid, you type in basically just Sid.
You can search the transcript.
And then,
you know what?
Then
I
you'll
will try and do that.
Yeah.
I'll try and do that tomorrow when I have a couple hours. But I just tried going through, looking at Set's videos, just trying to find one, and I found 4 where you're debating Monty. Well, you and Gamer and Monty are debating, and
I'll try to clip them up.
like, yes. But
yeah, I don't think it's that I don't think it is like, oh, it's too many to count. I've been on more streams than like of set streams without Monty, but those wouldn't even really apply unless he's saying I said those on those ones. But I think that it's a very small number of streams I've been on here with Monty. I do think it is in the low double digits, not even in the high teens probably. And also, he said that he could. He said he'd do it.
And he probably had them at the time, but if you weren't there, he probably lost them.
Oh, I think
Okay, Set. Did Monty ever come up? Did Monty ever come up and say, "Hey, I got all this proof. Where the hell is Sid?" Did that ever happen after our debate?
No.
So why is it like I didn't show up? Like,
I think the problem is just that, bro. It is a big axe, and all I would say is that, you know what? I don't know. I think y'all should just drop it and move on to different topics where we can all these.
I'm totally fine with that, but I shouldn't just let someone say that I said something that I'm disputing. And when I dispute it, how am I supposed to find the clips of me not saying that? Like, everyone's just going to say, "Oh, it was a different time." So you got to prove what you're saying. You can't just come up here and say something about me, and it's not actually what I said, or it's a misrepresentation.
Like I said, I will try and find at least the one that I know of that you've said you didn't say, and if I can find it, I will let you know.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and get right back to it.
Well, I'm gonna head out too. Go to bed.
All right, man. Have a good night, brother.
You too. Talk to you later.
All right, bro. Peace. And shout out Sid. It's always a toxic time when he comes on.
Yeah.
Well, him and Monty together. It's like it's too funny.
Yes.
As soon as you get them on the same stream, oh man, it's on. It is on. It's like
I just wish once in a while he would let people finish, or at least let me finish. Because if he did, he'd understand where what I was saying or where I was coming from. But he just, yeah.
Well, what can I say, man? What can I say? That's just the way these guys communicate. But all right, let's go ahead and finish it up. I know. It could be a bit annoying sometimes, but I don't know. Sometimes when they interrupt, they're usually doing it to ask a question or something. I'd be like, all right, you're allowed to ask questions, and you get about 3 interruptions until I say something.
Yeah. Did you see what I posted in the comments for here? It's like a 9-minute about Tyler being on the island. If you wanna.
Yeah, I can see if I could squeeze that in. Shoot, we got time. All right.
Around it in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I got it right.
And it has this pull off like he describes, and it has some paths leading into the woods. And the only properties nearby are abandoned or seemingly abandoned and just huge plots of land. And it's the sort of place way out there that you would need an off-road vehicle like the Jeep that OP describes having been there. So really, in order for us to get a full confirmation on that bit of the story, we would need some information on when exactly this happened and some ground penetrating radar and dogs, because I think we could actually find something out there. Furthermore, Mitt Romney along this line does not have an official son named Cole, but there has been a long, decades-long speculation of illegitimate children and Mitt Romney not wanting that public. In all honesty, when I was researching this, I had no idea how deep the Mitt Romney hole went. I'm really intrigued now, and Romney's name is admittedly all over the Epstein files release. So just something to keep in mind. I also decided to see if I could find anything about Epstein in Colorado, any connections there. And in 2017, there was a series of articles and absurdly long links that were sent to Epstein discussing different homes that he could buy in Colorado, one property of which was only about an hour's drive from where the body dump site was located. I found that particularly interesting because it's one of the few houses out there where you really start looking at it. I mean, within the general vicinity of this dump site, it is just plots of land. And I found one of them on Zillow, and like I said, the picture suggests it's an abandoned home. So there's not much else out there. And the idea that within a short drive of this body's dump site outside of Boulder, Colorado, within the time frame that OP would have been working for him is supremely strange, to say the least, to me. Furthermore, there is a very real Daniel and Marcus that do exist that both match the credentials given both of whom have news reports on them for degenerate behavior. And they also seem to match the description that OP gives. And OP at one point before he stopped responding did tell another commenter that person sent to him in the article does match the memory of the guy that he has in mind. Something else I thought was unique about this 4chan thread that made it even more realistic to me was, till very recently, we did not know this. It's really just thanks to the most recent Epstein files release. Epstein was a huge 4chan user and was involved in a bunch of communities and had a direct relationship and message exchange and conversations and hangout times with the founder of 4chan. That's straight from the files. Keeping that in mind, there is a direct attack that happens at one point in these threads where people begin posting all sorts of horrible things aimed at OP and trying to get the thread taken down by the mods of 4chan. That parallel with Epstein's connections to 4chan is really odd, because why else attack a guy if you just think he's messing around? Unless there's something really going on. And to that note of something really going on, I was very grateful when I stumbled upon a link on one of these threads that's one that Necro posted, and it was to this most recent file drop 1 day ago. And when I clicked on that link, I was baffled that it opened up to, in the Epstein files, a screenshot of this thread, meaning that there's probably more screenshots of these threads, which sounds crazy, but that would suggest that Epstein was aware, or someone within Epstein's orbit was aware, if you actually think he's dead, that this thread was going on and these claims were being made about him. Now, depending on what you believe about Epstein, I'm assuming if you're here, you don't think that he actually passed away in that prison. And if you see my other videos, we have one that essentially proves that he's still alive, at least in my opinion. It is the actual same 4chan thread in Epstein's own files. What? Not to mention, there's a whole number of problems with this. It came out after his alleged demise. This suggested he had some sort of knowledge that it was going on. All those sorts of things in hand. If this were fake and there was nothing to it, why on earth would it have been included in the Epstein files? And who would have even looked for it and cared? It's not like this was some trending story. It was pretty much on the underground for a while, and even today, not a ton of people are even aware of this 4chan thread. So why then is it in the files? That is my question overarching this whole thing. Yep. If this is nothing and it's all made up, why is it in the files? And honestly, the other overarching thing of this whole thread is that 6 years ago, this sounded kind of crazy, but it was pretty believable that this was going on. And a lot of people were behind the idea that, yeah, there's this whole satanic cabal happening that we're almost entirely unaware of. But now with all the information we have, the claims that OP made sound dead on, and some of them are getting proven by the day at this point. So I'm excited to see how this thing continues to evolve as more information comes out. But I want as many people to be aware of this as possible. It's been posted several times around the internet, but it often gets taken down. In fact, finding the link to the pure thread where you can see everything in one place, it's pretty difficult to do now. I'll link some stuff below if you guys want to read through it yourself. That being said, make sure you comment your thoughts on this. Thank you guys so much for watching.
All right. Shout out to this guy. All right, let's see here. Now I know that the video right here that Tove wanted to watch.
It's the satanic temple of evil billionaire Jeffrey Epstein on his private island swarming with security. Oh my God. We're being detected. Shoot me if you dare! What are you hiding, Epstein? Made it to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Epstein, where are you? So the first part of the scheme was to get our hands on 2 jet skis while being goofy tourist vloggers asking if there were any nearby islands we should take a look at while we toured the ocean. Should we go through Little James and Big James, or those no-nos?
No, don't go through there.
They'll shoot us. What will happen?
Somebody's island.
Oh, it's privately owned?
Yeah.
By the government?
No, private.
What would happen? Not that we would ever do that.
I don't know, but you don't want to find out?
Easy. We're good then.
You watch Netflix a lot, right?
No.
Good for you.
Okay, all right. Captain Isaac, we're out. Okay, we're gonna go straight there and then right. I'm on the jet ski. We have this for like 5 hours. We need to do this quick before we get detected by authorities and our jet ski guys, because they're super sussed out by me. We're headed to Epstein's Island. What could go wrong? And after 15 minutes of driving this jet ski like Tom Cruise, I had made it to Epstein Island, Little James. And we made it. You can see the temple. I don't know who's there, what security measures they're taking. There's probably government watching, and there might be personal security on the island. As I got closer to the island, it was clear I wasn't alone. Okay, we have made it to the island. Look at that sign. Private property, no trespassing. And there is Epstein Island, Little James. There's a boat on the island right now. The question is, who could it be and why? There's literally someone right there on the island. Okay, we have more people. Look. the whole operation out here. Look at this. A golf cart, people that work here. We have a dog. Who is this man? Okay, we have another person, bigger woman and her dog. Probably security or maintenance, but hired by who? A new owner? The government? I'm not sure. But it turns out Epstein's Island is for sale by Epstein's estate for over $125 million. Why is there still so much security on the island if he's dead? And what are the owners of Epstein's Island
Who
still?
would want to buy that?
In my direction. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, well, if it wasn't for the history, I would. Having a whole island, that's kind of cool.
One that's already built on and stuff. Yeah, that would be great, except the history.
Yeah, the history
That's what I
would
mean.
just it would kills it. Like, well, 125 million for an island where kids were molested on. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, that's a tough sell. Like, I wouldn't even buy it for 5 million, even if they dramatically brought down the price. I'm like, I don't know, bro. I'm good. I don't want ghosts of haunted of children rising from the children's sacrifices they had over there. I'm good.
Yeah, in like 10, 15 years, it's going to be like $1, like those mansions are, those abandoned mansions right now.
Man, I think 10 to 20 years from now, it's going to be like a ghost island.
Right?
Like, I can already tell you the story, too, of the ghost island of all the kids that were buried there from Jeffrey Epstein's child sacrifices. And you can hear them in the night howling as the wind blows. You know, something like that. But
you know, kids are going to try and get on there for the ghost stories.
I'm telling you, and then they might be real, and that's going to be a problem. All right, right.
This is a little bit eerie. They're a giant woman, and now they are leaving. We're gonna have to beach somewhere else. We're gonna have to do this quick. We need to get in and out, or we're gonna get shot. I'm convinced. Sasha's gonna whip out the drone, see how many people are on the island itself. I've already seen 4 people launch the drone. Go, my child, find the truth, inspect the area. Now, while at first it seems like a normal island a billionaire might abandon, once the drone flies in a little closer, you begin to notice these carts driving across the island. But who are they and what are they protecting? And then, once the drone started getting closer to the temple, this weird white building on the highest point of the island where people believe it was used for evil satanic rituals, our drone began to experience unexplainable signal interference. RF signal interference. We lost it, so we've lost the drone. They've interfered with the drone. They don't have control. Now, it's important to note that in the last known footage of this temple, the temple was painted in this blue gold pattern, and there's a giant sundial adjacent to it. This now means that the sundial was recently removed, and the temple was completely repainted white. So the question is, what are they covering up? And then I saw this. See a guy building right there. Look, literally right there. Look, look, look. Yep, there is another golf cart coming this way. Oh, it's going to get the drone. Okay, don't get caught, Pasha. There he is. There he is. Who is this man? Who is this man right here? We're going to storm the beach like Normandy right now, get on the island, and hopefully not get shot or apprehended. After barely pulling the drone back in, after losing signal, and confirming this place was swarming with what we believe to be armed security, it was time to storm the beach like Normandy. There's the temple! And that was exactly where I was headed. Mysterious stairway, almost like it's inviting us to enter. Okay, we have another no trespassing sign right there. No trespassing sign right there. And after a full peripheral scope of the island, it was now time to infiltrate. All right, go. Pray for me. Yeah, sure. Let's get on shore. I'm on the island. The temple's behind me. Go straight for the temple. There's the order this way. Yeah. See what I see. Everybody out. The wrong fucking turn. I had made it to the beach undetected, and I was headed towards the temple. Now, with this temple as the source of the signal interference, it was only logical that there might be something hiding there waiting for me to find. And keep in mind, this is a rough map of the island, and right now I'm here. And this is where I'm headed, forcing me to essentially sneak up a cliff to hopefully avoid security. Don't get arrested. Jesus Christ. Using all the skills I learned from playing video games right now, I'm atop the hill. We have not been detected yet, which is surprising. There's the drone in the air. There's Tyler. And my basic strategy here is to find something to hide behind, regain my breath, and then run as fast as I can, slowly making progress to the temple and avoiding security along the way. My cardio is gassed. I'm gonna keep going on this road. Looks like it's built for go-karts. Let's keep going. We're going for it, baby. I think we've been detected. We've gotten to the side. I've not been detected yet. I see this. It's like an unfinished home. With that right there, I'm getting cooked out in the sun to the temple. This thing's as steep as a mother. Yeah. Slowly but surely. Yeah, we're going up. We're going up. Okay. There's the temple. I might just climb up the hill. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, let's do this. Once I go up there, I'm kind of screwed. I don't want to get shot. It should probably be loud. And with my massive calves, I scaled up the side of a literal mountain to Epstein's temple, still somehow undetected. Undetected this far still. You think they'd buy security cameras or something? With only the open road standing between me and the temple, it was time to go for it. Okay, we made it to the temple. We made it to the temple. Undetected thus far. This is the temple where crazy stuff went down. Look at this. Look at this. Blocked off by steel. Blocked off by wood. Pasha, over there. Come on, Tyler. God, if you're alive, protect me. Came through there. Weaved my way all the way up to here. Look at this. There's a giant cliff here, by the way. Giant cliff, and then everything's boarded off. The entire place looks to be repainted. It used to be blue and yellow. A ladder right here, almost as if they just repainted the place. This is literally pure white now. Someone took a dump right there. This is the place where evil things went down. In this temple right here, there used to be a giant sun compass that was removed, apparently. There's a bonfire right here. Maybe where they burn people alive or not. I've gotten up here successfully, undetected. There's like a speaker right there. But beyond that, seems to be low-level security right now. Okay, there's a sailboat coming in right there. That's not what we wanted to see. Right now, it's a race against time. Hopefully, I don't get to jail. Horrid things went down here. Look at all these benches. Very out of place benches, right? You have benches right here, bench right there, bench right there, bench right there. Look at that. This makes no sense. I'm gonna go back down, see if we can examine the estate. This time I might have to go blitzkrieg.
Mighty close to that cliff.
My pants were nearly falling off. Looks like an unfinished construction pathway. Let's see what's inside. I don't know where all the security went, but I've yet to remain detected. They might be on their lunch break, boozing out right now. Can't just breathe. Behind this rock, behind this giant. Oh my god! I don't like that rock. It appears to be. Oh my god! I don't know who this is.
Yes, wait.
Nigga,
I'm running.
I'm crying.
While running.
Nah, bro, actually did wave at him. Was like, hold on, wait, what?
I'm running. He's not fast enough on foot. As I ran away from security, I saw this. Oh no. They got me. I need to run. Now, security was right behind me, going full speed in my direction. Oh no! Can't stop me. I can't exactly understand what they're saying, but they're screaming at me the whole time.
How are they yelling at you to stop?
Oh, I'm good. We're good. We're good. I'm out of here. They're behind me. We made it down here. Once we get to the beaches, we're good. A brand new pool right here. We seeing this? Security behind me. They're not as fast as me though. Gotta keep going. Been training for this day. He's coming. As I began to run away, Pasha notices this, pulls the drone in, and begins zooming over on his jet ski to pick me up, right as I unknowingly approach a cliff. Uh-oh. And at this moment, it looked like I had no choice but to jump. I'm going down. You can't see. I'm going into the water. Pasha needs to pick me up. Okay, made it into the water. Security is just to apprehend me. I'm swimming as fast as I can, waiting for Pasha to pick me up. Come on, Pasha. Shoot me if you dare. I'm in international waters. What are you hiding, Epstein? What are you hiding, Epstein? What are you hiding? Waiting on Pasha on the getaway. There's Pasha with the jet ski. There's my getaway jet ski. We're getting out of here. I escaped. All right, we're making out. Give me a tip. Give me a hand. All right, easy. They thought they could get me. Now grab the handle. All right, go. We escaped with all the footage. Untouched. I breathe air. You suck. But as we zoomed back and made our way to the airport, I saw this. I think we're being followed by a Fed right now.
Well, all right. We're gonna
Now they're
go ahead.
I was gonna say there is a 1 hour video that about with an interview where he's interviewed about what he not only what they showed in the video, but on stuff that he saw that the video did not capture. I still have not had a chance to watch it, but I plan on it. And it's I mean, that was done 2 years ago. So it makes you wonder how much the feds went in and actually took out for evidence.
All right. Okay. Well, shoot. Let me know when you find that video. Send it to me. I'll give it a watch. But
It's
all right.
in Gen
What?
Chat right now.
Hmm?
I shared it in Gen Chat, the interview.
All right. All right, cool. Then I'll go ahead and watch it later. I'm going to go ahead and close it down for the night on this one, guys. All right. It's been a fun one. We did a nice almost 7-hour stream. So 6 hours, 42 minutes. Appreciate you guys being here. I know some of y'all was here since the beginning, and I appreciate that. Some of y'all came halfway through, and most of you guys came at the end. But it's all good, though. It's all good. I'll catch you guys.
I made it all the way through.
Hey, shout out Tove. Appreciate shout out my man Monty and Sid and all the other supporters as well. Especially Tove and my man Gaming, wherever he went. But all right, guys, I'm gonna head out on this one. I guess we're gonna close out on, you know what? Let me see here. Yeah, we're gonna close out on the Jazz tonight. Why not? Appreciate the support, guys. Make sure you double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel, guys. This is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.